Chapter 1032. In just half a month's time, under Su Hanshan's training, these hooligans, who had been like a plate of loose sand, had immediately transformed into the most qualified warriors. This was something that even Wang Bei couldn't help but feel admiration for. This person seemed to have the most outstanding talent as a general. It was able to train the most ordinary martial artist into a useful warrior. Not only that, Su Hanshan had even used his own connections and enticement to recruit even more bandits and bandits. Right now, Qixi had a new army of nearly 20,000 bandits and bandits. Release! Su Hanshan unsheathed his sword and swung it down. In an instant, the new army of 20,000 bandits and bandits crouched down, knocked their bows, took aim, and pulled the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. The 4,000 Tang dynasty ballistae, along with the 1,000 ballistae operated by the scions of the capital, fired. 5,000 ballista bolts shot out like lightning bolts, piercing through the bullseye. The powerful force of the bolts shattered the target. Not bad. Not far away, Wang Hua secretly nodded when he saw this scene. At this speed, in another month, this ballista army will be able to be put to use, and their training will be over. Wang Bei had been born into a clan of ministers and generals, and he had been influenced by his surroundings since childhood. He had seen all sorts of generals, and the nurturing of his clan had made him naturally superior to others in the art of war. Ordinary individuals were nothing in his eyes, but Su Hanshan was different. This was the first time he had seen someone with such astonishing talent, a talent that not even the titled generals of the Tang dynasty could compare to. This talent was at least that of a brigadier general, perhaps even a great general. Just what sort of people did little brother recruit? Wang Bei mentally sighed. At this moment, he suddenly understood why Wang Chong had left Su Hanshan in the rear to guard Qixi with him. Hiya! Wang Bei's eyes flashed, and he quickly regained his composure. Urging his horse's abdomen, he galloped toward the other end of the training ground. Nay, several hundred zhang away from the ballista army, a Wushang horseman with a powerful aura galloped across the practice field, stirring up a cloud of dust. These Wushang cavalrymen were extremely obedient, and the aura they exuded was completely different from that of the ballistae. Wang Chong led the army to Talas, and the second group of 6,000 Wushang cavalry smoothly arrived at Qixi from Wushang, all thanks to Su Yiqin. The Battle of Talas was no trifling matter, as it concerned the fate of the country and the common people. Thus, after Su Yiqin's harsh words, Wushang village had dispatched a much stronger force than before, and quite a few imperial martial villagers from Wushang village had joined the army. The strength of the Wushang villagers was undeniable, but they still lacked systematic military training, which was what they were doing now. Stop! Suddenly, a steely and determined voice came from the cloud of dust, and a black Turkic horse emerged from the 6,000 Wushang cavalry and galloped toward Wang Bei. General Wang, what business do you have? Cui Piaoqi stopped several paces from Wang Bei and asked. His posture was ramrod straight, and his expression was cold and aloof. He seemed rather similar to Su Hanshan. Wang Bei was Wang Chang's second brother, and it was because of this relationship that Wang Bei had an extremely high prestige among the villagers of Wushang. Cui Piaoqi's training in Qixi was mostly handled by Wang Bei. Wang Bei rarely interfered with the training of Wushang village, so if he did come, there was definitely a reason. Cui Piaoqi, there's not much time left. A letter from Talas says that in a month at most, you must enter the battlefield. Wang Bei sternly said, Wushang village was isolated from the rest of the world, and the majority of its villagers were simple and unsophisticated, so they did not have much understanding of military matters. But this Cui Piaoqi was different. In Wushang village, he was an extremely rare talent for commanding generals. There were many things in the art of war that Cui Piaoqi might not understand in advance, but as long as it was explained to him, he would immediately understand and even comprehend by analogy. Therefore, in the later stages, Cui Piaoqi could complete the usual basic training work by himself. Understood? General Wang, be at ease. It won't take a month. It will only take 20-some days at most. Cui Piaoqi sternly said, his resolute face unperturbed. With these words, he quickly turned around and rejoined the ranks to begin training. Cutting formation. Hurry! With this order, the 6,000 Wushang cavalry shot off in every direction like quicksilver. Flap, flap. Several days later, black eagles flew into the capital, disappearing into various parts of the capital. In the Four Quarters Embassy, behind a lush forest of bamboo, there was a round pond filled with lotus flowers. Fish swam beneath the lotus flowers. Next to the pond was an artificial mountain, and the atmosphere was tranquil and serene. At this moment, an old man dressed in a white robe was silently fishing on a folding bamboo chair. Unlike other fishermen, the old man's fishing rod only had a string, not a hook. Moreover, it was suspended in the air, not sinking into the water. But even so, there were many fish in the pool gathered below the string. Some of them even silently swam to a spot not far from the old man's feet, looking at the old man on the shore. It was as if this white-robed old man had some kind of special power that made the fish in the pool involuntarily approach him and get close to him. The old man's eyes were half closed, his expression tranquil. He sat there motionlessly, seemingly one with the garden, the pond, and the fish. Not far behind him, the Imperial Army soldiers lowered their heads, gazing at the old man's back with extreme respect in their eyes. Reporting. At this moment, a resounding voice came from behind them, followed by the heavy footsteps of an Imperial Army soldier as he hurried through the bamboo forest toward the pond. Splash, the water exploded, and the shoal of fish in the pool seemed to be frightened, quickly scattering in all directions. The originally peaceful and tranquil atmosphere disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Didn't I tell you not to disturb Duke Jiu when he's fishing? Have you forgotten all about it? At the side, a commander of the Imperial Guards had already walked over quickly and stopped the Imperial Guard who was delivering the letter. "My lord, it's news from Tales." The Imperial Army soldier who delivered the letter said solemnly. He naturally understood the rules of the Four Quarters Embassy, but this was no small matter. Moreover, the letter had been stamped with that large seal. "Even so, can't you wait a little longer?" the Imperial Army soldier angrily said. "Is it news from Chong'er?" Right at this moment, an aged and mellow voice suddenly sounded out from behind them. When they heard these words, their bodies shook and they lowered their heads in unison. "Reporting to Duke Jiu, it is not the young Marquis, but Anqi Protector General, Lord Gao Xinji." The messenger respectfully replied with his head lowered. By the pond, the white-robed elder was taken aback, and then he finally turned his head. "Bring that letter to me." While Duke Jiu was receiving Gao Xinji's letter in the nearby Taihe Palace, this letter from the distant Tales was like a heavy bomb, causing massive waves in the Tang dynasty. Absolutely not. The Tang dynasty has won a Tales, so why are they still conscripting soldiers? Tales isn't the territory of the Tang dynasty. Since they've won, they should be withdrawing back to Anqi. Why are Gao Xinji and the young Marquis still at Tales? What do they mean by the Tang dynasty is in imminent danger and a three-way alliance? If the Arabs really are as formidable as they say, how could they possibly have been defeated? It seems to me that they just want to gather soldiers to strengthen themselves. Your Majesty, this subject wishes to impeach Gao Xinji and Qishi Protector General Wang Chong. The two of them are seeking to reward themselves for their achievements and want to lie about the military situation so that they can threaten the imperial court. The court was in an uproar as Wang Chong's and Gao Xinji's memorials were brought into the court, immediately stirring up a massive debate. Desecration of military might. This is desecration of military might. The imperial court has already allocated 10 million taels of gold to a trifling outpost, and so many people have died. What more do they want? The civil officials were particularly vocal in their opposition. My great Tang has stood tall for 200 years and has weathered all kinds of storms. Will it really fall in the hands of a small country in the West? A civil official stepped forward, vehemently objecting to Wang Chong's decision. Absurd! Wang Chong is the son of heaven's disciple. Would he lie about an important matter of state and military might? Desecration of military might? From Anqi to Longxi. Do you think he will only stop when all living beings are slaughtered? Have all of you forgotten what happened in the Southwest? If not for the young Marquis, the situation would have been unimaginable. Your Majesty, this subject wishes to impeach Assistant Minister of Rights, Zhang Mushing. How can the affairs of the state and the people be delayed by a scholar? The opposition of the civil officials also ignited the fury of the generals of the court, and they began to fiercely protest. Since ancient times, civil officials had been known as officials of the pen and the sword. In the imperial court, whenever there was a conflict between civil and military officials, the generals would usually concede and not argue with the civil officials. But this time it was different. Almost all of the military generals stood up and set out, opposing the civil officials. The more one understood about the Battle of Talas in the northwest, the more one understood just how powerful the enemy was. Even someone like Gao Xianji had almost died there, much less others. The disparity in strength between the two sides was enormous, and Wang Chong had been able to use tens of thousands of soldiers to fight against an opponent several times his own. This result had not come easily. At a time like this, for Wang Chong and Gao Xianji to work together to report to the imperial court and request reinforcements meant that the situation was extremely dire. Tens of thousands of soldiers, 2 imperial great generals, and even the people of the empire were at stake. This was not the time to concede. Throughout the dynasties, the struggle between civil and military officials had never ceased, but it had generally been restrained. But this time, with the aid of Wang Chong and Go Xianji's memorial, the civil officials that the Great Tang had been accumulating for so long had completely erupted. Beneath the cinnabar coiling dragon pillar, King Qi sneered at this sight. Chapter 1033. The court debate continued from morning until evening, the debate reaching an unprecedented level of intensity. At dusk, a golden carriage draped with dragons emerged from a corner of the imperial palace. On the carriage, the King of Song was deeply concerned. Your Highness, did the matter at Talas not go smoothly? The old butler asked in concern, his hands tucked into his sleeves. In the past, the King of Song had also had times when things did not go smoothly in the court, but he was rarely as worried as he was now. The King of Song nodded, not hiding anything from the old butler. Your Highness, be at ease. Nothing will happen to Talas. King Qi also opposed it in the past, but didn't it still pass? The old butler consoled. The King of Song couldn't help but give a long sigh. If it was just King Qi stirring up trouble and inciting the ministers to oppose in court, things would be much simpler. But this time is different. The one opposing is not King Qi. He is only assisting from the side. The ones truly opposing are the civil officials of the Tang dynasty. Buzz! The old butler was stunned by these words, and he instantly fell silent. Even though the old butler rarely paid attention to matters of the court, he knew that this was a political struggle that was even more ferocious than a factional struggle. If the one opposing was not King Qi, but the civil officials of the court, then the nature of the matter would be completely different. He heard the King of Song's solemn voice. The Tang dynasty has enjoyed decades of peace. The people are getting more and more used to these peaceful days, and they are getting more and more disgusted with war. I am only worried that this is only the beginning. The debate in the court grew more and more intense, and as it grew, the name of Arabia became more and more familiar in the streets and alleys of the Tang dynasty. The names of Arabia, Uzin, the Western Turks, and Talas appeared more and more frequently in the restaurants and tea houses. While the entire capital was still discussing the alliance between Arabia and the other two countries, a falcon with golden claws flapped its wings and flew like a bolt of lightning to the northeast of the Tang dynasty. Several days later, in the Anong Protectorate headquarters in Yuzhou, Zhang Shogui was seated cross-legged on the ground. He extended a hand and took the letter from the capital. It was quiet in the tent. All the civil and military officials in the surroundings had their eyes focused on the man who was like a god in the northeast of the Tang dynasty. Haha, what a bunch of cynical scholars. Without soldiers on the campaign, how could the Tang dynasty be at peace? That brat at Talas has miscalculated. If he had lost this battle, the imperial court might have immediately mobilized soldiers, but he just happened to win. Now it's easier said than done. My lord, the matter of Talas is currently causing a ruckus in the capital. In their letters, Wang Chong and Gao Xinji say that the Arabs have 400,000 soldiers and are about to reach Talas. Moreover, if they win, an endless stream of soldiers will follow. Does Arabia really have that many soldiers? How true is this matter? At this moment, Deputy General Zhao Can of the Anong Protectorate Army spoke from behind him, an extremely respectful expression on his face. Of course it's true. To his surprise, Zhang Shogui didn't even need to think before confirming. When I was stationed in Longxi, I heard that the Arabs have fierce personalities and love war. They've already conquered many countries to the west of the Tsong Mountains. At the time, I also sent people to gather some intelligence and learn that the rumors were true. Thus, I concluded that one mountain cannot hold two tigers, and that in the future, Arabia and the Tang dynasty will inevitably fight. The imperial court believes that Gao Xinji and that brat are exaggerating, but I know that they don't have the courage. The crime of deceiving the sovereign is no small matter. The Yuzhou generals in the tent were all dumbfounded. The current Talas was so far away that the imperial court was shrouded in fog as to what was going on there. No one had expected that, even though it was so far to the northeast, their protector general would know it like the back of his hand. But they quickly realized what was going on. Haha, given Gao Xinji and Wang Chong's current state, they definitely don't have more than 60,000 soldiers. If it really is, as they say, and the 400,000 Arab soldiers arrive, won't they be doomed without reinforcements from the imperial court? Who can be blamed for this? Gao Xinji is just a junior, and his experience in martial arts can't compare to our milords. But after just a few victories, he dares to call himself a war god, thinking that he can stand on equal footing with milord. He doesn't even think about how he can compare to milord's achievements. And that brat, just because he's from a clan of ministers and generals, he dares to talk back to the protector general in the capital. Truly arrogant to the extreme. Now that Talas is in danger, I'd like to see just how they'll be able to fight against milord in the future. Ha ha ha, this is called asking for it. The generals in the tent were all sneering as if they were waiting for a good show. Neither Gao Xinji nor Wang Chong were good people to the Anong Protectorate Army. Gao Xinji had never had much respect for Zhang Shogui, and Wang Chong had even killed Ashina Sugin in the capital, causing the Protector General to lose face. Thus, no one had a good opinion of these two. Zhang Shogui sat in the tent, one hand on the table as he silently smiled. Reporting. At this moment, a voice rang out. Before he could finish speaking, a messenger from the Anong Protectorate rushed into the tent with a letter in his hands and got down on one knee. Lord Protector General, the city of Talas has sent a letter. My lord, please look over it. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire tent was deathly silent to the point that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone turned to the messenger, and even Zhang Shogui couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and turn his head. Talas was a land beyond the borders of the Tang dynasty. Several months ago, no one would have known of its existence, but now, even the people in the distant Yuzhou knew of it. My lord, what's going on? Why would Talas write to us at a time like this? To Zhang Shogui's right, a fierce-looking who dressed in a white robe suddenly creased his brow. Unlike the others in the tent, he had a pair of snow-white eyebrows, and there was almost no one in Yuzhou who did not recognize him. Baijin Tuolyuo. This was a famous general under Zhang Shougui's command, a fierce general that Zhang Shougui had recruited from Yuzhou, a brigadier general. He was extremely capable of leading troops. The other generals also silently looked at Zhang Shougui. Won't you know what they're plotting once you open the letter? Zhang Shougui grinned. As he spoke, he waved his hand at the messenger below. Zhang Shougui quickly took the letter from the messenger and skimmed through it, his expression turning strange. Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. Zhang Shougui's sudden roar of laughter gave everyone in the tent a fright. My lord, what's wrong? Baijin Tuolyuo said. Ha ha, truly interesting. That brat from the Wang clan at Talas actually sent me a letter asking for reinforcements. He wants me to send an army to help him. Zhang Shougui heartily laughed. What, help them? How could that be? Have they lost their minds? To think that they could think of asking our Anong Protectorate Army to help them, only if the sun rises from the west. Everyone in the tent was dumbfounded by this news. They had only just mentioned Wang Chong and the people of Talas when they received a letter asking for reinforcements. This was far too ironic. Zhang Shougui had a strange expression on his face, only faintly smiling as he passed the letter to Baijin Tuolyuo and the other generals in the tent. Zhao can Baijin Tuolyuo pass it around. Tell me, what do you think about this matter? Baijin Tuolyuo was stunned, and he subconsciously received the letter before circulating it with everyone in the tent. My lord, I think that there's no need to pay attention to this letter. The imperial court will handle the matter of Talas. It's not our place to speak. Moreover, Yuzhou is very far from Talas. Even if Gao Xianji and that brat want reinforcements, it shouldn't be us, not to mention that my lord has a grudge against them. Baijin Tuolyuo immediately said as he looked at the letter. Talas was currently in grave danger. No matter what, the Anong Protectorate Army should not be the one Wang Chong was requesting for reinforcements. Zhao Can, what do you think? Zhang Shougui faintly smiled as he turned to Deputy General Zhao Kansas, my lord. This general shares Baijin Tuolyuo's opinion. This subordinate believes that there's no need to worry about this letter. We can just pretend that we never received it. Zhao Can said. Everyone in the tent nodded, clearly of the same opinion as Zhao Can and Baijin Tuolyuo. Zhang Shougui and Wang Chong had always had a grudge, and Wang Chong's grandfather, Wang Jiling, had even tried to impeach Zhang Shougui. If not for him, Zhang Shougui might have already become prime minister. Huh? Zhang Shougui lightly rapped his right hand on the table, and then said something that left everyone dumbfounded. Zhao Can Baijin Tuolyuo, you've been with me for many years, and you've been brigadier generals for a very long time, but even now, you're still at that level. And that brat from the Wang clan has already become Chishi Protector General in less than a year. Do you know how you differ from him? My lord. Everyone in the tent was dumbfounded. Zhao Can and Baijin Tuolyuo were also dumbfounded. They had originally believed that the Protector General had a grudge with the Wang clan, so no matter how they looked at it, he wouldn't help them. But that was clearly not the case at all. I have a personal grudge with that brat from the Wang clan and Wang Jiling. If we were to meet in private, it wouldn't be excessive for me to kill them. But that brat from the Wang clan is asking for my help on official matters for the sake of the empire. If I were to put aside official matters for my personal reasons and refuse him, wouldn't that prove that I, Zhang Shougui, am narrow-minded, that I can't even compare to a grandson of Wang Jiling's? It would also prove that Wang Jiling's words were correct. Moreover, it's fine if nothing happens to Talas, but if something does, do you think that the imperial court and the Holy Emperor will know that we refused Wang Chong's request for reinforcements? Zhang Shougui said. His words silenced everyone in the tent, all of them dumbstruck. They had only thought about the grudge between the Anong Protectorate Army and the Wang clan, but they had never thought about this. After following Zhang Shogui for so many years, they had a vague understanding of the Holy Emperor's way of doing things. If this matter were to leak out in the future, it would be no small matter. But, my lord, that brat has contradicted my lord many times. Are we really going to be threatened by him into sending troops? Chapter 1034. The Holy Emperor's matter was truly no small matter, but the two of them found it rather difficult to accept that they would send soldiers to help this brat just because of a letter. Haha, blackmail. You're overestimating the brat too much. Zhang Shogui grinned. Soldiers naturally have to be sent, but it's not necessarily because of that brat. Zhao can Baijin Taoyou, remember this. Great generals do not compete in martial arts and strength, but also in the bearing of a general. Could our Anong Protectorate Army lose to a brat who still smells of his mother's milk? Didn't that brat send a letter asking for 4,000 soldiers to help him? Zhao can Baijin Taoyou. Pick 6,000 elites for me. In addition, report to the imperial court that although I, Zhang Shogui, am in Yuzhou, I am concerned about the imperial court and am willing to send 6,000 soldiers to reinforce Talas. Zhang Shogui narrowed his eyes and rapped his right hand on the table with these last words, his voice tinged with deeper meaning. Zhao, Can, and Baijin Taoyou froze, confused at the start, but as they had followed Zhang Shogui for many years, they quickly understood. If Zhang Shogui directly sent 6,000 soldiers to Wangchong, that would be a private matter between the two of them. But if Zhang Shogui wrote a letter to the imperial court while sending these soldiers, that would be a matter between Zhang Shogui and the imperial court. The Anong Protectorate Army was expressing its loyalty to the imperial court and the Holy Emperor. Although this matter had arisen from a letter from Wang Chong, it no longer had much to do with Wang Chong. Not only that, the two of them had also thought of something even deeper. Talas was currently in grave danger. If the Anong Protectorate Army could be the first to respond and send reinforcements, then whether the Battle of Talas ended in victory or defeat, the Anong Protectorate Army would be invincible. At the same time, it would prove its loyalty to the imperial court. In this way, they could turn passivity into initiative. In addition, His Excellency had always wanted to become Prime Minister of the Tang Dynasty, and the greatest obstacle to this was the virtuous Prime Minister of the Tang Dynasty, Duke Jiu. If they could lend a hand to Talas now, they might be able to reduce some of this resistance for His Excellency in the future. Yes, this general understands. Your subordinate will do so. Of the 6 protector generals of the Tang Dynasty, Zhang Shogui was far from the only one who had received a letter from Talas. All the generals of the Biting Protectorate were gathered in the hall. Biting Protector General and Sis Hun, a valiant figure, was seated at the head of the hall. Have you seen Gao Xianji's letter? And Sishuan's eyes were slightly closed. His thunder-like gaze swept over all the generals under His Highness. Lord Protector General, forgive me for speaking frankly. Of all the borders, our Biting Protectorate has the most soldiers, but we guard the longest border and face the most enemies. Besides the Western Turkic Khaganate, they also had to guard against the Eastern Turkic Khaganate. The combined soldiers of these two countries numbered nearly 1 million. Moreover, if Gao Xianji wanted ordinary soldiers, it would have been one thing, but it just so happens that he wants our elite dragon stallion army. Our Biting Protectorate has hundreds of thousands of soldiers, but the dragon stallion army only has a few thousand? Therefore, this general believes that this matter absolutely cannot be agreed to. Lord Protector General, this general believes that this cannot be done. Although the dragon stallion army is precious, the situation at Talas is extremely serious. This time, the Arabian Empire to the west of the Tsong Mountains is a menacing force. If Gao Xianji's forces cannot stop the Arabs, then our Biting Protectorate army will bear the brunt of the attack. When that time comes, the Dragon Stallion army will no longer be able to resolve the problem. Helping the Anshi Protectorate army is actually helping ourselves. Without the lips, the teeth will feel the cold. That's right. Besides the Arabs, there is also the celestial wolf, great General Dewussili of the Western Turks, a formidable foe of our biting protectorate. By sending the Dragon Stallion army to deal with Dewussili, we are actually helping ourselves. Absurd. Did you see Gao Xinji's memorials? The Arabs will send an army of 400,000. Gao Xinji's forces alone won't be able to stop them. In the end, Talas will fall. To send the Dragon Stallion army at a time like this is just suicide. Voices of opposition and support rose and fell in the hall, the debate extremely intense, and Sishan sat motionlessly with his eyes closed, silently listening to the arguments. No one could tell what he was thinking, but at this moment, reporting. Tap, tap, tap. Hurried footsteps could be heard from outside as a messenger from the biting protectorate rushed into the hall, a letter in his hand. A letter from Talas. "My lord, please take a look." Buzz. The entire hall instantly fell deathly silent upon hearing these words. Gao Xianji had just sent a letter, so why was there another one now? Bring the letter over. A dignified voice resounded through the hall, and Sishan opened his eyes, exuding an intimidating light. And Sishan took the letter from the messenger and tore it open. He glanced at it, and then his body trembled. A look of astonishment flashed in his eyes, and he sat up straight. Interesting. Wang Chong, you've truly made a deal that I can't refuse. Longxi, Big Dipper City. This strategic city of the western part of the Tang dynasty had been completely restored to its former glory. The entire city had been renovated and was still as grand and majestic as ever. Under the management of the Big Dipper army, the scars of battle had been completely erased from the city. But at this moment, Big Dipper City was heavily guarded. Other than the patrolling soldiers, there were no Big Dipper army officers on the walls. You've all read the young Marquis's letter. What do you think? In the main hall of Big Dipper City, Geshu Han sat at the highest seat. Beneath him was a bustling crowd, all of them the corps commanders of the Big Dipper army. They were arranged in neat rows and rows, but they were all thinking about something. The atmosphere was solemn. Great General, the battle at Talas is in a critical state. The safety of all of Anshi and Chishi is tied to that battle. This subordinate is worried that if the Anshi Protectorate and Chishi Protectorate cannot hold, it will be our Big Dipper army's turn. My lord, this subordinate recommends that our Big Dipper army immediately march north to Talas and join forces with Anshi and Chishi to deal with the Arabs. Impossible. If we move away, what will happen to the people of Longxi? Don't forget, this is a land of 1,000 li. If the Uzin use this chance to invade the east and start a massacre, we will lose and we will be humiliated. Moreover, the Anshi Protectorate army is well equipped, and after a long period of conquest, they are no weaker than us. If the Anshi Protectorate army can't deal with them, do you think our Big Dipper army can? Moreover, we're talking about 400,000 soldiers. In the hall, the Big Dipper army officers were all expressing their opinions. But unlike the others, the Big Dipper army was considering whether they should march north to Talas and join forces with Anshi and Chishi to resist the Arab cavalry. The Big Dipper army of Longxi had experienced several generations of commanders, and had seen and experienced far more than the average person. Moreover, the Big Dipper army was the closest to Talas, Chishi, and Anshi, so it had received the most information and felt the greatest threat. Thus, it considered problems differently from the other protectorates. As Geshu Han listened to the discussions of his officers, his brow furrowed even tighter. Suddenly, Geshu Han's gaze swept past one of the generals who had his head lowered in thought. He suddenly had a thought and asked, "Silly, what do you think?" Starving Wolf, or General Wang Sili, was one of Geshu Han's 7 great generals, a brigadier general. His father, Wang Qianwei, had been a famed general of the north, a true descendant of a clan of generals. Wang Sili had served the Tang dynasties War God Wang Zhongxi and Geshu Han, 2 great generals. He was extremely experienced and astute, so both Wang Zhongxi and Geshu Han regarded him as their left and right arms. My lord, the two Uzun generals, Huishu Wuzong and Du Song Mangpoj, have all gone north, and two of the Uzun soldiers have been killed by the young Marquis's assault. In addition, our Big Dipper army has been fighting for many years, and Uzun is only outwardly strong, but inwardly weak. In truth, we don't have many soldiers that we can actually use. The only ones we have to fear are the soldiers of the Yarlung royal lineage, the soldiers guarding the royal capital, and the White Lion Great General Wee Tadra Konglo. Wang Sili lowered his head, his eyes glimmering with a deep and wise light. But the general's concerns are not without reason. Longxi is an important place that we are guarding. If we move our soldiers on our own, we will be disobeying the orders of the imperial court. If something really does go wrong, we will not be able to bear the consequences. But this general believes that Talas must be reinforced. While Longxi's safety is guaranteed, we can send as many soldiers as we can to the north. This subordinate believes that before we send our soldiers, we can initiate a battle, turning passivity into initiative and weakening Uzun's strength. Once the situation in Longxi is stabilized, we can send reinforcements to Talas. In addition, the young Marquis said in his letter that we only need to send 2,000 of our elite soldiers of the Divine Martial Army. This general believes that we can increase this number to 3,000 and then send another 3,000 elites to assist the Anchi Protectorate Army and Chishi Protectorate. After all, they are actually fighting for our sake. But our Big Dipper army only has 20 to 30,000 soldiers. If we send 7,000, how can we stop Uzun's counterattack? Wang Sili had barely finished speaking when one of the generals harshly objected. Ever since Wang Zhongxi's time, the Big Dipper army had always pursued a policy of elite soldiers. Thus, in the Longxi region, the Big Dipper army had always used the fewest soldiers to fight against the most enemies. They were already short on soldiers. So how could they have the strength to reinforce the other armies? This was also why the Big Dipper army was still debating. This matter isn't that difficult. Wang Sili laughed when he heard this. The 7,000 soldiers we can send north can be replenished by the prefectural armies in Longxi. With my lord overseeing the army and the cooperation of the generals, there won't be any mishaps. Moreover, the prefectural armies of Longxi have always been our reserves. Since the establishment of the Big Dipper army, we should give them a chance and replenish them with new blood. Unlike the others, Wang Sili appeared rather relaxed. The generals in the hall glanced at each other. They had originally been prepared to retort, but after some thought, they realized that Wang Sili's words were not without reason. Moreover, this truly was a feasible plan, and the hall fell silent. Geshu Han sat on the highest seat, his eyes like lightning as he slowly swept them over the crowd. A few moments later, he had an idea. Silly, let's do as you say. Chapter 1035. The generals on the border were far from the only ones to receive the news of the upheaval at Talas. While everyone was focused on the developments in the imperial court, few people noticed that several carrier pigeons were flying into the capital amidst the eagles of the military. Unlike the other letters, these were all letters from Wang Chang's family. In the northwest of the imperial city, in the Imperial Army's Educational Institute, a middle-aged man was seated cross-legged in a room. The extravagant armor on his body clearly showed that he was a commandant of the Imperial Army. The room was quiet, but the middle-aged man exuded a powerful aura that was constantly growing like bamboo after the rain. White steam was rising from the man's head, and his forehead was beaded with cold sweat. It was obvious that he had reached an extremely critical juncture in his martial cultivation. Heart as calm as an abyss, heart as deep as a lake, a mantra flashed through the middle-aged man's mind, and he instantly calmed down. Easy. After some time, the white steam above the man's head began to lessen, and the cold sweat on his forehead began to dissipate. I've finally broken through to Tier 7 of the Imperial Martial Realm. Li Lin opened his eyes and gave a long sigh, his expression like he had been relieved of a great burden. Ever since Wang Chong had given him that technique, Li Lin had been diligently cultivating it. For some reason, the technique Wang Chong had given him seemed to be extremely compatible with him, as if it had been tailor-made for him. Through the use of this technique and a few external opportunities, Li Lin's martial arts had advanced by leaps and bounds, allowing him to reach his current level. Clap! Taking a violet embroidered box from a nearby bed, Li Lin gently opened it and took out a white pill the size of a pigeon egg. He stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it. Boom! The pill melted, and a majestic medicinal energy erupted from Li Lin's abdomen like a volcano, rushing into his meridians. Under the effect of the pill, Li Lin's energy swelled, and he firmly stabilized his cultivation at Tier 7 of the Imperial Martial Realm. Chong-ah, thank you. If not for you, uncle-in-law would have never been able to make a name for himself in the Imperial Army. After a long time, Li Lin digested the medicinal energy of the pill. He raised his head with a gratified look in his eyes. After 3 generations, the Wang clan had finally produced another Qilin son, and he had been made the young Marquis, the son of Heaven's disciple. There was no one in the capital who did not know of him, and Li Lin, his uncle, had benefited greatly from this. Li Lin's talent wasn't too outstanding. If it was just his cultivation technique alone, it would have been very difficult for him to grow so quickly in such a short period of time. However, with the large number of pills left behind by Wang Chong, Li Lin's strength skyrocketed, completely stabilizing his position in the Imperial Army. The current Li Lin was completely different from how he had been when he was just a lowly commandant at the city gate. He now commanded a considerable number of imperial soldiers and horses. In the beginning, Li Lin had only relied on the Wang family's prestige, but now he had won everyone's respect with his own great strength. Walala! Just as he was deep in thought, the sound of fluttering wings suddenly came from outside the window. Li Lin turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a white messenger pigeon fluttering outside the window. But because Li Lin was cultivating, he had closed the doors and windows tightly, so he could not enter. A hint of doubt flashed across Li Lin's eyes, but he soon recovered. With a smile, he opened the window and welcomed the white messenger pigeon in. He skillfully took the letter from the pigeon's leg and opened it. With just a single glance, Li Lin was immediately stunned. The white letter was completely blank, and there were only 3 words written at the very center. Xuanwu Army. The entire letter did not state the purpose, nor did it state the sender. But when Li Lin looked at the letter, a deep frown gradually formed on his forehead. So fast! Li Lin muttered as he looked at the 3 words. This was a secret code that they had agreed upon many years ago. Other than him and Wang Chong, no one else knew the meaning of these 3 words. Holding onto the letter, Li Lin pushed open the door and walked out. Zhao Fengqin, the quasi-marshal of the Imperial Army. If Wang Chong wanted to accomplish what Wang Chong had said in the letter, Wang Chong would have to obtain his help. At this moment, Zhao Fengqin was the strongest ally of the Wang clan in the Imperial Army. A gust of wind blew, and in just a moment, Li Lin disappeared from the massive royal capital. Several hundred li outside the capital, a massive mountain had been thrust into the earth like a heaven-shaking sword. The Imperial Heaven Pillar Mountain. This was one of the 4 sacred training mountains of the Tang dynasty. It was rumored that several hundred years ago, the young Emperor Taizong had once offered sacrifices to the heavens and earth and inspected his troops. Thus, the Imperial Heaven Pillar Mountain had become the main training camp of the Imperial Army. Hey! Ha! Shouts of training resounded throughout the mountain range. On the lush surface of the mountain, a group of reserve Imperial Army soldiers, dressed in black uniforms, ran along a rugged mountain path toward the summit. Even higher up the mountain, hundreds of Imperial Army members were training at the peak of the mountain, shrouded in mist. At the highest point of the summit, a thin middle-aged man was seated cross-legged on a round rock, silently looking down at the scenery below. Whoo! A gust of wind swept up the man's hair. In an instant, the man looked down the mountain, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked calm and relaxed. Cuckoo! Just at that moment, a messenger pigeon flapped its wings and flew across the sky. Suddenly, it descended from the clouds toward the man's location like a bolt of lightning. The thin man's eyebrows twitched, and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. He suddenly stood up from the rock and caught the pigeon that flew down from the sky. With just a glance, the man's smile faded, and his expression turned extremely serious. Chongar, as expected, you still spoke. The war at Talas is already so grim that you need to use that force so soon? A complicated look flashed through Wang Mi's eyes, and he immediately began to walk toward the belly of the mountain. No matter how fierce the civil and military struggle at Talas was in the imperial court, it was an extremely distant matter to the ordinary people of the Central Plains. The capital remained calm and peaceful. In the western part of the city, in the Ghost Tree District, there was a bustling crowd. No one noticed that a child about 8 or 9 years old was carrying a half-foot-tall wine gourd in his hand, humming and swinging it as he strolled around. "Boss, how much for a skewer of Tonghulu?" "2 copper coins." "I'll take it." "Boss, give me 2 tails of wine." "Boss, I'd like a plate of braised beef." The child bought as he walked, and it didn't take long for the gourd to be filled with wine, a few more dishes in his basket, and a skewer of Tonghulu in his hand. The peddlers along the way all greeted the child. After spending so much time here, everyone was very familiar with this child. Every day he would come here to buy a pot of wine and a few dishes. Bang! As the child was licking the Tonghulu, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Caught off guard, the child ran headfirst into this figure. Sorry. The child panicked and hurriedly apologized, but when he raised his head and saw the figure in front of him, the child was instantly dumbfounded. The person before him was tall and burly, wearing armor. He was not one of the common merchants or commoners of the Ghost Tree District, but a soldier of high status. Jingle! Just as the child was panicking, a golden red bell suddenly hung down. The black image of a ghost tree was extremely conspicuous on the golden red bell. Senior. Seeing the bell and the image, the child was stunned, and then a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. "You were sent by Senior? Marquis is in the northwest and can't come. He sent someone to deliver a letter to you. He said that you'll understand once you see this bell." The soldier nodded. As he spoke, he took out a letter from his pocket, held it with both hands, and handed it over respectfully. "Send my regards to Senior Sue." In the end, the soldier in armor couldn't help but say it out loud. Who could have imagined that this child of 8 or 9 years old was actually the disciple of the Tang dynasty's god of war, So Yung-san? Whenever he thought of that godlike existence in the Tang dynasty, the soldier couldn't help but feel excited. "Got it." The child made a face, took the letter from the soldier's hand, and skipped away quickly. One carrier pigeon after another flew into the capital of the Tang dynasty, and one eagle after another flew to the border of the capital. These carrier pigeons and eagles were like wooden poles plunged into ground, and the entire Central Plains began to move according to the plans of Wang Chong and Gao Xinji. Meanwhile, in the distant Talas, the clouds of war were thick and the air was fraught with tension. The news from the Khorasani had caused the entire city of Talas to enter a state of readiness for war. In a dimly lit study in the northwest corner of Talas, Wang Chong's eyes flickered. Wang Chong was seated behind a desk, and before him was a pile of letters piled up like a mountain. "Wang Chong, you were looking for me." Suddenly, the door opened and Gao Xinji, dressed in martial attire, walked in. "Lord Protector General, you've come." Wang Chong raised his head and rubbed his eyes, a hint of exhaustion on his face. "You haven't slept all night. Are you still thinking about the Arabs?" Gao Xinji said. Wang Chong smiled and nodded. Abu Muslim had not retreated. and a new wave of soldiers was about to arrive. As the commander-in-chief of the army, how could he possibly sleep? Wang Chong didn't even need to think about it to know that Gao Xianji was probably in the same state as him. Abu Muslim, Qutayba, and Osman. If everything is really as that Khorasani said, then it won't be long before 3 Arab governors gather at Talas. If we add Ziyad, Uzin, and the Western Turks Dawusali, Huishu Wizong, and Dusong Mangpoj, then the eastern Song Mountains will have 7 enemy great generals. This is extremely disadvantageous to us. Wang Chong's words voiced his concern. Great generals would always be the supreme fighting force of a country, and they were also powerful existences that could alter the course of the battlefield. 400,000 elites and 7 great generals were a force that could crush the entire Tang dynasty army into powder. This was also why Wang Chong had found it hard to sleep these last few days. Is it possible that the information from Khorasan isn't accurate? Gao Xianji hesitated for a moment before asking. Impossible. Wang Chong bitterly smiled and shook his head. The Khorasani have a blood feud with the Arabs. They will definitely spare no effort to investigate the Arabs. Even if there's a discrepancy in the number of soldiers, it won't be by much. Even if they don't have 400,000 soldiers, they have at least 300,000. This is still not something we can fight. Chapter 1036. The Tang dynasty had just experienced a bitter battle. Even with Gao Xianji's Anqi Protectorate army, it only had around 60,000 soldiers, and many of them were wounded. This was truly a grievous loss. Moreover, the ballista army that served as a deterrent force had also suffered grievous losses. Of the 3,000 Tang dynasty ballistae, including the ballistae of the Anqi Protectorate army, only around 1,000 were left. In these circumstances, one could easily imagine how much fighting power they had lost. This small number of soldiers would never be able to defeat 7 great generals and 400,000 elites. Moreover, Talas was surrounded by a vast expanse of plains. Other than the hills, there was nothing else that could be used. For generals, this was precisely the most disadvantageous terrain. In this sort of place, one could only rely on tactics, formations, and the ability of the commanders on both sides to determine who was superior. The Central Plains is very far from Talas. Even cavalry will need at least a month to get there. Perhaps we don't have much time. Gao Xianji bitterly smiled. We truly don't have much time, but the Arabs probably won't be that fast either. Based on what the Khorasani say, with 3 Arab governors gathered, it won't be easy for the soldiers of the other 2 governors to get to Talas. Moreover, the soldiers of the 3 sides need to coordinate with each other and move together, which will take even longer. I estimate that even if they don't need a month, it won't be much longer. To his surprise, Wang Chong faintly smiled, seemingly unconcerned about what Gao Xianji was worried about. A month. Gao Xianji was finally stunned, not daring to believe his ears. The distance between Arabia and Talas was much closer than the distance between the Tang dynasty. What Gao Xianji was most worried about was that there wasn't enough time. If the Arab army gathered for 100,000 soldiers at the gates, not even the reinforcements of the Tang dynasty would be able to do anything. Absolutely. Wang Chong smiled, a confident look on his face. The Tang dynasty knew far too little about Arabia. Even a top-class imperial great general like Gao Xianji knew almost nothing about Arabia. As for Cairo and Tarsus, Gao Xianji, like all the other Tang generals, probably knew nothing about these 2 places other than the names of these 2 places. He had no idea where they were or how far away they were. But Wang Chong knew. The Abbasid Caliphate of this era possessed the largest territory in history. In terms of territory, it was more than 1 million square kilometers larger than the Tang dynasty. From this, one could easily imagine how large Arabia was. As for Tarsus, it was located at the northernmost tip of Arabia's territory, extremely far from Talas. It would definitely take a lot of time to gather the troops from such a faraway place. This was also why Wang Chong was confident that the Arabian Empire would need at least a month to reach the walls. For the Tang dynasty, they still had enough time to prepare for this battle. At least the gap between them wasn't as big as they had imagined. Lord Protector General, how are your injuries recovering? Wang Chong quickly regained his composure. 90% of my injuries have recovered, but I'm afraid that I'm still lacking the strength to deal with Abu Muslim. Gao Xianji couldn't help but give a deep sigh. Wang Chong also couldn't help but frown, his heart heavy. Gao Xianji's final words described the situation of the Tang dynasty and its army at Talas. The Arabian Empire had sent 3 governors for this operation, and the only one who could contend against them was Gao Xianji. If not even the strongest of them, Gao Xianji could deal with them. The situation of the rest of the army could be easily imagined. But Wang Chong quickly glanced over the thin sheets of paper on the table and came to his senses. Whether or not his plan would be effective depended on these papers. My lord, I once obtained a supreme martial art in the capital, but because its nature was incompatible, I never cultivated it. After fighting alongside my lord, I sense that the nature of my lord's stellar energy is somewhat similar to this supreme martial art. Perhaps it can be of some help to my lord Protector General. Wang Chong's eyes focused, and he suddenly extended a finger and flicked the 2 sheets of paper toward Gao Xianji. Is that so? Gao Xianji faintly smiled, instinctively wanting to refuse. He was the Anqi war god, a supreme imperial great general. In the entire world, he could count on one hand the number of people who could instruct him on anything useful. Moreover, Wang Chong's cultivation was even lower than his own, so how could he possibly offer anything useful? But when he saw the earnest and expectant look on Wang Chong's face, Gao Xianji began to hesitate. Talas was currently fraught with danger, and any bit of strength would be of immense help. Besides, Wang Chong was doing this out of goodwill. Okay, I'll take these papers back and take a look. As Gao Xianji spoke, he took the 2 sheets of paper and put them into his bosom. Wang Chong breathed a small sigh of relief at this sight. He had spent a few days picking out this incantation from the countless cultivation methods and chants in his memory. And from a certain perspective, this technique was closely related to Gao Xianji, and it would probably be of the greatest help to Gao Xianji. But not even Wang Chong had much confidence in the specifics until the effects were seen. After all, this was something that should never have happened in history. It's enough. As long as he goes back and takes a look, he'll naturally understand. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. He could sense that Gao Xianji wasn't very interested in the technique he had given him. However, Wang Chong did not press him. Some things could not be rushed. That's right, there's one more thing. Wang Chong quickly regained his composure. In your last battle with Abu Muslim, Lord Protector General's armor was shattered. So this time, I ordered someone to use meteoric metal to forge a set of armor for Lord Protector General. Oh, Gao Xianji's body trembled slightly, and a bright light shone in his eyes. He was immediately interested. Meteoric metal had always been an extremely rare material in this world. Not even the armor that the Holy Emperor had given him contained that much meteoric metal. But Wang Chong's existence had completely defied common sense. Gao Xianji didn't know how he had done it, but he had never seen so much meteoric metal in his life. In Wang Chong's hands, this extremely rare meteoric metal seemed like ordinary steel. This was simply astonishing. Huh. Wang Chong faintly smiled and did not keep Gao Xianji in suspense. He extended a finger and lightly knocked on a wooden chest leaning against the desk. Bang! The wooden board exploded, revealing a set of black and red armor. Even someone of Gao Xianji's experience couldn't help but widen his eyes at the sight of this armor, and his vision brightened. This armor was extremely beautiful, each scale having been polished thousands of times. It was as smooth as a mirror, and even in the dim light of the room, it shone with a dazzling light. As for the armor as a whole, it was mighty yet elegant. Every line had been meticulously designed, independent yet perfectly unified. Moreover, looking from afar, it was like a dragon or a tiger, filled with a strong sense of power and ferocious, explosive power. Impossible. Even someone of Gao Xianji's experience couldn't help but sigh in shock at the sight of this armor. The armor Wang Chong had forged was different from any armor he had ever seen. The style and level of craftsmanship far surpassed any other armor he had ever seen. Gao Xianji only needed one glance to fall in love with it. "How is it?" Wang Chong faintly smiled. "Unbelievable. Wang Chong, how did you do it?" Gao Xianji said sincerely. There seemed to be nothing that Wang Chong couldn't do. "Huh, Lord Protector General, have you forgotten that I am a Grandmaster Weaponsmith?" Wang Chong said. "Haha, I almost forgot. No one can compare to you in weaponsmithing. Since you can forge Wuzi steel swords, you can naturally forge armor." Gao Xianji was taken aback for a moment, and then he laughed. In this world, anyone who claimed to be a Grandmaster Weaponsmith would feel like they were boasting. Only Wang Chong would not give off the impression that he was boasting. On the contrary, people would think that he was being too modest. Whether it was the peerlessly sharp Wuzi steel, swords that could cut through metal like mud, the vast and impregnable fortress of steel, or the unstoppable giant ballistae that could even kill behemoths, Wang Chong's performance had far surpassed that of a Grandmaster Weaponsmith. With his abilities, forging a suit of armor was naturally no problem. Wang Chong silently smiled. He had personally designed this armor, and Zhang Shouji had supervised and participated in its creation. He had used many of the principles of physics that Wang Chong knew and the knowledge of that other world. While it was gorgeous, it also increased its defensive strength. In particular, Wang Chong had strengthened the armor so that it would be of the greatest help to Gao Xianji, reducing the number of injuries and threats he would suffer in a battle with a top-class expert like Abu Muslim. Gao Xianji was overjoyed, and with Wang Chong's permission, he immediately took the armor and tried it on. Not bad. It's a perfect fit. The more Gao Xianji looked at it, the more delighted he became. Wang Chong's armor was extremely meticulous. Every piece, every curve, every joint made Gao Xianji feel like it was a part of his body. Gao Xianji even felt like the armor was breathing with him, a feeling that Gao Xianji had never experienced before. As long as Lord Protector General likes it. Wang Chong faintly smiled. After giving away the armor, the two began to discuss the defense and the possible attacks they might face in the future. "That's right, Lord Protector General, there's another matter." After some time, just when the two were about to reach an agreement, Wang Chong suddenly brought up a matter that had been on his mind for a very long time. It was also the main reason he had called Gao Xianji over. "I want to discuss a matter with Lord Protector General. Quality is more important than quantity. I want to select some of the most elite soldiers from the Anqi Protectorate Army, Qixi Protectorate, and mercenaries to form a special army to deal with the Arabs." "Oh!" Gao Xianji raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Tang dynasty simply didn't have enough soldiers at Talas. He had never imagined that Wang Chong would propose to form an army at a time like this. "What sort of army do you want to form?" Chapter 1037. Lord Gao, you also know that the majority of our soldiers are infantry. In truth, the strongest force of the Tang dynasty was also infantry, although they also had a considerable number of cavalry. But in terms of cavalry, other than the Wushang cavalry, there are very few cavalry that can compare to the Arab cavalry. Wang Chong sincerely said. He had thought about this plan for a very long time, but he still needed Gao Xianji's agreement to actually push it forward. This truly is the case. The Anqi Protectorate Army is already the elite of the Tang dynasty protectorates, but it doesn't have much of an advantage against the Arabs. If not for the city of Talas behind us, we would have never been able to last so long in the wilderness against so many Arabs. Gao Xianji sternly said. Whether it was the Arabs, the Western Turks, or the Uzin, they were all people who lived on horseback. In this aspect, the Tang dynasty as a people of agriculture could not compare to them. This was already public opinion, and there was no need to deny it. When fighting against other races, we actually rely more on infantry, cavalry, and ballista soldiers to fight together. In this aspect, we are different from the Arabs and the Western Turks. Both sides fight in different ways, so it's not easy to make a direct comparison. But on the plains and in the wilderness, cavalry still has the absolute advantage. Gao Xinji said. Wang Chong nodded. Gao Xinji's final words had revealed the true situation of the Tang dynasty. To the Tang dynasty, which was dominated by infantry, the open plains of Talas were the most unfavorable terrain. In this place, the mobility of the cavalry far surpassed that of the infantry. Furthermore, the boundless flat terrain also allowed the cavalry to better arrange their formations and charge at maximum speed. If not for the two steel defense lines Wang Chong had erected around Talas and the threat of the Tang dynasty ballistae, the Tang dynasty's infantry would have found it very difficult to defend against the charge of so many elite Arab cavalry. This is also what I've always wanted to change. If the situation really is, as the Khorasani have said, then 400,000 elite soldiers and 3 Arab governors will be a challenge we've never encountered before. Moreover, Abu Muslim has fought with us for so long that he has experience. The 2 steel defense lines won't be able to stop him for long. Wang Chong said he would never underestimate any opponent, much less one of the most outstanding great generals of the Arabian Empire. Even in the southwest, Dalu and Ruozan had thought of using ropes and elephants to deal with the steel wall, let alone Arabia, which was even stronger and had even more resources to spare. If that's the case, we can only retreat to Talas, Gao Xinji said, frowning unknowingly. But if we retreat into the city, we will completely lose the initiative and fall into the opponent's rhythm. More importantly, when enemies meet on a narrow path, only the courageous will emerge victorious. This is the first large-scale conflict between Arabia and the Tang dynasty. We don't understand Arabia, and Arabia doesn't understand the Tang dynasty. As long as we retreat into the city, we will be showing weakness to the enemy. Given the Arabian Empire's ambitions, there will be endless wars in the future. Wang Chong finished the second half of what Gao Xinji had left out. This battle was not just a struggle for power, but also a struggle for momentum. This was why Wang Chong had insisted on the 2 steel defense lines outside the city, to defend against the enemy from the outside and not from the inside. It was also why Wang Chong and Gao Xinji had not retreated from Talas, even though they had defeated the Arabs. Not only that, if the Arabs have learned their lesson from last time and surround Talas without attacking, we won't even need 3 months. In less than 3 months, when our rations are exhausted, we will lose without a doubt. The study was quiet. Gao Xinji's brow was tightly furrowed, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Abu Muslim was a valiant general, but he was not lacking in strategy. The first time, he had believed that he could force his way through, but after 2 whole months, he had made no progress. This time, if the Tang dynasty wanted to rely on the city of Talas, it would not be so simple. Even more dangerous was that once the 2 steel defense lines were lost, the Uzin, the Western Turks, and the Arabs would gather together. With 7 great general experts, the 3 empires would probably choose to use the strength of their great generals to crush the Tang dynasty. What do you plan to do? Gao Xinji broke the silence a few moments later. Wang Chong faintly smiled, knowing that Gao Xinji had already thought it through. I want to form a new type of soldier, the Mo Saber Warriors. Mo Saber Warriors. Gao Xinji raised his head and looked at Wang Chong, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Gao Xinji was experienced and well-read, but he had never heard of this sort of square formation. What is the meaning of this? Have you even changed your weapon? Gao Xinji had acutely extracted the words Mo Saber from Wang Chong's words. The Tang dynasty had all kinds of sabers, but he had never heard of the Mo Saber. Ha! I just knew that I couldn't hide it from my lord. Wang Chong faintly smiled, no longer intending to keep him in suspense. "Someone bring the item in." "Yes, Marquis." A voice came from outside, and under Gao Xinji's curious gaze, a soldier of the Qixi Protectorate Army strode in, his head held high and his chest puffed out, a brocade box 7 or 8 feet long on his shoulder. "Crescent moon saber?" Gao Xinji turned to Wang Chong in surprise. The weapons of the Tang dynasty were 3 feet long, with a few being 4 feet long. Sabers were a little longer, but the difference wasn't that great. Sabers that could reach 4 feet were extremely rare, and the only one that Gao Xinji knew of was the green dragon crescent moon saber. It was rumored that more than 500 years ago, at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, the long-haired martial saint of the Central Plains with the surname Guan used the green dragon crescent moon saber. But this weapon was only suitable for martial arts. Duels between great generals were also part of the scope of martial arts, so they could naturally use this weapon. But for ordinary soldiers, it was extremely inconvenient to use this weapon on such a large scale. Of course not. Under Gao Xinji's stunned gaze, Wang Chong chuckled and shook his head. He stood up from behind the table and walked up to the Qixi Protectorate soldier. "My lord, take a look and you'll understand." As he spoke, he gestured at the soldier. Clap! The brocade box opened, revealing a weapon 7 or 8 feet long that was completely different from any other weapon in this world, quietly lying at the bottom of the box for the first time. At the sight of the weapon at the bottom of the box, even Gao Xinji couldn't help but narrow his eyes, a hint of shock appearing on his face. The weapon in the box had a perfectly straight blade, and the blade was extremely sharp. Moreover, the design of the blade and the back of the blade were extremely smooth, making it extremely easy to hack and slash. With one look, one could tell that it was an abnormally powerful weapon. Moreover, the surface of the weapon was as smooth as a mirror, its design extremely ornate. It was like a shark of the sea, savage but elegant. This was no longer a weapon, but the most exquisite of works of art. Even something as cruel as slaughter had been raised to the realm of art. Even Gao Xinji had to admit that Wang Chong had truly reached a breathtaking level in weaponsmithing. In all the countries of the continent, not just the Tang dynasty, probably no one could compare to Wang Chong. But the light in Gao Xinji's eyes only lasted for a few moments before dimming. "This truly is a good saber, but I'm afraid that it's not suitable for use on the battlefield." Gao Xinji quickly looked away from the most saber and somewhat regretfully said, "Oh." Wang Chong faintly smiled, took a sip of tea from the table, and then looked at Gao Xinji, apparently having predicted his reaction. "Lord Protector General, do you feel that the blade, edge, and back of the saber are too long? Although it's easy to wield, it's easy to break?" "Correct." Gao Xinji didn't deny it. He said with some regret, with a hint of regret, he said, "We've thought about this sort of saber before, and even before that there were countless people who wanted to forge such a large saber or sword. But they've all failed. It's said that the hard is easy to break. Swords and sabers are designed to be 3 to 4 feet long so that they don't break. This saber is nearly 8 feet long, and in a real battle it won't even last 10 slashes before breaking in two. And on the fierce battlefield, I presume that you understand what it means if a saber or sword suddenly breaks." Gao Xinji couldn't help but give a deep sigh. Wang Chong's idea was quite good, but it was simply unrealistic. Ideals and reality were two completely different things. This sort of saber could only remain in the realm of ideals. "Ha ha ha, my lord, since I designed this Amos saber, I naturally considered this point. Since Lord Protector General believes that it will break, why don't you try and snap it in two?" Wang Chong grinned, his expression brimming with confidence. "Oh." Gao Xinji froze, his eyes flickering with shock. But he quickly regained his composure. As saber breaking was a problem that had persisted for millennia, how could it be so easy to solve? But Gao Xinji didn't argue. Facts spoke louder than words, and it was easy to tell whether Wang Chang's saber was practical or not. Ding! Gao Xianji did not even turn his head. He extended a finger and gently flicked it at a spot 4 feet away from the MO saber. In that instant, a thunderous metallic sound suddenly came from the saber, reverberating throughout the entire study. A moment later, the indifferent Gao Xianji instantly paled. Although he had only casually flicked his finger, Gao Xianji was a top-class imperial great general, so this flick of his finger weighed more than 1,000 jin, equivalent to the fierce blow of a profound martial expert. Gao Xianji originally thought that with the length of the saber, coupled with the fact that the finger flicked the saber was the weakest and easiest to break, the MO saber would break easily. However, the final result was completely beyond his expectations. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Gao Xianji flicked his finger again, but this time, Gao Xianji's expression was much more solemn and serious. The strength of his finger was also many times greater than before, enough to snap many treasured sabers and swords, let alone this MO saber. Chapter 1038. How is this possible? Gao Xianji was dazed as he finally sensed the extraordinariness of this long saber. The fact that it could block 2 flicks from his finger meant that Wang Chang's new weapon was extremely mature. Just the toughness of the blade and the fact that it was not easy to break meant that the quality and level of this weapon had soared, surpassing the vast majority of weapons in the world. A good saber, truly a good saber. I've never seen a saber that can break this rule. Wang Chang, I didn't think that you had this kind of ability. This is truly wonderful. As an illustrious imperial great general with more than 10 years of experience, Gao Xianji could almost instinctively sense the immense value of this long saber. Whoosh! Gao Xianji reached out and took the 8-foot-long MO saber from the embroidered box. After twirling it around in his hand, Gao Xianji's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This long saber was easy to hack, and its sturdy and unbreakable blade made it the overlord of sabers. A single long saber like this might not have been that dazzling, but if tens of thousands of people were equipped with this MO saber, it would become a dreadful flood of destruction on the battlefield. This long saber was a weapon born to rule over the battlefield. Wang Chang, how many of these weapons do you have? Gao Xianji turned to Wang Chang. He suddenly understood what Wang Chang meant by MO saber warriors. If he had an elite army fully equipped with this long saber designed by Wang Chang, their lethality would be unimaginable. Moreover, Gao Xianji only needed a glance to understand that this 8-foot-long blade was a weapon that Wang Chang had designed for infantry to deal with cavalry. If this saber slashed down, not only the warhorses, but also the riders riding them would be within the range of the MO saber. Gao Xianji could totally imagine the scene of men and horses being slaughtered on the battlefield. Zhang Shouji has already forged more than 100 of them. As long as you agree, all the craftsmen can work day and night. Within a month, all the MO sabers should be completed. Before that, I will have them use wooden sticks instead. Wang Chang said seriously. Wang Chang's MO saber used many forging techniques that far surpassed those of this era. In terms of weapon materials, Wang Chang had gathered many Arabian scimitars from the battlefield, all of which were made from the finest steel. Coupled with the extraterrestrial meteoric iron and a small amount of Wuxi steel, the MO saber now possessed multiple characteristics and became a true top-grade saber. Wang Chang, let's do as you wish. I will have the Anqi Protectorate Army fully cooperate with you. A strange light appeared in Gao Xianji's eyes as he made his decision. Rumble. Not even Gao Xianji had expected that the moment he agreed, the entire structure of war on the continent would change. An unprecedented type of soldier would step onto the stage of history. After sending off Gao Xianji, Wang Chang pushed open the door to his room and left. In the training ground in the northern part of Talas, Wang Chang saw Li Sai and more than 4,600 Wushang cavalry. Marquis. Upon seeing Wang Chang, Li Sai immediately urged his Fergana horse forward. one hand on his chest as he gave a deep bow. "Are you ready?" Wang Chong raised his head and asked, "Marquis, be at ease. Everyone is waiting for Marquis' summons." "Very good. Take these sheets of paper and have the Wushang cavalry train day and night. Our time is extremely limited. In 1 month, all of you must complete the training of this formation," Wang Chong said. Wang Chong nodded and sternly said, "Your subordinate will do his utmost." Li Sai glanced at the paper, his pupils constricting upon seeing the method written on it, his expression turning grim. He bid farewell to Wang Chong and immediately galloped off. The Azura Hell. These were the contents of the 2 sheets of paper that Wang Chong had given him. Li Sai had been fortunate enough to hear from Wang Chong about the 10 great formations. Of these, the 10 charges, 10 victories formation cultivated by the Wushang cavalry was ranked last, while the Azura Hell was ranked second. In the Lord's Hall of Talas, a door was pushed open, and Gao Xianji, dressed in the new armor that Wang Chong had forged, returned to his residence. After taking off the armor, Gao Xianji went to his desk and began to read through the documents. Just like Wang Chong, Gao Xianji had many military matters to attend to. The treatment of the wounded of the Anxi Protectorate Army, the distribution of logistics, the pacification of the Ferganians and Karluks, the repair of the city walls, the patrols of the scouts. There were far too many things that needed to be taken care of. By the time Gao Xianji finished reading through all the documents, it was already very late. Gao Xianji put the brush back on the brush holder and rubbed his eyes. He couldn't help but reveal a tired expression. Winds foretold a coming storm. Although Talas was currently calm, everyone could feel a powerful pressure. All of the 60,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty were fighting for every second, doing their utmost to strengthen themselves in preparation for the crueler war that was to come. "Milord has worked hard. Have a cup of tea and rest." There was a knock on the door, and a guard of the Anxi Protectorate walked in with a cup of tea. "Put it down." Gao Xianji lightly rapped on the desk. After the guard left, Gao Xianji picked up the fragrant tea on the table. Just as he was about to take a sip, he suddenly glanced at the 2 thin pieces of paper on the table. A thought flashed through his mind. It's the technique that Wang Chong spoke of. At Gao Xianji's level of cultivation, it was very difficult to advance any further. Almost instinctively, Gao Xianji did not believe that there was anything that could help him. But in the end, Gao Xianji could not bear to brush away Wang Chong's good intentions. "Let's take a look." Gao Xianji shook his head and smiled. He absent-mindedly picked up the 2 letters and glanced at them. However, with just one glance, Gao Xianji felt as if he had been pricked by a needle. His entire body quivered, and all his tiredness instantly disappeared without a trace. How could something like this happen? Gao Xianji stared at the words on the paper. When the mind is one, sword qi enters the void. These short words were exactly the same as one of the mantras in the 6 ultimate majesties god art that Gao Xianji cultivated. Gao Xianji abruptly sat up straight and continued reading. His expression became more and more serious and more solemn. When he finished reading the last word, Gao Xianji let out a long sigh and slowly raised his head, remaining silent for a long time. The hall was silent, but at this moment, Gao Xianji's heart was in turmoil. The technique that Wang Chong had given him was actually 30 to 40% similar to Gao Xianji's own martial arts, but the power was even stronger than Gao Xianji's own technique. It was like an upgraded version of Gao Xianji's technique. Gao Xianji had never encountered this kind of situation before. Although the 2 were different, there must be an extremely deep connection between them. I have already exhausted all my efforts to search for this lineage of techniques, but there were no other derivative techniques. Could it be that I was wrong? The 6 ultimate majesties god art that I cultivate is actually just a derivative version of an even more ancient technique, and there is a more powerful technique above it? Gao Xianji held the two thin sheets of paper as he muttered to himself, his mind in turmoil. The study was quiet, but there was an enormous flow of energy swirling around Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji lowered his head and read the contents of the two sheets of paper several times. In the end, his mind was completely absorbed. After some time, bang! The two heavy doors seemed to be pulled apart by some invisible force, and all the tables and chairs in the hall had been removed. Gao Xianji sat cross-legged on the floor, his body exuding an enormous energy. The stellar energy in Gao Xianji's body began to slowly surge in a direction it had never experienced before. Congratulations to user for obtaining the heart of the general gratitude and obtaining Gao Xianji's favor, resulting in a slight change in the history of the war. Reward: 100 points of destiny energy. At the same time, in the training ground to the north of Talas, the Stone of Destiny's voice suddenly rang out in Wang Chong's mind. Wang Chong suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the Lord's Hall of Talas, where a surge of energy was rising into the sky, and a smile appeared on his face. Everything was on the right track. In the apocalyptic era, based on Gao Xianji's 6 Ultimate Majesty's God art, the 8 Ultimate Sunderings art, which had been created by the combined power of many supreme experts, had appeared 20-some years earlier in this life and returned to Gao Xianji's hands. History had taken a subtle turn, and Wang Chong's hand had caused it to deviate once more from its original path. The 8 Ultimate Sunderings art had strict requirements for its cultivation. The cultivator had to be at least a great general level, and it would take at least 1 month from start to finish without any disturbance. This was also why Wang Chong had not initially given the 8 Ultimate Sunderings art to Gao Xianji. Tell Chen Qianli to send more men. No one is allowed to get within 100 zhang of the Lord's residence. Wang Chong turned his head and ordered a Qixi messenger at his side. Yes, my lord. Time slowly passed, and while everyone was busy preparing for battle at Talas, 60-some li away, the western Turkic camp was also fraught with tension. Rumble! Thunder boomed through the heavens, and above the western Turkic camp, thunderclouds were roiling and churning, clouds gathering from all around. At the place where the thunderclouds were most turbulent, a pillar of azure energy soared through the heavens and earth, making it extremely conspicuous. Looking down along the cyan pillar of Qi, a tall and sturdy figure with a domineering aura floated in midair. This figure was dressed in heavy armor, a black cloak flapping in the wind. His entire body exuded a domineering aura. Chapter 1039. Great General! Great General! Great General! Earth-shattering shouts resounded in all directions. At this moment, Dewussely was like a god in their eyes. Ever since he had started cultivating formation phenomena, everyone had sensed that Dewussely's aura was getting stronger and stronger. With each passing day, the pressure exuding from his body grew stronger and stronger. Crackle! Suddenly, a blazing bolt of lightning struck down from the center of the formation phenomena, striking Dewussely down below. With a hiss, Dewussely's body crackled with electricity, but Dewussely was able to absorb all of it. Bolt after bolt of lightning descended, and Dewussely's aura once more began to swell under the effects of this lightning. After a long while, the formation phenomena in the sky began to weaken, and Dewussely finally opened his eyes. That pitch-black Turkic steed slowly descended with Dewussely. Ha ha ha, formation phenomena truly are powerful. In just a few short moments, my strength has risen once more. Dewussely slowly raised his head, his eyes exuding a sharp light. Dewussely had been a great general for a very long time, and it had not taken Dewussely much time to rise from the initial level of great general to the ranks of the elite great generals. But it would not be so easy to advance any further. Dewussely had never imagined that his strength could rise again. It was simply inconceivable. Congratulations, great general. Your strength has risen to another level. In the future, Not even Abu Muslim will be a match for Great General. Now that you've cultivated formation phenomena, the Khagan is certain to value my lord even more. Even Great General Winushibi will have to lower his head before Great General. Shamshak and Chekenbenba hurriedly went to greet Dewussili. Winushibi was the Western Turkic war god. Just like the Uzun Great General we Tadrakonglo and the Tang dynasty's Wangjongsi. In the Western Turks, he was also known as the Sun Great General, one of the few existences capable of surpassing Dewussili. Dewussili had once clashed with him over the issue of military authority. There's no need for you two to flatter me. With my current strength, defeating Winushibi won't be that easy. However, if I hadn't obtained the sun god art and its mantra, Winushibi might not have been able to surpass me. Dewussili said coldly. Although he was brimming with hostility toward Winushibi, Dewussili had to admit that Winushibi was truly the strongest great general of the Western Turks. Shamshak and Chekenbenba's eyes flickered, but they did not continue speaking. General, the formation phenomena we've been practicing have already begun to take shape. His Excellency's strength is also stronger than before. When are we going to destroy the Tang dynasty again? Shamshak suddenly said. There's no rush. Dewussili waved his hand and calmly said, I've only just begun my cultivation. If I want to display my full power, I must end my cultivation and wait for my cultivation to completely stabilize. Before that, without my order, you are forbidden from fighting with the Tang people. Yes. Now that this was a serious matter, Shamshak and Chekenbenba did not dare to tarry and bowed. Shamshak, what's the range of the army's guard? Dewussili sternly said. 20 li. We've already dispatched 20 waves of cavalry to patrol the area day and night, and we've also dispatched golden eagles to patrol the skies. As long as the Tang people get close, we'll immediately know if there's even the slightest sign of trouble. Shamshak bowed and respectfully said, Increase the army's guard to 60 li. From Talas to here, I want you to patrol day and night. You can't give the Tang people any chances or openings. In addition, double the number of people patrolling the perimeter. If it's at night, double the number. The Tang people like to attack at night. Until I've successfully cultivated formation phenomena, I don't want any of the Tang people to appear before me. Dewussili sternly said. Yes, my lord. Everyone lowered their heads. With everything in place, Dewussili's expression finally relaxed. In addition, send a letter to Daluin Ruozin and ask for his opinion. In Talas, no one understands the Tang people more than he does. Your subordinate will go. While Dewussili was waiting for Daluin Ruozin's reply, he could never have imagined that the Uzun camp was already abuzz with rage. Bastard! This Dewussili is too despicable. He's using such a despicable method to deal with us. In the Uzun camp, bang! Huba Senji slammed his fist on the table, unable to restrain his rage. After observing the Western Turks for 6 to 7 days, he had finally managed to obtain the 3 sheets of paper from Daluin Ruozin. But Huba Senji had never imagined that the most crucial part of the paper would be missing a few words. Just the difference of a few words was enough to turn these 3 precious pieces of paper into waste paper. No, I have to go find him. No matter what, I have to make him hand over the true formation phenomena. Huba Senji grabbed the papers and was about to go find Dewussili, but a moment later a white and powerful hand reached out from the side and blocked Huba Senji's path. Wait a moment. Huishu Wizang slightly shook his head and shot a glance at Huba Senji. Huba Senji paused and turned his head, subconsciously looking at Daluin Ruozin, his brow deeply furrowed and his face pensive. The tent was quiet as all the generals looked to Daluin Ruozin. But Daluin Ruozin seemed to be completely unaware of their gazes, still deep in thought. In truth, even if we go find Dewussili, we'll find it very difficult to get anything out of his hands. He truly did hand over the formation phenomena to us, and all 4 of us were present at the time. Even if we say that he tampered with the papers, we don't have any concrete evidence, and Dewusley will never admit to it. In the tent, the silent Dusong Mangpoj suddenly spoke up. Dewusley's methods truly were displeasing, but the four of them were also at fault, and they could not completely blame Dewusley. Hwaba Senji's face froze, and he was momentarily speechless. But Dewusley clearly tricked us. Are we just going to let it go? Hwaba Senji unwillingly said. As the commander of the Mutri Great Cavalry, Hwaba Senji had never suffered such a loss before, and Dewusley had tampered with the papers in front of the four of them. That's not what I'm worried about right now. A voice suddenly resounded through the tent. Daluin Ruozin suddenly spoke, and as he spoke he slowly raised his head. I've always felt that this matter isn't that simple. Dewusley obtained the formation phenomena far too easily and smoothly. When Dewusley's strength began to rise, I felt even more strongly. Things going too smoothly is not necessarily a good thing. Moreover, Wang Chong is not the sort of person who would so easily hand over something that he's formidable to someone else. If the formation phenomena were fake, wouldn't it be even more inconceivable that it could increase Dewusley's strength? Dusong Mangpoj said. This is also why I've never been able to determine whether it's true or not. Daluin Ruozin sternly said. There were very few things that he was unsure of, but when it came to formation phenomena, Daluin Ruozin truly had no way of determining whether it was real or fake. If this matter really is as I think, then this young marquis of the Tang dynasty is up to something big. Dewusley is probably going to suffer at his hands. The eyes of the trio in the tent imperceptibly flickered. Up until now, there had been no sign that was worthy of Daluin Ruozin's suspicion. On the contrary, everything pointed to the authenticity of the formation phenomena. But even so, no one dared to ignore the intuition of a wise man until the truth was confirmed. Hwaba Senji, take this simplified version of the formation phenomena and cultivate it. Let me think about the rest. If I can't give you an answer in a month, or if the formation phenomena really are real, I will go find Dewusley and ask for the real formation phenomena. Daluin Ruozin raised his head. This fine. Hwaba Senji hesitated for a few moments before finally nodding. In the current situation, this was the best method. Moreover, Hwaba Senji had never looked down on Daluin Ruozin's promises. Since he had promised to find the real formation phenomena, he would definitely do it. Nay, as they were discussing, the neighing of Ney's horse came from outside the tent, mixed with the sounds of chaos. They had not paid much attention at the start, but as the chaos grew, they could occasionally hear the shouts of soldiers. What's going on? Has the Tang dynasty decided to launch a sneak attack? Hwaba Senji asked in alarm. Uzin's people were very disciplined, and with Daluin Ruozin present, they were usually very orderly, with no problems occurring unless they were attacked by outsiders. Prime Minister, I'll go out and take a look. Dusong Mangpoj's brow creased as he rushed out of the tent, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Dusong Mangpoj was the eagle of the plateau, an expert of the great general level. They had originally believed that with his appearance, the chaos would quickly subside, but they had not expected what would happen next. Prime Minister, hurry and come out and take a look. Dusong Mangpoj's voice suddenly came from outside the tent, his voice extremely solemn. Outside the tent, the neighing of the war horses had not only not weakened, but had grown even louder. Within the tent, Daluin Ruozin, Hwashu was on, and Hwaba Senji glanced at each other in dismay. Daluin Ruozin quickly stood up from the table. Let's go. Chapter 1040. This is... Daluin Ruozin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he looked at the chaotic scene in the rear, a solemn expression on his face. The northern part of the Uzin encampment was filled with howling winds and an incomparably cold white mist. At some point in time, it had swept in from the north. Under the influence of this cold current, the temperature of the entire Uzin encampment plummeted. When the white mist spread across the sky, it immediately affected the Uzin army. from where Daluin Ruozen stood, he could see that more than 1/5 of the encampment was shrouded in mist. Not a single person could be seen, and this cold mist was still rapidly spreading across the entire encampment. "Ah, it's so cold! What's going on? I can't see anything, help me. War horses are afraid of the cold, I can't control them. I know, they've escaped." The entire encampment was in chaos. Many of the stronger soldiers didn't feel much of the cold mist, but some of the weaker Uzun soldiers began to shiver from the cold. "Bastards! You pieces of trash! Can't you even hold back a war horse?" Hwoba Senji flew into a rage. Before anyone could react, he suddenly pulled a war horse over, mounted it, and charged into the area where the mist was thickest in the distance. Several Mutri, great cavalry soldiers, followed closely behind him. "Prime Minister, it's not yet time for it to snow. So why is the temperature dropping? Is this normal?" Hwashu Wizong suddenly asked. The Uzun people had some understanding of the western regions. Usually, the temperature would drop just before it started snowing, but there were still at least 2 months before it started. Daluin Ruozen didn't say anything. His eyes flickered as he vaguely thought of something, but he couldn't quite grasp it. Look, while he was deep in thought, a sudden cry rang out. At first, no one paid much attention, but gradually the commotion grew louder and louder. Countless soldiers raised their heads, as if noticing something. "Prime Minister, look at the sky!" Suddenly, a voice came from beside him. Even Hwashu Wizong couldn't help but raise his head and look at the sky. Daluin Ruozen's heart trembled slightly. He couldn't help but raise his head and follow everyone's gaze. When he saw the source of the exclamations, even Daluin Ruozen couldn't help but feel his heart tremble violently. This black sun corrosion. In the sky, in the depths of the clouds, a dim red sun hung high in the sky, and in the core of the sun there were clearly a few huge round black spots, as if a few of them had been corroded. Oracle. This was not Daluin Ruozen's voice, but Dusong Mangpoj and Hwashu Wizong's. The two of them stared at the black speck of the sun in the sky in unprecedented shock. How is this possible? The prophecy of the divine temple really came true. Dusong Mangpoj muttered to himself. At this moment, all three of them had the same thought. Black sun corrosion, three-eyed golden crow, horse treads on white frost. This was the news that had come from the highest oracle of the Uzun Empire. After receiving 3 identical oracles, saying that danger rises from the east, that Sempo had paid an enormous price to use a shaman to obtain more information. Every 6,000 years, the Uzun Plateau would undergo a massive transformation. All the civilization on the plateau would be wiped away, and everything would return to its original state. Before this calamity, 3 kinds of abnormal phenomena would appear, and the black sun corrosion was the beginning of everything. According to the contents of the oracle, if all 3 phenomena occurred, the Uzun Empire and the civilization it represented would be completely obliterated from the face of the world. At this moment, Daluin Ruozen, Hwashu Wizong, and Dusong Mangpoj, the 3 supreme figures of the Uzun Empire, felt their hearts sink. Great Minister, could it be that what the oracle said will really happen? Dusong Mangpoj stood at Daluin Ruozen's side, his expression grave. Whether or not it will happen, we won't let it happen. Isn't that our goal in coming here? Daluin Ruozen raised his head. Dusong Mangpoj nodded, saying nothing more. The sun was the purest and most unyielding existence in the world, brimming with boundless energy. It was pure and devoid of impurities, and no one had ever seen such a phenomenon. Black sun corrosion was not something that would normally occur. Not too long ago, everyone had believed that the oracle was very far from them, but now, when they saw the black sun corrosion in the sky, they all felt a direct threat. Either you die or I die. The danger rises from the east, and all threats originate from the Tang dynasty. If we want to avoid the calamity of the oracle, we must destroy the Tang dynasty. No matter what, we must win this battle. Dusong Mangpoj quietly said to himself, his eyes inadvertently glancing at Daluin Ruozen and Huishu Wuzong. Dusong Mangpoj knew that the two of them were thinking the same thing. The signs had already appeared. If they wanted to avoid the fate of the Zhangshung dynasty from several thousand years ago, Wuzin could only defeat the Tang dynasty, and Tala's would be the most crucial battle. Whoosh! In the sky, endless clouds surged over from all directions. The dim red sun only existed for a short moment before it completely disappeared. The world suddenly became much colder. Neither Daluin Ruozen nor Dusong Mangpoj knew that this would be the last time they would see the sun this winter. Bzzz, a white torrent of cold air swept through the Uzin camp. At almost the same time, the western Turkic camps several dozen li away, the distant city of Talas, and the entire northern region were shrouded in a white fog. It's starting so soon? On the training ground in the northern part of the city of Talas, the banner representing the Tang dynasty fluttered in the wind. Beneath the banner, Wang Chong gazed at the white fog and muttered to himself. At this moment, no one but himself knew what he was thinking. Flap, flap. Wings flapped through the sky. Not even Daluin Ruozen had expected that with the appearance of the black erosion of the sun, something unexpected would occur. At dusk, eagles descended from the sky, bringing news from the Uzin Plateau. The last two of the three major training camps of the Uzin Plateau, the Yarlung royal lineage, the great clans of the plateau, and the many valiant generals of the plateau had all sent letters expressing their support for Daluin Ruozen. The appearance of the black erosion of the sun had made all the ancient clans and factions of the Uzin Plateau feel a sense of panic and threat. Even though the plateau was in a state of extreme shortage of soldiers, all these ancient clans and factions were doing their utmost to assist Daluin Ruozen. A total of 40,000 elite soldiers were setting off from the plateau to the city of Talas to reinforce Daluin Ruozen, while Daluin Ruozen, Dewusili Wang Chong, and the others were still enduring the onslaught of the south. In the distant Khorasan to the south, waves of heat were roiling in the distance. Boom! Ha! In the sky above the governor's residence in the center of Khorasan, thick smoke roiled and flames raged. Muscular and bare-chested Arab blacksmiths stood in a circle, their hands gripping heavy hammers that they raised high and then hammered down, creating countless sparks. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of the hammers resounded through the air. As these Arab blacksmiths hammered around the clock, armor pieces were slowly taking shape on the metal platforms. Nearby, Ibak looked at the bustling scene in the courtyard and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. In 1 month, all 10,000 sets of armor should be finished. When the time comes, we will become the strongest existence in the history of the Mamelukes. At this moment, Ibak's eyes exploded with ambition. The Mamelukes had always been the strongest force of the Arabian Empire, but with the meteoric star medal delivered by the high priest, an even stronger Mamluk army would appear in his hands. Equipped with the full set of meteoric star armor and the formidable fighting power of the Mamelukes, there would be no force on the continent that could contend against the Mamelukes, not even the so-called Wushan cavalry of the East. Faisal, has the Sindhi Hyderabad arrived? Ibak's eyes were like lightning as he stood on the high steps, not even turning his head. My lord, it is still on the way. In 3 days, it will reach Khorasan and can be tempered at any time. Ghassani is personally leading the escort team, so there won't be any problems. A Mamluk officer with a hawk-like nose and a black crescent moon earring in his left ear spoke. He had a sharp gaze and appeared extremely dangerous. Faisal was the deputy commander of the Mamluk army, the second in command of the army. It was rumored that while conquering a powerful country in the north of the Arabian Empire, Faisal had accidentally separated from the main force and fallen into a tight encirclement. By the time the Mamelukes found him, he had been fighting for 7 days and nights in the enemy's territory. Corpses had piled up around him, including those of the enemy commanders who had lured him there. The blood flowing from these corpses dyed the streets of the city red. Faisal became famous in this battle and was called the Eagle of the God of Death. Very good. Aybak's eyes flashed with a bright light. Ghassani was the third in command of the Mamelukes, a peak brigadier general whose fighting power rivaled that of a great general. With him escorting them, there would be no problems. Even if the rebel army that had been conquered by the Arabs wanted to do something, they would never succeed. Tell Ghassani that if he encounters any rebel army survivors while transporting the Hyderabad, or kill them all. Yes, my lord. Chapter 1041. Hyderabad ore was extremely rare and produced at a very low rate. Because of its unique characteristics, it had become a target for the remnants of the dynasties conquered by Arabia to attack and plunder. The Arabs had not yet reached the level of the Tang dynasty's use of Hyderabad ore, but through long experiments, they had gradually developed a method to temper Hyderabad ore and fuse it with other metals, greatly increasing their sharpness. Although the weapons forged through this method could not reach the level of the Tang dynasty's Wuxi steel swords that could even cut through the sky-quaking army's dark green god armor, they had already surpassed almost all the Arabian swords and sabers of the past, reaching an even higher level of sharpness. Even if the weapons forged through this method could not compare to the weapons of the Wuxi steel swords of the Mamelukes, even if they could not compare to the weapons of the Wuxi steel swords. At the very least, Aybak and Faisal were completely convinced. Gallop! After taking care of everything, just when Aybak was preparing to leave, he heard the galloping of hooves. A horseman suddenly charged into the courtyard. Stop! Fierce shouts echoed through the air as Mamelukes surged in from all directions, their sharp auras locking onto the intruder. At the outermost perimeter of the courtyard, tensome Mamelukes stood in his way. The four sides cooperated, and in a flash the intruder was caught in a deadlock. Saber lights flashed and clanging sounds rang out incessantly. It would only take a moment for the intruder to die on the spot. Suddenly, Aybak glanced at the golden robe on the intruder's body, and his face instantly paled. Stop! For a moment, time seemed to freeze. All the drawn scimitars were suspended in the air, and the tensome Mamelukes all stopped. Aybak had already descended from the stairs to meet the intruder, the Caliph's messenger. These knights, wearing golden robes embroidered with complex designs, were the messengers of the Caliph of the Arabian Empire. Every single one of them was a carefully selected and extremely loyal expert. They would only appear when they were carrying out extremely important missions that the Caliph of the Empire placed great importance on. Aybak! The golden-robed knight called out Aybak's name from atop his horse, his robes flapping in the wind. His face was covered with a silvery white mask that was full of tiny beholes. He looked down from above, and his voice was extremely cold. The Caliph has decreed that the Tang people of Talas must be destroyed. Once we succeed, the Mamelukes will work with governors Qutayba, Abu Muslim, and Osman to continue eastward. Once we conquer the entire eastern world, the Mamelukes will obtain the promised land as their eternal fiefdom. Khalifa's messenger was concise and to the point, stating the purpose of his visit in one sentence. Swoosh! In an instant, the atmosphere in the backyard of the city lord's mansion changed. Before Aybak could speak, the second-in-command of the Mamelukes, Faisal, and the other Mamelukes in the rear paled. The promised land. This was the greatest desire of all the Mamelukes, but it had never been fulfilled. The Mamelukes were known as the strongest warriors of Arabia, the most loyal force, and they had rendered great service. Any other army or commander would have already been given their own fiefdom in the Arabian Empire. But the Mamelukes, for certain reasons from long ago, were restricted by an ancient imperial law and could not be rewarded. Thus, even though the Mamelukes were as famous as the midday sun and possessed peerless fighting power, they were like duckweed, running from place to place wherever there was war. They would never have a route. If they had a promised land, the Mamelukes would be able to recruit soldiers, station troops, train soldiers, collect taxes, manage businesses. They could even breed descendants, creating a massive Mamluk city. The Mamelukes would be able to break through the limit of 10,000 soldiers and reach an unprecedented golden age. This was the dream of all the Mamelukes. My lord! In the blink of an eye, the eyes of all the Mamelukes became fervent. Even Faisal found it hard to maintain his composure. He immediately stepped forward from the rear, his breathing becoming ragged. No one had expected the Caliph to place so much importance on the East, much less for him to be willing to break convention and offer such conditions for the sake of conquering the East. Audiobook, this is His Majesty's token. With this token, the Caliph will keep his word. Take it. The golden-robed Caliph's messenger took out a black crescent moon-shaped metal token covered in many hollow carvings and threw it over. However, the Caliph has also sent word that this eastern expedition is the only chance for the Mamelukes to obtain the promised land. If we cannot pacify Talaz and the East, all the Mamelukes will forever be slaves and will never be able to obtain the promised land. Buzz, Audiobook, and Faisal, the two highest commanders of the Mamelukes, trembled in shock, their expressions turning grave. Your subordinate understands. The two lowered their heads. Time slowly passed. In Khorasan, the Arab craftsmen worked day and night to forge the Mamelukes' newest meteoric star armor. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Abu Muslim was doing his utmost to restrain his army, avoiding any conflict with the Tang dynasty as he waited for the two governors and the Mamelukes to arrive. Every day there would be new news, and every day countless soldiers would travel from Cairo and Tarsus to Khorasan to meet up with the Mamelukes, and then head to the Black Forest to meet up with Abu Muslim. Meanwhile, in the distant Talaz, tens of thousands of Tang soldiers were training day and night, their fires blazing and plumes of smoke billowing into the air. And no one knew that a group of nearly 10,000 soldiers, selected from the Anshi Protectorate Army, Chishi Protectorate Army, and the mercenaries of the various tribes, had formed the world's first MO Saber Army and were currently in the middle of training. Every day, Talaz would take on a new atmosphere. Under Wang Chang's command, all the soldiers of the Tang dynasty were preparing for battle. Several dozen li away, Dewussili was training day and night in the formation phenomena, using its lightning to temper himself and increase his strength so that he could reach an even higher level. 20 li away, the Uzun camp was calm, and Dalan Ruozan was leisurely sipping tea in his tent. But no one knew that across the Tsong Mountains, across the western regions, and onto the distant Uzun Plateau, a new Uzun army of around 40,000 soldiers was gathering from the various great clans and nobles of the plateau to prepare for Talaz. Although the four empires and the three forces looked calm on the surface and restrained each other, in private, the undercurrents were more dangerous and treacherous than ever before. War could erupt at any moment. While the clouds of war were gathering over Talaz, in the distant central plains, in the capital of the Great Tang, a different mood was taking place. In the imperial court, the debate over Talaz had reached a fever pitch. Gao Xinji's and Wang Chang's memorials to increase the number of soldiers had never been passed. Your Majesty, this subject objects. In the court, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Zhang Qingli, who had white hair at his temples and was past his prime, walked out of the ranks with a ceremonial tablet in his hand. Since ancient times, I've only heard of reinforcements after defeat, but never of reinforcements after victory. Moreover, the imperial court deploys soldiers every year, spending an enormous sum. Last year, the Bureau of Military Personnel spent 80 million dan of grain, 10 million head of cattle and sheep, and 2 million feet of cloth. Last year, the Bureau of Military Personnel spent 94 million dan of grain, 17 million head of cattle and sheep, and 6 million feet of cloth. This year, the expenditure will only be even greater, and this does not even include the pensions for the soldiers killed in battle. The 600,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty are frequently engaged in foreign wars, consuming vast amounts of the national treasury. They have already become a heavy burden on the Tang dynasty and its people. Not only that, the frequent wars have inflicted grievous casualties on the soldiers. In order to replenish the soldiers on the borders, we can only conscript soldiers from the common people. This lowly subject happened to learn that in some places, because the soldiers are of excellent quality, the army has been conscripted year after year, and there is even a rare phenomenon where the fields are in short supply. Correct. Assistant Minister of Revenue Zhang Qingli had barely finished speaking when the Grand Chamberlain, Zhou Taiqin, gripping his ceremonial tablet, strode out from another line of ranks. This lowly subject has just returned from patrolling the East River and passed through Luzhou. There is a village called Zhouzhuang. On the way, I saw that besides the old, the weak, the women, and the children, there was not a single man in the village. This lowly subject was surprised and went forward to inquire. In the end, I learned that all the men in Zhouzhuang had been conscripted into the army. 2 years ago, Baiting suffered a defeat in a battle against the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, resulting in 90% of the men in the village dying in that battle. The remaining 10% or so of the men have been conscripted to other places, including the Anqi Protectorate. Although the matter of Zhouzhuang is only an example, it is a microcosm of the Tang dynasty. The Anqi Protectorate already consumes a great deal of the national treasury each year, and the Central Plains sends innumerable soldiers each year. Now Talas needs to be mobilized. Does the situation in Luzhou have to spread throughout the Tang dynasty, and even children are being dragged into the battlefield? This subject requests that the soldiers of Anqi and Qixi prefectures withdraw to the interior. Zhou Taiqin's voice was harsh and stern. These words caused the many civil officials in the court to agree. Correct, this subject agrees. This subject agrees. This subject agrees. Chapter 1042. In the 6th month of the 23rd year of the Holy Emperor's reign, the Baiting Protectorate mobilized against the Eastern Turks and lost more than 79,000 men. In the 3rd month of the 24th year of the Holy Emperor's reign, the Anong Protectorate mobilized against the Shi and the Khitans and lost 35,000 men. In the 7th month of the same year, they attacked the Goguryeo Empire and lost 60,000 men. In the 25th year of the Holy Emperor's reign, at the beginning of spring, the Qixi Protectorate mobilized against the Uzin and lost 24,000 men. In the 9th month of the same year, they were ambushed by Dusong Mengpoj and lost more than 50,000 men. In the 26th year of the Holy Emperor's reign, Anan Protector General Zhang Chou Jianqiong mobilized against the Ngari royal lineage of the Uzin and lost 49,000 men. In the 7th month of the same year, they were ambushed by Dusong Mengpoj and lost more than 50,000 men. In this year's War of the Southwest, more than 143,000 men were killed or wounded. And now, not even a year has passed, yet another war has broken out at Talas. In just a few decades, there has never been a time when there has been no war. Your Majesty, it is time to stop. Talas is not the territory of the Tang dynasty, but a barren land beyond civilization. Fighting on the border is one thing, but do you want your soldiers to die in a foreign land? Moreover, the people of the western regions are all Hu. In order to maintain the rule of the Tang dynasty in the western regions, countless soldiers, money, and provisions are expended each year. It is a bottomless pit, but the western regions have offered very little to the Tang dynasty. Is it grapes, pomegranates, or the Hu merchants who fill the capital? Your Majesty, this lowly subject should not have spoken, but the war at Talas truly must stop. With these last words, the white-bearded old official beneath the crimson, coiling dragon pillar respectfully bowed, his hands gripping his ceremonial tablet. Half of the imperial court was silent, all the civil officials looking at him with respect in their eyes. Grand Scribe Yen Wanzhang participated in the drafting of the imperial court's documents and was responsible for recording historical events and compiling history books. The words and actions of all the nobles and officials, including the imperial princes, were drafted by Yen Wanzhang and recorded into the annals of history. In the entire Tang dynasty, Yen Wanzhang was the most special existence among the civil and military officials. That was because, regardless of whether it was civil or military, if they said something inappropriate, it would be recorded in the annals of history by the grand scribe. It was very likely that they would go down in infamy for 10,000 years. No one wanted this to happen. Similarly, if a civil official wanted to leave his or her name in the annals of history, no matter how well he or she did, he or she could not record it himself. Instead, it had to go through the hands of the grand scribe. The grand scribe was the recorder of history, a bystander and not a participant. Thus, he usually did not actively participate in the discussions of the imperial court. However, the grand scribe was still one of the hundreds of civil and military officials. When something important happened, the grand scribe would also participate in it and fulfill his duties as a courtier. A grand scribe was not allowed to speak more than 3 times in his or her entire life. Otherwise, he or she would have to step down and let his or her successor take over. This was also to maintain the fairness and objectivity of the grand historian, so that the records in the history books would not be influenced by personal feelings. This was only the second time in Yan Wenzhong's life that he had participated in court politics. The first time was when the late emperor passed away. Throughout the ages, there had been disputes between civil and military officials, but it had rarely been this intense. It was clear that even the grand scribe had been alarmed. The grand scribe was from the Confucian school. Everyone knew that the Confucian school emphasized the cultivation of one's moral character, governing the country and bringing peace to the world. In the end, it was all about the word peace. Yan Wenzhong was naturally a staunch anti-war. With his support, the words of the civil officials in the imperial court carried a completely different weight. As expected, the moment the grand scribe Yan Wenzhong's voice fell, the entire imperial court fell silent. All the military officials in the imperial court revealed expressions of dread. A civil official's pen can kill without leaving a trace. If they offended the grand scribe, it was very likely that they would be recorded in the annals of history and become a general who harmed the country. This was something that everyone had to consider. Ha ha ha! At this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly broke the silence. In the middle of the ranks, an old general in his 50s suddenly walked out. Teacher Yan, this old man is throwing caution to the wind. If you want to record it, then record it. This old man is not afraid of death. So why would I fear that your pen will go down in infamy for 10,000 years? We military officials can't compare to you writers when it comes to the matters of the previous imperial court, but this old man still clearly remembers the matters of the current imperial court. In the 23rd year of the reign of the Holy Emperor, the Eastern Turks repeatedly plundered the borders and slaughtered the common people, even venturing deep into the Guanyi and Hadong circuits. It was precisely to stop them that the war began. Although more than 79,000 people died in that battle, the Eastern Turkic Khaganate also lost more than 110,000 elite soldiers. More importantly, after that battle, the Eastern Turkic Khaganate grew apprehensive and finally stopped advancing south. The deaths of more than 79,000 people were exchanged for 20-some years of peace in the Guanyi and Hadong circuits, saving more than 79,000 people? This old man remembers that battle very clearly because this old man was there. Beacon General Jiang Yunrang sternly said. Although he did not have a high position, Jiang Yunrang was a veteran of the army who had participated in many battles. At a time like this, when everyone feared Grand Scribe Yan Wenzhong, only a veteran like Jiang Yunrang would throw caution to the wind. Why did our soldiers on the front lines fight bloody battles and risk their lives? Was it so that you could censure them in the rear and condemn them? In the 23rd year of the reign of the Holy Emperor, if not for that war, do you think that the number of casualties would have been so few? In the 3rd month of the 24th year of the reign of the Holy Emperor, the Anong Protectorate mobilized soldiers against the Shi and the Khitans, suffering 35,000 casualties. But do you know how many people the Tang dynasty would have lost if not for that war? The Shi and the Khitans are warlike and fond of plundering, and they lack respect for the Tang dynasty. Before that war, the Shi and the Khitans would frequently invade Yuzhou, plundering women and children, killing and wounding the common people. Many of the people of Yuzhou feared the Shi and the Khitans and fled into the interior. In 10 years, the population of Yuzhou fell from 500,000 to 80,000, and it was still dropping. If not for that war, Yuzhou would have long since become the territory of the Hu, not to mention the ambitious Shi and the Khitans who secretly colluded with Goguryeo. 24 years ago, they launched 3 raids into the interior, causing hundreds of thousands of casualties in Yuzhou. But in the 3rd month, the war with the Shi and the Khitans, and in the 7th month, the war with the Goguryeo Empire completely changed the balance of power in the northeast, breaking the alliance between the Shi, the Khitans, and Goguryeo, dispersing the attacks of all 3, allowing the Tang dynasty to firmly grasp the situation in the northeast. In addition, the common people were able to live and work in peace. In the following years, the common people multiplied, and the population of Yuzhou increased from 80,000 to the current 870,000, even more than before the war. As for the 25 and 26 years that followed, which war didn't break out because of time and events? Which war didn't bring lasting peace? Jiang Yinrong's expression was extremely agitated. That's right. And then there was the War of the Southwest. The ambitious king of Mengshi Zhao Jelifeng secretly colluded with the Uzun Great, General Huishu Wuzong, and Daluan Ruozhen to form an alliance. If not for the young Marquis and the Annam Protectorate's bloody struggle, do you know what would have happened to the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Mengshi, Yusang army marching north from the Arai? The nearly 1 million people of the southwest would have already been massacred by the Mengshi, Yusang army. How could it possibly be as peaceful as it is now? Talas is in dire straits. The young Marquis and Lord Gao Xinji did not retreat after their victory because they pursued the policy of resisting the enemy on the outside. They did not wish for the people of the Tang dynasty and the western regions to be threatened by the Arabs, Uzin, and Western Turks. To benefit the country, one lives and dies. How can one avoid it because of misfortune or fortune? This is a couplet that the young Marquis has hung in his study. Who in the capital doesn't know of it? Could such a loyal subject and good general be one of those warlike warriors who disregard the lives of the common people that all of you speak of? Speed is of the essence in war. There are still tens of thousands of Tang dynasty soldiers waiting for reinforcements at Talas. This lowly subject requests that we immediately send reinforcements. The other generals couldn't help but get excited at Jiang Yinrong's words. Assistant Minister of War, Chao Qianzong, also stepped forward, his ceremonial tablet in hand. So what if the grand scribe recorded his name in the annals of history and infamy for 10,000 years? If some words were not said today, they would never have a chance to be said in the future. This lowly subject agrees. This lowly subject agrees. This lowly subject agrees. The generals in the court couldn't help but feel their blood boil at the words of Jiang Yinrang and Chao Qianzong. The civil officials did not love wealth, and the generals did not fear death. Which one of the generals standing here did not love their country with every fiber of their being? The Battle of Talas seemed like a dispute over a corner, but in reality it concerned the safety of the entire Northwest and the Tang dynasty. At a time like this, no one could truly remain uninvolved. All the military officials stepped forward, not to mention the grand scribe Yan Wenjiang. Even the civil officials were stunned. From the time of the Holy Emperor's ascension to the present, and even back to Taizong's era, as long as the disputes of the imperial court involved civil and military officials, the vast majority of them would end with the generals backing down. But no one had expected that the generals would be so resolute this time. Even with the grand scribe present, even though they knew that they would be labeled as warmongers and go down in the annals of history, or even be criticized by future generations, they still didn't back down. Your Majesty, this subject has something to say. At this moment, a mellow voice resounded through the hall. Upon hearing this voice, all the civil and military officials, including the grand scribe Yan Wenjiang, instantly fell silent. They all turned to look at the figure, as if that person possessed some sort of invisible magic. The Minister of War, Zhangqiu Jinqiang, was also the previous Anan Protector General. In the entire military, Zhangqiu Jinqiang was one of the highest existences, and his words carried far more weight than anyone else's. In the 26th year of the Holy Emperor's reign, this lowly subject was still the Anan Protector General. It was this lowly subject's idea to attack the Uzin in the southwest. So this lowly subject has the right to speak on this matter. Zhangqiu Jinqiang, dressed in a violet court robe, walked out of the ranks. His head was lowered, his hand gripping his ceremonial tablet, and his expression was extremely solemn. Before this battle, this lowly subject scouts reported that Daluan Ruozin and Huishu Wuzong had gathered a large number of soldiers on the plateau of the Ngari royal lineage, preparing to attack the Tang dynasty. Ever since the reign of the previous emperor, the Uzin has constantly invaded the border. In the 16th year of the late emperor, war broke out in the southwest, killing 137,000 civilians. In the 21st year of Yuanwu, 210,000 civilians were caught up in the war, suffering grievous casualties. In the 29th year, 35th year, all the way until the first few years of this lowly subject's command, all wars were like this. Chapter 1043. Zhangqiu Jinqiang recounted the events of the battle. Many of the details were unknown to the important ministers of the court at the time. Even Grand Scribe Yan Wenzhang was hearing about it for the first time, and he hurriedly gestured toward the distance. A Grand Scribe was seated cross-legged at the foot of a pillar, swiftly writing down the details. War truly has no other choice. It is not that we generals like to fight, but that we are forced by the circumstances. The ultimate goal of war is to protect the common people. But there are many ways to protect the common people. One is to defend against the enemy from within and wait for the enemy to attack before mobilizing the army. Another is to defend against the enemy from without and proactively guard against war. It is just that the ministers are more inclined toward the former, while we have chosen the latter. There is no right or wrong, just a difference in ideals and methods. In addition, whether it is the former or the latter, as long as there is war, there will be casualties. There is no avoiding it. But there is one thing. Whether it is war or peace, we generals protect the Tang dynasty and protect the common people, just like all of you. Zhangqiu Jinqiang's voice was filled with utmost sincerity. The struggle between civil and military officials was a struggle between ideals of war and peace. As the Minister of War, Zhangqiu Jinqiang could not remain uninvolved. This lowly subject was not present at Tala's and has no way of determining the exact situation. But this lowly subject believes in the young Marquis and believes in your Majesty's insight. Since the young Marquis and Protector General Gao Xinji have submitted a memorial to the court requesting reinforcements, the situation at Tala's is assuredly extremely perilous. It is better to believe it than not. So this lowly subject requests your Majesty to immediately send reinforcements to the northwest to aid the young Marquis. Zhangqiu Jinqiang gave a long sigh, a weight lifted from his heart. In the War of the Southwest, Zhangqiu Jinqiang owed Wang Chong an enormous favor. If not for Wang Chong, Zhangqiu Jinqiang would not have been able to become the Minister of War, and those soldiers of the Annam Protectorate who had followed him for 10-some years would have been buried by the Arai. Zhangqiu Jinqiang had returned this favor with the Battle of Talas. More importantly, Zhangqiu Jinqiang had his own judgment of the Battle of Talas. As a famed general of the army and a top-class imperial great general of the Tang dynasty, Zhangqiu Jinqiang's judgment was exactly the same as Wang Chong's. If he did not quickly reinforce the northwest and allow the three sides to form an alliance, the entire Central Plains would be shaken. Humph! Ridiculous! You generals have been waging wars for years, wasting manpower and resources. Yet you are still able to speak of such great principles. Lord Zhangqiu sure is eloquent. Lord Wang, do you think so as well? A voice sounded, and it immediately drew everyone's attention to the frowning Wang Zhen thump. Sensing the gazes of the crowd, Wang Chang's big uncle, Wang Zhen, felt his heart skip a beat and his face darkened. In the entire imperial court, no one was in a more delicate and awkward position than his. Wang Zhen had always been a civil official, belonging to the civil path, but Wang Yan, Wang Fu, and Wang Chong were classic military generals. The Wang clan was both civil and military, a typical clan of ministers and generals. And if one looked further back, the source of all this was Duke Jiao. Although Duke Jiao was a civil official, he was skilled in military strategy, and he had led an army to sweep through the eastern and western Turks and Uzin, achieving great feats on the battlefield. Furthermore, the reason why the civil and military conflict had grown so large that even the Grand Scribe had gotten involved was because of Wang Chong of the Wang clan. This, for the first time, Wang Zhen found himself in an unprecedented predicament. In his many years of involvement in the court, Wang Zhen had weathered many storms, some of which were enough to threaten the entire Wang clan and uproot it. Whether it was the regional commander's incident or the consort Taizhan incident, they had both surpassed this battle of Talas. But Wang Zhen would rather face that situation than get caught up in this thorny conflict between civil and military. The civil officials hated war, and this was an unchanging principle. As long as Wang Zhen said the word war and went against the opinions of the civil officials, he would be ostracized by them. Without the support of the civil officials, Wang Zhen's path on the civil path would come to an end. And if Wang Zhen supported the civil officials, the hearts of the generals of the world would turn cold. The reason why this civil and military conflict was so intense, why Zhang Yunrang and the other old officials of the army were willing to risk being condemned by the civil officials, was precisely to support the Wang clan and Wang Zhen's nephew, Wang Chong, who was far away at Talas. If Wang Zhen opposed the generals at this time, not only would the Wang clan fall into disgrace, it would also send Wang Chong to his death. At this moment, Wang Zhen was in a dilemma, his mind warring with the heavens. Lord Wang, there is no need to feel troubled. Allow me to speak for you. At this moment, an elderly and dignified voice came from the upper reaches of the hall. Wang Zhen's heart trembled at this voice. All the civil and military officials turned in shock to the upper reaches of the hall. The Grand Preceptor, the same thought flitted through their minds as they stared at the figure seated on the red sandalwood chair. At the top of the hall, the Grand Preceptor, who had been meditating with his eyes closed this entire time, had at some point opened his eyes, a sharp light exploding from them. The Grand Preceptor, Grand Tutor, and Grand Protector were known as the three dukes of the imperial court, and the Grand Preceptor was their leader. The Grand Preceptor was a person of virtue and prestige, wielding enormous influence in the court. Even the Holy Emperor had to treat him with the utmost respect. At each morning court session, all the civil and military officials would stand in line. Only the Grand Preceptor had the Holy Emperor arrange a red sandalwood chair for him, placing it closest to the Holy Emperor as a sign of respect. The Grand Preceptor was very old, and he rarely interfered in the affairs of the court. The majority of the time he would sit in the hall and listen, sometimes appearing, sometimes not. Everyone had believed that the Grand Preceptor would only sit in the hall and listen, but no one had expected the Grand Preceptor to intervene in the conflict between civil and military officials that had arisen from the Talas incident. The Grand Preceptor was the leader of the civil officials, and his sudden intervention in the imperial court immediately carried a different weight. Damn it! What's going on here? Even the Grand Preceptor has come. At this moment, even Zhangqiu Jianqiong couldn't help but feel shocked and have a bad premonition. Although he was the Minister of War and possessed enormous authority, in terms of prestige and influence in the court, Zhangqiu Jianqiong was far inferior. Your Majesty, this old subject only has one word. On the red sandalwood chair, the Grand Preceptor flicked his wide sleeves and slowly stood up. In that instant, a tremendous aura, as vast as the mountains and as vast as the seas, erupted from his body. In that instant, the entire hall fell silent, so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Countless gazes were focused on him. Although the country is large, warmongering is sure to perish. Rumble. The Grand Preceptor's gaze swept over all the civil and military officials, his dignified voice echoing through the hall. All the ministers, including the old General Jiang Yunrang who had been at loggerheads with the civil officials, felt their hearts throbbing and were speechless. The hall was quiet, the atmosphere oppressive to death. Wang Zhen's heart felt heavy, like a boulder was weighing down on it. Behind the pillar, the King of Song also had a nasty grimace. From the moment the Grand Preceptor opened his eyes to the moment he stood up, he had only said a few words. But the weight of these words was far greater than the words of all the civil officials in the imperial court put together. The weight of these words was not something that any general could bear. Grand Preceptor! The King of Song's body trembled as he stared up at the Grand Preceptor, his heart freezing. The Grand Preceptor was a person of virtue and prestige, his status extremely high, and his influence profound. He did not lightly participate in the imperial court, much less speak. But once he opened his mouth, his words were equivalent to the Golden Rule and Jade Rule. Even though the King of Song was an imperial prince, he could not compare to the Grand Preceptor. The King of Song had never expected that this conflict between civil and military officials would draw out the leader of the civil path. This conflict in the imperial court had suddenly become extremely disadvantageous to all the generals. More importantly, Wang Chong and Gao Xianji's request for reinforcements at Talas had taken a massive turn, placing them in an extremely passive and disadvantageous position. The King of Song, do you have something to say? Just when King Song's heart sank and he felt that something was wrong, the Grand Master suddenly turned his gaze to King Song. What are you talking about? King Song asked. His expression was cold, his eyes icy. The King of Song was a staunch supporter of war. This was a fact known to all in the court. So how could the Grand Preceptor not know? It was obvious that the Grand Preceptor, as the leader of the three dukes, was dissatisfied with the imperial court's successive years of war, and he was using this Talas incident to explode his discontent. Grand Preceptor! The King of Song hesitated, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Your Highness, the King of Song, you don't intend to repeat the events of King Wu of Han in this dynasty, do you? The Grand Preceptor indifferently said with a wave of his sleeve. The King of Song's heart trembled, and he immediately swallowed back the words that had been on the verge of leaving his mouth. The events of King Wu of Han referred to a wise ruler from 1,000 years ago, great Emperor Wu of Han, who had expanded the borders of the empire and accomplished great feats in both civil and martial arts. But in his later years, the years of war had left the people destitute, and the lands of the Central Plains were left uncultivated. When the Grand Preceptor mentioned the events of King Wu of Han, he was clearly referring to the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor had been wise for his entire life, and he had forged a golden age for the Tang dynasty, giving the Tang dynasty an unprecedented golden age. If the events of King Wu of Han were to repeat themselves in this dynasty, the Holy Emperor's wisdom would be destroyed in a single day. Not even the King of Song could bear the consequences. Your Holiness, Talas is still a land beyond the borders of civilization. Victory is not enough to celebrate, but defeat could cause all our previous efforts to be for naught. This old subject believes that Lord Gao and the young Marquis can withdraw their soldiers. With these final words, the Grand Preceptor finally turned his head to the Holy Emperor, hidden behind the curtain of beads. The hall was quiet for a long time. Finally, the Holy Emperor spoke from behind the curtain. These simple words were suffused with boundless majesty, causing the entire hall to tremble. We understand. These 4 words were devoid of emotion, but all the generals in the hall, including the King of Song Wang Zhen and Zhangqiu Jinqiong, felt their hearts sink. The sage emperor had always left the matters of the imperial court to the officials. He rarely interfered, much less expressed his opinion. Chapter 1044. The Grand Preceptor was the head of the three dukes and the leader of the civil officials. It was clear that his words had already begun to affect the Holy Emperor. Although it was just "we understand" and did not express his stance, this was a massive change and favor compared to the previous struggles of the court. Not good. The generals in the hall felt their hearts sink. With the weight of the Grand Preceptor, the Holy Emperor was clearly beginning to lean toward the civil officials. The situation at Talas was urgent, and several urgent letters requesting reinforcements had already arrived. If they could not pass the resolution and send troops to Talas, Wang Chong and Gao Xinji were almost certain to lose. These were two imperial protector generals. Up in the hall, the sage emperor was just about to make his decision when a light breeze blew in. At the same time, a voice could be heard in the ears of everyone present. "You're the sage emperor. You're the sage emperor. Your Majesty, this old subject, has something to say." As these words were spoken, a warm energy, like the warm sun bathing the earth, appeared in everyone's perception. In a flash of light, an elderly figure dressed in a white robe and dressed in white robes stepped over the threshold and slowly walked in. Wah! The sight of this figure caused the hall to fall into an uproar. "Duke! Duke Jiao!" It was unknown who cried out, but in that instant all the generals erupted and the many civil officials were stunned. Even in the great hall, Grandmaster, who was just about to turn around and sit down, his entire body shook, his heart abruptly sinking. Duke Jiao of the Tang dynasty, a virtuous minister of the Golden Age, the most respected and virtuous existence in the entire Tang dynasty. Even though he had abdicated decades ago and lived in seclusion in the Four Quarters Embassy, he still possessed enormous influence and prestige in society. In this aspect, not even the Grand Preceptor could compare to him, and the name Duke Jiao was enough to represent everything. "Father!" Wang Zhen stood in the hall, his heart trembling. He had not expected his father to appear at a time like this. Just as he was about to go over, Duke Jiao shot him a glance, causing him to stop in his tracks. "Grand Preceptor, long time no see." Wang Juling leaned on his walking stick and smiled as he looked at the palace. He then stepped forward. "Duke Jiao! Duke Jiao! Duke Jiao!" Seeing this old man, all of the officials in the hall, regardless of whether they were of the civil path or the martial path, respectfully lowered their heads and retreated to the sides, opening a path for Duke Jiao. Even in existence, like Grand Scribe Yan, Wenjiang had a serious expression on his face. He respectfully bowed and retreated to the side. As one of the founders of the flourishing Tang dynasty, Duke Jiao's influence in the imperial court was unimaginable. Many of the ministers in the imperial court had grown up listening to Duke Jiao's legends. Clack! Clack! Duke Jiao held a white wooden walking stick in his hand as he slowly walked into the hall. The clear sound of his walking echoed throughout the hall. "Juling greets Your Majesty." After walking several dozen feet, Duke Jiao suddenly stopped and bowed slightly. He faced the figure behind the bead curtain at the top of the hall and respectfully bowed. "You've come as well." A voice came from the top of the hall. The voice was still lofty and majestic, but it carried a hint of gentleness. The Holy Emperor and Duke Jiao, one monarch and one minister, the monarch benevolent and the minister respectful, brought out the best in each other. Together, they had founded the Tang dynasty for 30 years, an unprecedented flourishing era that had become a legend of the Tang dynasty. Although Duke Jiao had already resigned from his post and retired for several decades, he still carried an extraordinary weight in the hearts of the imperial court and the Holy Emperor. On the other side, the Grand Preceptor's heart sank. Although Duke Jiao and the Holy Emperor had only exchanged a few simple words, the friendship between the monarch and the minister made the Grand Preceptor's eyelids twitch. "Juling, have you come for your grandson?" The Grand Preceptor got straight to the point, his eyes extremely sharp. "Yes and no." Duke Jiao smiled and said calmly, According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, all related personnel, including relatives, are to be excused during court discussions. Juling shouldn't be unaware of this. Of all the civil and military officials in the court, only the Grand Preceptor, the leader of the civil officials, could directly address Duke Juling as Juling. The two were both old officials of two dynasties, and they were also over 70 years old. Outwardly, we do not avoid enmity. Inwardly, we do not avoid family. Duke Ju smiled faintly. However, Wang Chong is your grandson. The Grand Preceptor's eyes were sharp as he stared at Duke Jiu. Haha, Zhongmi is still the same as before. She hasn't changed at all. Duke Jiu smiled faintly, dispelling the Grand Preceptor's attack like a spring breeze. The Grand Preceptor was a person of virtue and prestige. Even old and important officials like Jiang Yinrang and Yan Wenjiang, and even imperial princes like the King of Song and King Qi, had to be respectful to the Grand Preceptor. There was probably no one other than Duke Jiu who could call the Grand Preceptor in front of all the civil and military officials of the court. Although the matter of Talas arose because of my mischievous grandson, it involved the very foundation of war and peace in the imperial court. Thus, even though Wang Chong is my grandson, he does not need to avoid it. Duke Jiu stretched out his cane and continued forward. In the royal court, everyone's gaze was focused on Duke Jiu. Duke Jiu walked very slowly but steadily. Looking at his figure, everyone felt a strange sense of harmony in their hearts. It was as if the spring rain was nourishing everything, silently merging with the entire world. The Grand Preceptor's face was ashen. This was no ordinary court dispute, but one that involved the very foundation of the struggle between civil and military officials. At a time like this, the person he least wished to see was Wang Juling. Juling also heard the Grand Preceptor's words just now. This time, Juling made an exception and left Four Quarters Embassy to step into the imperial court to say one thing. Seek peace through war, and peace will exist, but seek peace through peace, and peace will perish. Thus, when this old subject was prime minister, when the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates invaded the border, even though he could have chosen to negotiate peace, this old subject still led the army to the Turkic steppe and routed the Turks. It was precisely because of this war that 10-some years of peace were won, and the Turks no longer dared to invade the border. The Arabs have never had any dealings with the empire. If we seek peace before a battle, the Arabs will become complacent and underestimate the Tang dynasty, leading to endless wars. Thus, for the sake of the long-term stability of the Tang dynasty and for the sake of the people of the world, this old subject believes that it is best to reinforce Talas as quickly as possible. After saying that, Duke Jiu straightened his back, flicked his sleeves, and bowed respectfully. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Duke Jiu was a virtuous and renowned minister of the Tang dynasty, the creator of a golden age. For someone of his status to speak these words was truly powerful and carried an extraordinary weight. This was not just his view on the Talas incident, but also his experience in governance that he had developed over his decades as prime minister. This was something that no one could deny. To deny Duke Jiu was to deny the golden age of the Tang dynasty and its current peace. For a time, the entire hall was deathly silent while everyone revealed expressions of contemplation. Even Yan Wenjiang, Zhang Qingli, Zhou Taiqin, and the others were silent and seemed to be lost in thought. Wonderful. Beneath the pillar, the King of Song gave a long sigh of relief. Not even he had expected Duke Jiu to leave Four Quarters Embassy and arrive at a time like this. The Grand Preceptor was an old minister of two emperors and possessed an extremely high status. Not even he, an imperial prince, had the right to speak to the Grand Preceptor. If not for Duke Jiu, the matter at Talas would have been settled and the army would have been withdrawn. The Tang dynasty's operations in the western regions would have been completely destroyed. The alliance between Arabia, Uzan, and the Western Turks would have been for naught, and all their previous efforts would have been for naught, bringing endless disasters. Damn, old thing, you ruined my plans. At this moment, no one was more furious than King Chi. He gnashed his teeth, his expression incomparably resentful. He had originally believed that by borrowing the strength of the civil officials, he could completely suppress the King of Song and the Long clan. He had not expected that a single Duke Jiao would immediately cause his plans to fail. The Grand Preceptor Zhang Zhongmi had a nasty grimace on his face. Jieling, don't forget that you are a civil official. Zhang Zhongmi could not help but warn. In the most serious conflict between civil and military in the history of the Tang dynasty, the final twist had come not from the martial path, but from the civil path. Zhang Zhongmi had never imagined that this would happen. Haha, after so many years, Zhongmi was like this when I was with teacher. Why do you still not understand? Why do you still cling rigidly to the difference between civil and military? In Jiuling's heart, there is no distinction between civil and military, only the family and the country. Everything is for the sake of the Tang dynasty, the country, and the people. In Talas, only by seeking war can peace be achieved, and if peace is sought, only war will ensue. This is also why Jieling supports the Northwest. Duke Jiao's voice was powerful and resonant, his expression slowly turning solemn. When one raises one's affairs, one does not avoid one's enemies. And when one raises one's affairs, one does not avoid one's relatives. In one's heart, there was no distinction between civil and military, and everything was for the sake of one's country. This was Duke Jiao. This was easy to say, but how many people could actually do it? Buzz. Duke Jiao's words caused the entire imperial court to buzz. The officials glanced at each other and began to chatter. They only knew that Duke Jiao and the Grand Preceptor both belonged to the civil path. But from Duke Jiao's words, it seemed like the two had once been classmates. This relationship left them all flabbergasted. Your Majesty, this old subject objects. Although the country is vast, warmongering is sure to perish. The Tang dynasty has spent an enormous amount of the nation's funds on successive wars. It is inadvisable to start another border war with Arabia. The Grand Preceptor sternly said, Your Majesty, this subject agrees with the Grand Preceptor. At this moment, a resounding voice rang out. Next to the coiling dragon pillar, King Chi's face chilled as he stepped forward and loudly agreed. Duke Jiao's words carried far too much weight in the imperial court. King Chi was worried that if he did not speak now, he would not have another chance. This subject agrees. This subject agrees. This subject agrees. Chapter 1045. Your Majesty, this subject objects. A resounding voice resounded through the hall. The King of Song, ceremonial tablet in hand, stepped out of the ranks, his expression solemn and respectful. Your Majesty, this subject objects. Your Majesty, this subject objects. Your Majesty, this subject objects. The morale of the generals in the hall soared, and they stepped forward to respond to Duke Jiao and the King of Song. The generals and civil officials once more faced off against each other, and just when it seemed like they were about to clash, a voice rang out, Enough! We have already made a decision. At this moment, a majestic voice, like that of a god from the 9 heavens, came from behind the beaded curtains of the hall. The sage emperor had finally spoken. The King of Song, Zhangqiu Jinqiong, the two of you are fully in charge of this matter. Immediately mobilize the army to reinforce Talas. The memorials submitted by Gao Xinji and Qishi, Protector General Wang Chong, have all been approved. Zhang, Qingli, Zhou Taiqin, the Bureau of Revenue will do everything in its power to cooperate. All money and grain must be delivered without delay. In addition, the other departments will do everything in their power to cooperate. It was just a few sentences, but every single one of them was like a gem. His words were powerful and resonant, and the entire world became incomparably silent at this moment. In the imperial court, the grand preceptor, King Qi, and all the civil officials were dumbfounded. No one had expected the Holy Emperor to use this method to end the dispute between civil and military officials. Duke Jiao faintly smiled, while the King of Song, Jiang Yunrang, and the other generals were ecstatic. A sovereign's words were not to be taken lightly. No matter how intense the conflict between civil and military officials was, as long as the Holy Emperor spoke, everything would be settled. This subject will carry out the decree. All the generals in the hall respectfully acknowledged the decree. As for the civil officials, no matter how unwilling they were forced to lower their heads. The Holy Emperor never lightly expressed his opinion, but once he did, there was no room for change. This old subject will carry out the decree. All the officials from the Bureau of Revenue and the civil officials acknowledged the decree. Go. That rumbling voice was incomparably majestic, like thunder, reverberating throughout the hall. Following the Holy Emperor's order, the entire Tang dynasty was like a huge war machine, operating rapidly. Soldiers responded to the summons and prepared to reinforce Talas. Walala! Not long after the Holy Emperor appeared and the imperial court made its decision, a carrier pigeon flapped its wings and soared into the sky, flying toward Anqi with astonishing speed. Several days later, the messenger pigeon landed in the city of Talas. Rumble! It was like a heavy bomb had been dropped on the city, causing massive waves to ripple through the city. Great! In Talas, all the generals had gathered, their faces red with excitement. After so many days of stalemate, the imperial court had finally decided to send reinforcements to Talas. This was the best news they had heard in a while, and even Gao Xinji was alarmed and left to seclusion. Lord Protector General, with the support of the Holy Emperor and the imperial court, will be able to take the initiative in Talas. We might really be able to defeat the Arabs. In the hall, Anqi Vice Protector General Cheng Qianli rested his hands on the table, a look of joy on his face. The imperial court had been in a stalemate for far too long, and every major decision required a long time to be passed. Moreover, this was a major victory, so it would be extremely difficult to get the imperial court to send reinforcements based on past conventions. Cheng Qianli had even begun to think about what the Anqi Protectorate Army would do if the imperial court took so long to make a decision. Indeed, it was absolutely unprecedented for the resolution to be passed so quickly. The King of Song, the Beacon General, and almost all the military officials of the court stand on our side. Even Duke Jiao has appeared, but this matter is far from optimistic. After his initial excitement, Gao Xianji calmed down and began to frown. The imperial court needs to defend far too many places, and in many places, a single move will affect the entire situation. It simply can't send many soldiers. I'm worried that even with the decree of the Holy Emperor, the imperial court won't be able to send many soldiers. Haha, Lord Protector General worries too much. I've already taken care of everything. We can transfer at least 20,000 soldiers from the capital, together with the soldiers from the protectorates and a portion of the Xiang army. We can get 50 to 60,000 elites from the imperial court. Soldiers are valued for quality over quantity. Although we still can't compare to the Arabs, we can still put up a fight. Oh! The eyes of the generals brightened in surprise. Transferring soldiers from the protectorates along the border was not unexpected. In truth, this was something that Wang Chong and Gao Xinji had already agreed on. But for him to be able to mobilize nearly 20,000 soldiers from the capital was truly astonishing. Wang Chong, you want to transfer the imperial army? Gao Xinji suddenly thought of something and probed. Wang Chong grunted and gave a firm nod. Boom! This seemingly ordinary action instantly set off massive waves in the eyes of the generals. Even Gao Xianji and Cheng Qianli were stunned by Wang Chong's daring idea. The two of them looked at each other, shocked, speechless. Transferring the imperial army. Such a thing had never happened in all of history. The imperial army was responsible for guarding the capital and protecting the emperor. It would never lightly leave. In the 200-some years since the founding of the Tang dynasty, the imperial army had already been transferred without moving its soldiers from the border. This was unprecedented. Although Gao Xianji and Cheng Qianli were supreme figures of the empire, they didn't even dare to think about such a thing. Wang Chong, are you sure? Will the imperial court agree? Lord Protector General, there is no precedent for this, but it is not impossible. The imperial court has 100,000 soldiers in the imperial army, and all the borders are garrisoned. The imperial court poses no threat. If you want to transfer elite soldiers, the imperial army is the best choice. Don't forget that Arabia has even dispatched the Mamelukes, the Behemoth army, and the Skyquaking army. With all 3 Arab governors gathered in the future, ordinary soldiers won't be able to stop them. Wang Chong sternly said. But transferring the imperial army is no small matter. If we do this, we'll definitely be criticized by the officials. Moreover, neither the king of Song nor Zhangzhou Jianqiong have the authority to transfer the imperial army. Gao Xinji said. It wasn't that he didn't agree with Wang Chong, but that Wang Chong's idea was too crazy and daring. Haha, General doesn't even fear death. So why would you fear a scholar's brush? Wang Chong grinned. The Holy Emperor rarely interferes in the political affairs of the imperial court. The fact that the Holy Emperor has personally spoken is an enormous convenience. As long as you and I submit a joint petition, I am confident that His Majesty will agree. Wang Chong's words were light, but the contents of his proposal made Gao Xianji, Cheng Qianli, and all the other generals in the hall palpitate. Gao Xianji and Cheng Qianli looked at each other, speechless for a long time. Only Wang Chong remained calm and composed, his face unperturbed. The current structure of the Tang dynasty had nothing to do with the generals. The true leader was the distant Holy Emperor. The civil officials of the court accused the generals of being warlike, but the true warlike one was the Holy Emperor. It was precisely because of his support that the current structure and territory of the Tang dynasty had come into being. Gao Xianji and Cheng Qianli were still somewhat hesitant, but Wang Chong knew that as long as Tala spoke, the Holy Emperor would definitely agree. My lord, we only have one chance. If we don't do our best to mobilize soldiers now, once Talas is lost, it will be useless to mobilize the imperial army. Wang Chong observed Gao Xianji's expression and added the final piece of his bargaining chip. This fine. Upon hearing Wang Chong's final words, Gao Xianji's eyes flickered. He clenched his teeth and finally made up his mind. Qianli, I'll leave this matter to you and Protector General Wang. But if we do this, we'll have no path of retreat. The first part of his sentence was directed at Cheng Qianli, but the last part was directed at Gao Xianji and Wang Chong. Now that the imperial army was involved, the nature of the entire matter would be completely different. Once they were defeated, neither Wang Chong nor Gao Xianji would be able to advance in their official careers. There was no path of retreat in the first place. Wang Chong faintly smiled, not a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Everything was ready except for the east wind. For Wang Chong, there had been no path of retreat for a very long time. Flap, flap. A few moments later, an eagle soared into the sky from Talas and flew toward the capital. The memorial drafted by Wang Chong, coordinated by Cheng Qianli and stamped with Gao Xianji's seal, quickly flew to the capital. Just as Wang Chong had predicted, Wang Chong's request to mobilize the imperial army caused massive waves in the capital. But before the civil officials of the court could impeach him, the Holy Emperor's decree left everyone dumbfounded. Permitted. It was a simple word, but it immediately suppressed all the arguments. A potential crisis had not even erupted, but it had already been eliminated without a trace. Although the imperial army had a special status, if the Holy Emperor gave the order to mobilize them, not even the civil officials of the court could say anything. and Wang Chong had requested in his memorial to mobilize 10,000 Imperial Army soldiers, exactly 1/10 of the Imperial Army. This was not a small number, but it was also not too much. It was the limit that the officials of the court could tolerate, and it would not have too great of an impact on the Imperial Army's duty to protect the capital. In the northwest of the capital, in a clean and elegant palace hall, a stalwart figure was seated cross-legged in meditation, his body exuding an aura that was like a tide. Behind him, a Wootz steel saber, more than 7 feet long, stood unmoving, accentuating the man's imposing figure. If one looked carefully, one would see that both the seated man and the 7-foot-long Wuzi steel saber were floating in the air. Anyone who could float in the air was at least a brigadier general. Quasi-Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Army, Zhao Fengchen. Chapter 1046. Rumble. Zhao Fengchen's body rumbled as vast amounts of stellar energy madly surged through it, moving faster and faster. Zhao Fengchen's aura was also getting stronger and stronger. When the stellar energy reached its maximum speed, there was a heaven-shaking boom. In a flash, a vast amount of green energy surged out of Zhao Fengchen's head. Looking from afar, the cyan essence qi pierced through the roof of the palace, majestically connecting the entire world. That essence qi gave people a feeling of steel and iron, extremely heavy. Even the entire ground in the northwest corner of the palace was slightly trembling. After some time, that vast amount of energy slowly dissipated and everything returned to normal. At the same time, within the hall, Zhao Fengchen slowly opened his eyes. Alas, I was still lacking a little bit. A bright light flashed through Zhao Fengchen's eyes as he slowly retracted his energy and descended to the ground. Clang! Zhao Fengchen extended his palm, and the Wuzi steel saber on his back immediately buzzed as if it had a life of its own and returned to Zhao Fengchen's palm. Feeling the heavy weight of the saber in his hand, as well as the movement of the saber along with his breathing, a prideful smile appeared on Zhao Fengchen's face. Earth Scar. This was the name of the Wuzi steel saber that Wang Chong had forged for him. The Zhao clan had an extremely powerful and ancient technique that had been passed down from generation to generation. Other than members of the Zhao clan, no one else was able to cultivate it. But even so, cultivating this ancient technique of the Zhao clan was filled with difficulties. In the Zhao clan, only those with a special bloodline had the right to cultivate it, and Zhao Fengchen was the only person in the last 100 years who had this right. But because this technique was so tyrannical, almost no saber or sword in the capital met Zhao Fengchen's requirements. The treasured sabers and swords of the great clans were unable to endure the tyrannical stellar energy and shattered before Zhao Fengchen could even cultivate half of the technique. He had only heard of the treasured sabers and swords of the capital being shattered, but he had never heard of them being shattered. One could easily imagine how tyrannical the technique that Zhao Fengchen cultivated was. This was the reason why Zhao Fengchen had been purchasing a large number of sabers and swords in the capital. Yet, the results left Zhao Fengchen disappointed again and again, until he met Wang Chong and this Earth Scar. It was due to this saber that Zhao Fengchen was able to break through his bottleneck and bring out his incredible talent in martial arts. In just a short year, he had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching his current astounding level and becoming a Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army. Zhao Fengchen's gratitude toward Wang Chong was unimaginable. I'm afraid it'll take a long time before I can break through to the rank of general, Zhao Fengchen thought. He had reached the brigadier general level a long time ago, and after that, he had put all his strength into breaking into the great general level. Alas, he had failed again and again. The gap between a great general and a peak brigadier general didn't seem very large. But Zhao Fengchen was well aware that reaching the great general level wasn't that simple. It wasn't something that could be achieved through hard work or thick stellar energy. Flap, flap. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard the flapping of wings. With a single thought from Zhao Fengchen, pang! Without any movement, the door to the hall immediately opened, and a black eagle flew in. "It's a letter from the Grand Marshal." Zhao Fengqin glanced at the eagle, a thought flitting through his mind as he opened the letter on its leg. Zhao Fengqin glanced at it, and after a moment of surprise he gave a knowing smile. "Wang Cheng, it seems like we'll be meeting very soon." Zhao Fengqin faintly smiled as he walked out of the hall. "Pass on my order. All soldiers of the Xuanwu army, prepare to move out." A moment later, following Zhao Fengqin's orders, the most unique unit of the 100,000 Imperial Army soldiers in the royal capital began to move. Rumble. Several hours later, the west gate of the Imperial Palace, the two doors that had never been opened before, suddenly opened with a loud bang. Immediately after, the earth trembled like sifting chaff, as if many invisible giant hands were hitting the ground. In the blink of an eye, a black tide surged out from behind the massive gate, the tens of thousands of black-armored Imperial soldiers howling out. Unlike the other Imperial soldiers, the armor of this unit was of a different design. It exuded a dignified, solemn, and incomparably heavy aura. Each set of armor seemed to be at least twice as heavy as the other Imperial soldiers. Just wearing this set of armor would require an enormous amount of energy, and there was no need to even mention fighting. But these black-armored Imperial soldiers seemed to feel nothing. Rumble. 8,000 black-armored Imperial soldiers rode out of the gate. At that moment, the world fell silent. Birds and beasts disappeared, and even the bugs on the ground seemed to bury themselves, not daring to make a sound. How come I've never seen this Imperial army before? What a powerful aura. These fellows are very formidable. Sure, don't say anything. Can't you see the look in their eyes? The peddlers and commoners who saw this sight cried out in alarm and began to back away. After living in the capital for so long, everyone knew the Imperial army of the Imperial Palace like the back of their hands. But no one had ever seen this unit of the Imperial army before. They had never even heard of it before. But despite the clamor of the crowd, the 8,000 black-armored Imperial soldiers maintained absolute silence. As they advanced, not a single sound could be heard other than the galloping of their horses. Bzzz. In just a few moments, the 8,000 black-armored Imperial soldiers had vanished from the city like ghosts. At the same time, on the Imperial Heaven Pillar Mountain, 100 li from the capital, rumble. At the back of the mountain, a hidden stone door opened. A moment later, an army of more than 4,000 people slowly walked out of the mountain. These 4,000 soldiers had pale faces, but their bodies exuded a storm of energy that was as sharp as an unsheathed sword. If one were to look carefully, one would discover that with every step those people took, they would leave behind deep blade and sword scars. Moreover, these 4,000 soldiers all had the same aura. It was clear that they were undergoing the same training and cultivating the same technique. The 4,000 soldiers all had the same expression on their faces as if they were one person, and they exuded an indescribable, intimidating aura. It didn't take long for all 4,000 soldiers to gather and remain motionless. Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. I presume that all of you understand what today represents. Wang Chang's little uncle, Wang Mi, stood at the stone door, his eyes sweeping over the faces of the soldiers. 8 months have passed. Now is the time for all of you to come out and test your skills. It is time for all of you to show the world and the enemy your abilities. Do you understand? The loud and clear voice resounded in the air above the entire mountain. Yes. The 4,000 soldiers got down on one knee and lowered their heads in unison. Bzzz. Buzz. The air trembled, and in the instant that the 4,000 people shouted, their auras merged together like 100 rivers flowing into the ocean. And above the 4,000 soldiers, the essence qi converged and formed the phantom of a huge broadsword over 10 zhang tall. The broadsword was incomparably large and sharp, so sharp that it seemed as if it could split the world in half. Wang Mi nodded in satisfaction at this scene. Wang Mi recalled something that Wang Chong had told him a long time ago when they first started training this army. "Little uncle, this army is very important to me. This scroll contains their cultivation technique. After you take it, have them practice it day and night. Don't touch any other cultivation technique. I hope that in the future we can train a new type of army in this world. At some important occasion, I will use them. Little uncle, please." In that scene, Wang Chong stood in front of a bamboo forest, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. At that moment, Wang Mi seemed to be infected and involuntarily nodded his head. At the time, Wang Mi still didn't understand what Wang Chong meant. It was only much later, when Wang Mi had trained this army to a certain level and even participated in their training, that Wang Mi finally understood what Wang Chong meant. Wang Mi had actually handed over a powerful troop with especially sharp offensive power to him for him to train in High Emperor Heavenly Pillar Mountain. And now, it was finally time to reap the fruits. Hiss! Wang Mi took in a deep breath and quickly regained his composure. "Prepare armor for them. In 3 days, prepare to set out," Wang Mi said without turning his head. "Yes, my lord," an instructor of the Heavenly Pillar Mountain replied. Several hours later, the 4,000 troops were all neatly dressed. Like a storm, they swept down from the Pillar of Heaven's mountains and headed northwest. "Chonger, this is as far as your uncle can help you. I've already finished training this divine prison army for you. Consider it a gift from your uncle. The rest is up to you." Halfway up the mountain, Wang Mi gazed at the departing army for a long time. Time slowly passed, and as the 8,000 black-armored Xuanwu army, trained by Zhao Fengqin and Li Lin, and the 4,000 divine prison army, trained by Wang Chong's little uncle, set out for the western regions, the entire capital fell silent. While everyone was fast asleep, few people knew that in a certain place in the capital, outside the most special and revered Su residence of the Tang dynasty, more than 4,000 people dressed in simple clothes were silently waiting with their heads lowered. This residence had more than 100 years of history, and many places were already showing signs of decay. However, for the military and all the soldiers, this was a true holy land. This was where the legendary war god So Yung-sun of the Tang dynasty resided. As the night deepened, the air began to chill. The 4,000 people dressed in thin clothes remained motionless, afraid that they would disturb that person in the residence. Even the sound of everyone's breathing was suppressed. When the cold wind blew, there was no sound at all. He stood outside the wall for an unknown amount of time. Finally, "Come in." An elderly voice came from the residence. It was flat and indifferent, like any other old man on the street. Creak! Along with that old voice, the side door of the Su mansion suddenly opened. Among the 4,000 people, a few figures finally couldn't help but raise their heads. Their faces were flushed, and their eyes were filled with excitement and agitation. Chapter 1047. No one had expected that this legendary figure of the Tang dynasty was willing to accept them and train them personally. Hiss! They took a deep breath. Due to the long period of training and strict self-discipline, they quickly lowered their heads and suppressed the excitement in their hearts. As the cold wind blew, 4,000 people entered the Su residence in a single file. Behind them, a 7- or 8-year-old child appeared and smiled at the people outside. With a squeak, he quickly pushed the side door shut. As the side door closed, the entire Su residence seemed to have entered another space. The aura of the 4,000 people instantly disappeared, as if no one had ever entered. "Senior brother, I've helped you a lot. Don't forget to thank me when you return from the western regions." Under a huge locust tree in the Su residence, the child Xiao Jianjian, who had stood by when Wang Chong and So Yung-sun played chess, and who was also So Yung-sun's personal disciple, smiled at the sky. Then he loosened his hands, and a falcon with golden wings suddenly soared into the sky and headed west. This falcon, which Wang Chong had asked the eagle to bring to him, was finally put to good use. The war drums rumbled. The Holy Emperor's order was like an invisible catalyst, driving the enormous war machine that was the Tang dynasty into operation. Under Wang Chang's planning, the palace, the pillar of heavenly Emperor Mountain, and the Su residents continued to train unprecedented peak troops. Under the push of Zhangqiu Jianqiong and the King of Song, the two important officials of the court, the Ministry of War also, quickly passed one decree after another. With the Holy Emperor's endorsement, these orders flew in all directions at an extremely fast speed to the various border protectorates. Annong, Anbei, Longxi, Annin, several important military locations of the Tang dynasty were all mobilized. In this regard, Zhangqiu Jianqiong and the King of Song adopted Wang Chang's suggestion in their private messages. Quality was more important than quantity. All the protectorates would work together to send their elite soldiers and top-notch generals to reinforce Talas and resist the Arabs. To Wang Chang's surprise, the protectorates that had always resisted, discounted, or paid lip service to him were surprisingly cooperative this time. It's about time. See, Li, the imperial court has already issued an edict. This time, we're being mobilized according to the edict. Remember, if the lips die, the teeth will feel the cold. The two protectorate armies, led by Gao, Xinji, and Wang Chong, are the front lines of the resistance against the Arabs, the largest line of defense. If they fail, our Big Dipper army will be the first to bear the brunt. So, no matter what grudges our Big Dipper army had with Wang Chong in the past, I need you to put them aside for now and cooperate fully. In front of Big Dipper City's checkpoint, Geshu Han had a solemn expression on his face. He was armed to the teeth, his entire body as imposing as a god. Great General, be at ease. This general understands. Wang Sili got down on one knee and bowed respectfully in front of Geshu Han. Behind him were 4,000 soldiers of the Divine Martial Army, their auras as vast as mountains or as sharp as unsheathed swords, as well as 3,000 elites handpicked from the Big Dipper army. Even though they were elites, every single one of them had been through countless battles, and they were the cream of the crop of the Great Tang. Very good. For this operation, we will step onto the plateau and attack with all our might. Once this battle is over, you will lead the army and leave to reinforce Talas. There is no need to report this. With these words, Geshu Han's right hand pressed down on the sword at his waist. With a clang, he unsheathed the sword and pointed it to the west, toward the towering Uzun Plateau. In that moment, Geshu Han's aura was as tough as steel, his eyes filled with disdain. Move out. Following this clear and melodious voice, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a strong gale descended, crashing against the majestic walls of Big Dipper City, producing a deafening boom. In Ney, war horses neighed, and for the first time, the gates of Big Dipper City were completely opened. The 20,000-some elites of the Big Dipper army poured out like a tide toward the north. Boom! The horn resounded over the plateau. Long before the Big Dipper army had left the city, in the northeast of the Great Tang, in Yuzhou, 6,000 Yuzhou soldiers were galloping from the northeast to the northwest like a thunderous clatter of steel. Of all the protectorates of the Tang dynasty, the one with the least pressure and leisure was probably the Annong Protector General, Zhang Shogui. Even when mobilizing soldiers, Zhang Shogui did so openly and without the slightest misgivings. Yuzhou was a very complicated place. It bordered the Shi, the Khitans, the Western Turkic Khaganate, the powerful Yungasemin, and the Goguryeo Empire. But the one with the greatest advantage was not the numerous factions, but the Annong Protectorate Army and the Yuzhou Cavalry, led by Zhang Shogui. Zhang Shogui, as the number 2 figure of the Holy Emperor's generation in the Tang dynasty, just this name was enough to suppress the northwest and make no one dare to act rashly. Even someone as ambitious and powerful as Yungasemin could only stand on the high walls of Baisa City and sigh, "Gallop!" As the 6,000 Yuzhou cavalry galloped away, 2 figures, one tall and one fat, silently watched. One was Baijin Taoyuo and the other, and Yaluishan. and Yalyuishin had a complicated look in his eyes as he watched these elite soldiers leave. And Yalyuishin had risked his life on this journey to the capital. His best brother, Ashai Nasugin, had died at that person's hands, and even he himself had almost died there. And even now, Yalyuishin had no idea what was going on. Why did that disciple of ministers and generals whom he had never met feel such loathing for him, as if there was a blood feud between them? Is it possible? And Yalyuishin's eyes flashed as he hesitated. His hands clenched into fists several times and then dropped down several times. Impossible. Before Yalyuishin could say anything, Baijin Tualuo interrupted his thoughts. You know Lord Protector General's style. No one would dare to play any tricks. Just endure a little longer, because when the time is right, we really will be able to. Rumble. On the plateau, the grass trembled and the wind roiled. As the soldiers of the Tang dynasty were surging toward Chishi and Anshi, black torrents of steel were surging over the towering Uzun plateau. Each of these soldiers was wearing the plate armor unique to the Uzun people, but the style, color, and banners of the armor were all different, clearly indicating that they belonged to different factions. But even though they belonged to different clans, nobles, and royal lineages, these Uzun soldiers all shared a common trait. All of them had stellar energy surging around their bodies, making them incredibly powerful. Is everyone here? At the very front of the army, an Uzun general dressed in dark red armor suddenly spoke. This Uzun general had a thick mustache and a tall and powerful body, brimming with explosive power. But the most dazzling of them all was his right hand. A dazzling light exploded from his palm like a saber or sword. If one looked carefully, one would realize that this person was rather similar to the Dayan Mangpoj that Wang Chong had killed. Dayan Ersongrong. I didn't think that the Dayan clan would summon you back in order to reinforce Daluin Ruozin. A voice came from the other side. An Uzun general in his 30s, 2 large Uzun scimitars crossed on his back, was riding a pure black steed with glossy fur toward Dayan Ersongrong. Didn't the Dali clan summon you back from the great Snow Mountain Temple as well? Dayan Ersongrong indifferently said to Dali Naise. Let's not talk about that. Even the great Snow Mountain Temple was alarmed by the black corrosion of the sun. Otherwise, the temple would not have allowed so many of us to leave and return to our clans. The galloping of war horses came from the other side. Chili Sulong, one of the young elites of the Chili clan, rode over from another direction, his eyes bright. In a flash, all the Uzun generals fell silent. They glanced at each other and then tacitly nodded. The great Snow Mountain Temple was the supreme holy land of the Uzun Plateau and possessed a transcendent status in the Uzun Empire. Although the Divine Temple did not participate in secular wars, it was inextricably linked to the Dusong, Dayan, Chili, and Dali clans, as well as other ancient great clans. Every year, each great clan would have a certain quota. They would send their most outstanding youths to the Great Snow Mountain Holy Temple to participate in the trial. Only those who passed the examination had the right to enter the Great Snow Mountain Temple and learn martial arts from the Grandmasters of the Outer Temple. The Great Snow Mountain Temple was divided into the Outer Temple and the Inner Temple. The Inner Temple was the true temple, the place where the sacred monks cultivated. It was located at the highest peak of the snowy mountain, and no one was allowed to enter. Even someone like Dayan Ersongrong, who had cultivated in the Great Snow Mountain Temple for 10-some years, had never entered or seen the sacred monks, let alone others. As for the Outer Temple, although the cultivation there could not compare to the Inner Temple, in the secular world, there was not a single one that was not a supreme technique that could shake the world. Huishu, Wizong's Vairocana Golden Body Art and Dayan Mangpoj's Great Snow Mountain Monster Dragon Art had both originated from there. The rules of the Great Snow Mountain Temple were strict, other than their own cultivation grounds. No one was allowed to casually walk around the mountain. Moreover, without permission, one could not easily leave the mountain. For so many people to leave the mountain at the same time was definitely unusual. The divine oracle of the empire is no trifling matter. The danger rises from the east. All of you should have heard this by now. Tales is currently being waged, and all of you should know why your clans have summoned you back. As long as we defeat them at Tales, all of Anchi and Chishi will fall into our hands. This will be the collapse of the Tang dynasty and the beginning of a change in the structure of the world. Only by defeating the Tang dynasty and completely disintegrating them can we avoid the calamity of the divine oracle. Only then will all the great clans be spared. Chapter 1048. This person exuded an enormous aura, faintly revealing the bearing of a great general. He had clearly reached the peak of the brigadier general level. However, if one were to sense it carefully, one would discover that within this person's magnificent aura, there was a trace of extremely fierce and crazy murderous aura. It was like a ferocious beast that was covered by a cloth, but revealed a trace of sharp fangs. Damatrimo! Seeing this black-faced general, an aristocratic family elite suddenly exclaimed in a low voice as he recognized him. The others also revealed looks of shock, and they all backed away with expressions of fear on their faces. Damatrimo! Uzin was the number 2 figure of the Yarlung royal family in the empire's northern royal district, a terrifying peak brigadier general. But this was not the reason for their fear. Damatrimo had once gone to the great Snow Mountain Temple and studied martial arts there. However, his murderous nature was extremely strong, and the martial arts he cultivated were also extremely focused on killing. In addition, Damatrimo was temperamental and had committed a sin of murder in the Great Snow Mountain Temple. A master of the Great Snow Mountain Temple had pierced his bones with chains and hung on a cliff behind the Snow Mountain for 7 years. Only later on, when his killing intent had greatly decreased, was he released. He was then sent to the Yarlung royal family's great general Namri Songtian. Only Namri Songtian's powerful great general cultivation was able to barely suppress his killing intent and demonic energy. But even so, it was rumored that Damatrimo would occasionally go berserk and kill his own people. It was to the point that Namri Songtian would never release him except in extremely important battles. No one had expected that this god of slaughter who had been suppressed by great General Namri Songtian to temper his killing intent and demonic energy would be released at a time like this, and there was no one at his side who could control him. With his murderous nature, it was likely that everyone here would be killed by him. Humph! Damatrimo sneered. His gaze swept across the crowd like lightning, and he understood the fear in their hearts. Relax. This time, the divine temple gave me a Buddhist saber that suppressed my martial arts and killing intent. So relax. I won't attack any of you. As Damatrimo spoke, he smiled contemptuously and patted his back. Only then did everyone notice that Damatrimo was carrying a golden dagger on his back. A red swastika was carved on the scabbard of the saber. When looking at it from a distance, it felt like a pure Buddhist energy was contained in the saber. Hiss! Looking at the Buddha knife with the mark of the great Snow Mountain Temple, and then at Damatrimo's calm expression, everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. Greetings, General. Everyone quickly lowered their heads. Damatrimo was undoubtedly a legendary figure of the outer temple. He was far stronger than anyone else present, and probably no one other than great generals could suppress him. Let's go. There are plenty of people I can kill at Tales. I have no interest in you. As Damatrimo spoke, he sneered and immediately passed through the crowd. Behind him, Dayan, Ursongrong, Darsnis, and the elite experts of the ancient clans of the plateau glanced at each other. After a few moments of thought, they followed Damatrimo. The 40,000-some elites from the tribes and clans of the steppe gathered into a mighty flood as they made their way toward Daluin Ruozen's group. Time slowly passed, traveling north from Uzin to the distant city of Tales. In an elegant study, endless torrents of stellar energy coiled around the room like countless pythons, filling every corner of the room. In the center of this torrent of stellar energy, two images, one gold and one red, floated in the air, illuminating the entire room. If one looked carefully, one would realize that beneath the golden and red images of the sun and moon was a young figure, seated cross-legged and motionless. This figure was the center of the room, and all the torrents of stellar energy circled the room before returning to Wang Chong's body. The Great Destruction Art. Wang Chong was currently cultivating the last and strongest technique of the Great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation Art. There was a saying that went, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. Of all the martial arts of the Central Plains, the supreme and infinite origin immortal art represented 1, and it was also the strongest martial art in the world. Although the Great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation Art was inferior to the supreme and infinite origin immortal art, it was still extremely powerful. This was because the Great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation Art represented 2, the Tao of Yin and Yang, the foundation of the world. This could be seen from the sun and moon, the tides. When the yin-yang energy of the Great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation Art reached its limit, one could cultivate the Great Destruction Art through yin and yang arts. This technique was the strongest technique of the evil path, and it was also the supreme technique that the evil emperor had used to reign supreme over the world. Countless experts, elders of the righteous path and evil path had died to this technique of the evil emperor. But despite its power, it was also extremely difficult to cultivate. If Wang Chong hadn't absorbed Giant King Garib Hassam's vast stellar energy and reached the peak of the Brigadier General level, he wouldn't have had the right to cultivate the Great Destruction Art. But even so, it was still extremely difficult to cultivate. The Great Destruction Art was divided into 3 minor levels. The first level, the Great Distortion Art; the second level, the Greater Spacetime Art; and the third level, the consummate Great Destruction Art. The difficulty of each level was comparable to the cultivation of the previous 2 unique skills. Buzz. After some time, Wang Chong sat motionlessly, his long hair dancing in the wind. On his shoulders, the sun and moon mirages that had remained motionless all this time suddenly began to slowly approach. Rumble. At this moment, a strange change occurred. The room seemed to be overflowing with tides, and the pythons of stellar energy alternated between gold and red. Moreover, 1 gold and 1 red, they fused together. In an instant, the entire room seemed to be twisted by an invisible hand, and everything suddenly became blurry. From one side, it was impossible to see the other. Everything had lost their original appearance, and while the stellar energy continued to rumble, it gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Keklak. The first to be affected were the wooden planks in the room. All the wooden planks rose up, and as they did so, they began to fiberize. Countless wooden fibers began to emerge. Rumble. Ring after ring of stellar energy surged out. In the blink of an eye, the wooden planks in the room immediately transformed into thousands upon thousands of wooden fibers, which were drawn into the torrent of stellar energy. As the stellar energy circulated, the entire room rumbled and spun. Pop-a-pop. Soon after, the porcelain cups in the room began to shatter. These exquisite porcelain pieces that had clearly come from the Central Plains exploded into the finest white porcelain powder, which, along with the wooden fibers, were swept into the roiling flood of stellar energy and began to spin. After the porcelain, the wooden table, and bookcase in the study all vanished, reduced to powder as the pythons of stellar energy began to spin through the room. In the end, only creaking sounds could be heard. Even the 2 simple and unadorned beast-shaped incense burners in the room couldn't withstand this power. The metal surface of the incense burners suddenly cracked from the inside out, and then quickly collapsed. The Lord of Talas was extremely wealthy. The 2 incense burners he had placed in his room had been forged from the finest metal and had been meticulously tempered by Arab craftsmen. Not even the precious swords and sabers of Arabia could leave even the faintest marks on the incense burners. But under the effect of Wang Chang's stellar energy, the metal was completely shattered into tiny particles that scattered into the air. But this was not the end. The pressure in the room was getting stronger and stronger, and the energy emanating from Wang Chang's body was increasing in intensity. The images of the golden and red sun and moon were growing brighter and more dazzling. Swish! Above Wang Chang, a black spatial fissure appeared in the distorted space, and in a second, a third. Each black fissure was like a gaping mouth that led to a dreadful abyss. Bang! Suddenly, a strange aura flashed through the room. It was like a bolt of lightning had struck a storm. In a flash, all those spatial fissures vanished and were obliterated. Even the violent currents of stellar energy in the room dissipated in an instant. Bzzz. Without the support of stellar energy, the wooden fibers, metal particles, and porcelain powder in the air began to drop to the ground, and the room fell silent once more. What a pity. I was still lacking. With a light sigh, Wang Chang opened his eyes and glanced around the room. Seeing that it was in shambles, he quickly stood up. The Great Destruction art was the strongest of the three techniques, and also the most difficult to cultivate. Wang Chang had originally planned to cultivate the first level of the Great Distortion art before moving on to the second level of the Great Spacetime art, but he had failed. Even so, Wang Chang had not come without gains. Although he had failed, Wang Chang's body and psychic energy had both received massive boosts, and his stellar energy had also grown stronger and sharper. Someone tidy up the room. Wang Chang raised his head and said, "Yes, my lord." A voice came from outside, and it was extremely respectful. Wang Chang nodded and stepped over the wreckage to open the door. Whoosh! The moment Wang Chang pushed open the door, an icy white mist surged in. Wang Chang narrowed his eyes as he felt a chill run down his spine. The weather is getting colder and colder. Wang Chang quietly said to himself. Dark clouds covered the sky over Talas, and the air was cold. Although it was still far from the time for snow to fall, Wang Chang could already sense that the temperature was beginning to drop. Many places in Talas had begun to light stoves to drive away the chill. Bang! Chapter 1049. What's going on? Wang Chang frowned as he glanced in the direction of the voice. At the same time, he called over a soldier of the Anshi Protectorate Army. "My lord, it's the Chilua tribe. Several lambs froze to death last night. The Chilua tribe says that it's inauspicious for lambs to freeze to death before winter, so they're all clamoring to leave." The Anshi Protectorate Army soldier reported. The Anshi Protectorate Army had been rooted in the western regions for many years, and the majority of its soldiers knew a little of the Hu language, so they had some understanding of the various tribes of the western regions. When Wang Chang had led his soldiers to Talas, he had left the coordination of the tribes of the western regions to the Anshi Protectorate Army. Lambs froze to death? Wang Chang's brow creased. We also find it strange. Lambs freezing to death shouldn't be too big of a deal, but the Chilua tribe has always valued lambs. They say that lambs are cared for by their mothers, so they normally wouldn't freeze to death. In the past, lambs have always been able to survive, with only 2 or 3 of them occasionally freezing to death. But this year, before it even started snowing, 10-some lambs have already frozen to death. The Chilua tribe says that this isn't a good omen. The Anshi Protectorate Army soldier at the gate lowered his head and bowed. Wang Chang's brow furrowed even deeper, a thought flitting through his mind. Some things were becoming clearer and clearer, but Wang Chang said nothing. "How do you intend to deal with this matter?" Wang Chang asked. This was a crucial period of war, and the tribes of the western regions were responsible for supplying the Chishi Protectorate and the Anshi Protectorate Army. They could not be allowed to leave now. If the Chilua tribe was allowed to leave, the other tribes would begin to clamor to leave as well. This would have a massive effect on the Chishi Protectorate and the Anshi Protectorate Army. General Cheng has already taken Ferganan Chief Banahan to deal with this matter. Banahan has a great reputation in the western regions, so he should be able to quickly settle this matter. The Anshi Protectorate Army soldier said. When Wang Chong heard this, he nodded slightly. His furrowed brows relaxed. It seemed that Gao Xianji had also realized the seriousness of this matter, just like himself. Therefore, he had specially sent Cheng, Qianli, and Banahan. With the help of these two important figures, the problem of Chilua tribe should be solved quickly. Tell General Cheng that if something like this happens again in the future, tell all the tribes in the western regions that the Tang dynasty will give extra compensation to all the cattle and sheep that freeze to death. Wang Chong said, "Yes, my lord." The Anshi Protectorate Army soldier froze for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses and bowed before swiftly departing. The Anshi Protectorate Army and the Chishi Protectorate were currently in charge of their own forces, but for the sake of better communication and coordination, both sides had dispatched their own soldiers to assist the other. The Anshi Protectorate Army soldier, standing in front of Wang Chong's door, had been sent by Gao Xianji to Wang Chong. After sending off the Anshi Protectorate Army soldier, Wang Chong suddenly whistled for the White Hoof Shadow and set off for the second training ground in the western part of the city. There were 3 training grounds in Talas, each capable of holding 200,000 soldiers. The first training ground had already been occupied by the Wushang cavalry, and the second training ground had been used by Wang Chong to train one of the most unique types of soldiers in Talas. Even before Wang Chong had reached the second training ground, he could already sense a massive tremor. Unlike the tremors caused by a cavalry charge, these tremors came one after the other, like the crashing of waves in an extremely rhythmic manner. At the same time, he could hear shouts and shouts. Ha! Ha! Waves of shouts resounded out, and they were filled with an indomitable and courageous aura. The MO Saber Unit. Wang Chong faintly smiled as he looked into the distance. As this thought flitted through his mind, he urged his horse forward, quickly arriving at the second training ground. This massive training ground was built from thick slabs of gray stone, its edges lined with wooden statues. On the training ground, an elite army of nearly 10,000 soldiers was divided into 3 long human walls, all of them diligently training. Each soldier wielded a thick metal cudgel more than 7 feet long, and all of them were repeatedly practicing. There were only 3 simple movements: hack, slash, and sweep. Although the movements were simple, when 10,000 elite soldiers used the same movements, they exuded an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Ha! Ha! All the soldiers were red in the face and drenched in sweat as they repeatedly swung, sheathed, and unsheathed their sabers. These simple movements required all their strength. My lord, upon seeing Wang Chong, the king of Gonka, Shi Yuanqing, and Lu Shi all came forward to welcome him. The MO Saber Unit has begun to take shape. My lord, please inspect it. The 3 of them looked at Wang Chong with eyes brimming with respect. The MO Saber Unit had been Wang Chong's idea, and Gao Xianji had strongly approved of it. Moreover, he had ordered the entire Anshi Protectorate Army to cooperate with him. Under the influence of the 2 Protector Generals, all the soldiers were extremely focused on this matter and trained day and night. But only Wang Chong had the right to judge how well they had trained. Wang Chong said nothing, his gaze slowly sweeping over the training ground. Even he had to admit that the army trained by Shi Yuanqing, Lu Shi, and the king of Gonka was doing far better than he had imagined. Shi Yuanqing and Lu Shi were veteran generals of the Anshi Protectorate Army and extremely experienced. With the 2 of them working together, the Mo Saber Unit had taken shape much faster than he had imagined. But Wang Chong did not lightly speak. A moment later, bang! Under the stunned gazes of Shi Yuanqing, Lu Shi, and the king of Gonka, Wang Chong suddenly turned around and unleashed a tsunami of energy. In a flash, the air boomed as this enormous energy seemed to take physical form, enveloping the entire training ground and slamming into the MO Saber Unit. Whoosh! In the corner closest to Wang Chong, a group of unprepared Mo saber warriors, who were in the middle of training, instantly fell into chaos. With Wang Chong's current level of martial arts and his formidable psychic energy, no ordinary Mo saber unit could endure this sort of pressure. Under the influence of Wang Chong's energy, the training of the Mo saber unit was immediately disrupted and began to collapse like dominoes. But a moment later, just when the 10,000 Mo saber warriors were about to be routed, the situation suddenly changed. The 10,000 Mo saber warriors had been fighting on their own, but under the stimulation of Wang Chong's energy, they seemed to awaken. The auras of the tens of thousands of Mo saber warriors flowed into the sea, fusing together into a steely aura that was even more terrifying than Wang Chong's. Rumble. A second later, this enormous energy crashed into Wang Chong's energy. In an instant, the earth trembled, and the air above the entire second training ground emitted a heavy, steel-like roar. Nay. With a neigh, the white hoof shadow beneath Wang Chong staggered back several steps. "My lord!" Shi Yuanqing, Lu Shi, and the king of Gonka were alarmed and hurriedly urged their horses forward. "I'm fine." Wang Chong waved his right hand, stopping them before they could rush over. As he looked at the 10,000 Mo saber units Qi that had fused together like an impenetrable fortress, Wang Chong's eyes shone brightly and a joyful smile appeared on his face. The most powerful aspect of the Mo saber unit was not their individual martial strength, but rather the fusion of their Qi, forming an indestructible and sharp line of defense. They were both an impenetrable fortress and a forest of blades and swords. The auras of 10,000 warriors merged into one. That kind of indomitable and unstoppable momentum was the reason why they charged and broke through enemy lines on the battlefield and were invincible. Behind him, Shi Yuanqing, Lu Shi, and the king of Gonka clearly understood, and they began to contemplate the massive training ground. When Gao Xianji and Wang Chong had first issued this order, the three of them had also been puzzled as to why they needed to form this army, especially when they were so short on soldiers. But now no one had any doubts. Even Shi Yuanqing, Lu Shi, and the others felt that this enormous aura was enough to change the course of the battlefield. Do you see? In the future, train in this direction. Spirit, energy, mind, and strength. This is the essence of the Mo saber unit. Wang Chong sternly said, "This general understands." The three replied in unison. Without another word, Wang Chong urged his horse to charge into the ranks of the Mo saber unit and inspect them one by one. Hold the hilt 1 foot from the hilt with your left hand and 3 feet from the hilt with your right. Only in this way can you display the full power of the Mo saber. In addition, when you slash, make your waist and thigh as one. You must not only use stellar energy, but also the strength of your entire body. Yes, your subordinate understands. Your movements are wrong. When you raise the saber over your head, your arm is not completely straight, but you should hold back some strength. This is a process of accumulating strength, just like a mechanism. If you are too straight, you will use the same move and lack flexibility. Yes, Wang Chong slowly rode through the Mo saber unit, correcting the movements of the Mo saber soldiers. This was a new type of soldier, and there was no precedent for it. In this aspect, only Wang Chong could correct them one by one. Behind him, the king of Gonka, Shi Yuanqing, and the others also understood the uniqueness of this unit and listened attentively, committing it to memory. General Shi, General Lu, time is limited, and the Mo saber unit doesn't have much time to train. I hope that you will firmly remember the important points I just told you. I will leave this task to you. I believe in you. My lord, be at ease. We will do our best. The three said in unison. Whoosh! Just as they were speaking, an eagle suddenly flew down from the sky, heading in Wang Chong's direction. Wang Chong raised his eyebrows and quickly stretched out a finger to catch the eagle flying down from the sky. Removing the letter from the eagle's leg, Wang Chong glanced at it, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Chapter 1050. At this moment, Wang Chong felt much more relaxed. The letter had been sent by the King of Song and Zhangqiu Jianqiong in the name of the Bureau of Military Personnel. The Xuanwu army that Wang Chong had trained through his uncle Li Lin in the name of Zhao Fengqin was already on its way to Qixi. The border protector generals Geshu Han and Zhang Shogui had already sent reinforcements to the northwest. Everything was on the right track, and with the addition of the divine prison army that his little uncle Wang Mi had dispatched, there were nearly 30,000 soldiers on their way to Qixi, and these soldiers were all elites. Their weapons and equipment might have been lacking compared to the meteoric metal and woozy steel of the Wushan cavalry, but in terms of pure fighting prowess, they were not one bit inferior. This was Wang Chong's greatest hope in this battle. Senior Su has already agreed to help me train 4,000 soldiers. There's only one place left to borrow soldiers. Wang Chong muttered to himself as he recalled the legendary ultimate martial army. Whether it was Zhao Fengqin's Xuanwu army, his little uncle's divine prison army, Geshu Han's divine martial army, or in Sichuan's dragon stallion army, they were all just one part of Wang Chong's plan. The most crucial part was still the ultimate martial army. The ultimate martial army not only excelled in offense, but also in defense, strength, agility, and speed, all of which far surpassed ordinary elites. More importantly, this powerful army could rely on the strength of its soldiers to form an array formation. Within the range of the formation, the strength of all the soldiers could be linked together. Not only could they increase their strength, they could also use the formation's abilities to evenly distribute the damage suffered by each person to the others, minimizing the damage suffered by each person in battle. In this aspect, it was actually very similar to Dian Mangpo's Great Bond Formation. What was different about the ultimate martial army was that once the formation was activated, it could constantly absorb the heaven-earth origin energy in a radius of 100 li, pouring it into the formation and strengthening the soldiers' stellar energy. Any army that received the help of the ultimate martial army would have their strength greatly increased, and they would be able to fight for a longer period of time. Several hundred years ago, in Taizong's era, this ultimate martial army was one of the most dazzling elite forces under Taizong's command. But as time passed, coupled with the fact that the ultimate martial army's cultivation was extremely harsh, the legends of the ultimate martial army were rarely heard in the current Tang dynasty. But Wang Chong knew that the ultimate martial army still existed in the capital. This ultimate martial army did not have many soldiers, only 2,000 or 3,000. It could be considered the last bloodline of the ultimate martial army in this world. If Wang Chong wanted to maximize the power of the Xuanwu army, divine prison army, divine martial army, and dragon stallion army, he needed the help of the ultimate martial army. Looks like I can only alarm that old senior. Wang Chong muttered to himself, a figure appearing in his mind, a rare look of respect appearing in his eyes. There were many great clans in the capital, and one of them was the Duke of Yi, whose ancestor had been one of the founding ministers of the Tang dynasty for 3 generations. But by the time of the current Holy Emperor, the clan had begun to decline, unable to regain the glory of its ancestor. Moreover, this clan did not have any outstanding talents and was very inconspicuous, so almost no one in the capital paid it any attention. But Wang Chong knew that this clan was far more powerful than he imagined. There was still a true old senior living in the Duke of Yi residence. This old senior had lived through 4 dynasties and was almost a contemporary of So Yung-sun. But just like So Yung-sun, he had long ago retired from the world, and the outside world believed him to be dead. Under the guidance of this old senior, the Duke of Yi residence had only done one thing in the last 100 years: search the world for talented children to enter the ultimate martial army and continue the bloodline of the ultimate martial army. But the requirements for the ultimate martial army were far too high, and it was extremely difficult to train. Thus, the Duke of Yi residence had only managed to train 2 or 3,000 soldiers of the ultimate martial army. Moreover, the Duke of E-Residence never showed it to anyone, nor did it lend it to outsiders. In normal circumstances, it would be almost impossible to borrow such a powerful army from the Duke of E-Residence. But Wang Chong knew that this was not because the Duke of E-Residence was harsh or stingy, but because the Duke of E-Residence was benevolent and concerned about the world. It hoped that this army would be used for the sake of the country and not fall into the hands of those with evil intentions who would use it for their own personal goals and ambitions. Thus, it preferred to remain hidden. Xue Qianjun, bring a brush and paper, Wang Chong said without turning his head. Yes, Marquis. A few moments later, an eagle soared into the sky, carrying a topographical map of Talas and a letter from Wang Chong. It flew through the mountains and rivers toward the capital. In the southwest of the imperial city, the capital of the Tang dynasty, an ancient estate stood, shaded by trees. On the gate of the estate were 3 large words carved in gold: Duke of E-Residence. The Duke of E-Residence was far from the only noble clan with illustrious ancestors that had gradually declined in later generations. The Duke of E-Residence was only one of them. As the talents of the Duke of E-Residence dwindled, it gradually declined. In recent times, the Duke of E-Residence had even moved its residence to the most remote part of the southwest, completely moving away from the places where the other great clans and dukes resided, making it stand out in the capital. Walala! An eagle suddenly descended from the sky and flew into the Duke of E-Residence. Swoosh! Before the eagle landed, a figure suddenly flew out from a hidden corner of the seemingly calm and relaxed Duke of E-Residence. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the eagle with lightning speed and landed gracefully. Patriarch, there's a letter! Passing through the alleyway, this hidden expert of the Duke of E-Residence quickly entered the hall. He strode to the front of the hall, bowed, and handed over the letter in his hand. There was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s in the hall. He had a long beard, and his face was rosy. When he saw the letter, he quirked an eyebrow, and it was clear that he was a little surprised. What's going on? Our Duke of E-Residence has no contact with the nobles in the capital. How could we have received a letter? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, Patriarch, there's no mistake. It is indeed someone from our Duke of E-Residence. The hidden expert said respectfully. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before he finally took the letter from the guard. This is a letter from Talas. How is this possible? The moment the middle-aged man saw the postmark on the back of the letter, his body trembled, and his pupils shrank as if he had been pricked by a needle. Impossible! The middle-aged man's mind was in turmoil. He had heard about the incident at Talas, but the Duke of E-Residence had always kept a low profile and rarely interacted with the great clans of the capital. He simply could not understand how this matter had anything to do with the Duke of E-Residence. The middle-aged man quickly skimmed through the letter. When he finished reading, his breathing became ragged, his entire body in chaos. Holding this simple letter and a map of Talas, the middle-aged man fell into a long period of thought. Father, how did this young marquis know that our Yuchi clan has the ultimate martial army? As the middle-aged man was thinking, a voice came from behind him. Alarmed, the middle-aged man turned his head. A young man of 21 or 22 had at some point walked up behind him and read through the contents of the letter. Fener, why are you here? The middle-aged man looked nervous as he quickly crumpled the letter in his hand into a ball. What ultimate martial army? Don't speak nonsense. Our Yuchi clan has no ultimate martial army. As the middle-aged man spoke, he flicked his sleeves and abruptly stood up from the armchair. Then he quickly walked into the inner room. But father, the matter of Talas has caused such a ruckus that even Duke Jiao and the Grand Preceptor have appeared, and even the Holy Emperor has personally spoken. Isn't this the perfect time for our Yuchi clan to serve the Tang dynasty? Moreover, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Hasn't our Yuchi clan trained the ultimate martial army generation after generation for this day? Otherwise, what would be the point of all this painstaking training? Yu Chi-Fin panicked and spread out his arms in front of his father. Bastard thing! Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? The Yuchi clan's ultimate martial army has never been used for personal gain. If you want to stand out, rely on your own strength. The ultimate martial army is not a tool for you to rise to the heavens. Disobeying the teachings of our ancestors will bring about the extermination of our entire Yuchi clan. The Yuchi clan patriarch's eyes were wide with rage as he spoke harshly. But, father, I just want to carry on the glory of our Yuchi clan's ancestors. Is this wrong? Don't tell me you're willing to let our Yuchi clan remain unknown. Unexpectedly, Yu Chi-Fin's eyes were wide open, not yielding in the slightest. Slap. As soon as Yu Chi-Fin's voice fell, a heavy slap landed on his face. The huge force caused his body to stagger and almost fall to the ground. Beast, have you forgotten what happened 30-some years ago? Back then, your uncle had the same thoughts as you, wanting to revitalize the Yuchi clan. He secretly took away a branch of the ultimate martial army and had them join the first prince in resisting the third prince. But who could have imagined that the weakest and most incompetent third prince would ascend to the throne and become the holy emperor? This almost brought about a calamity for our Yuchi clan. If this wasn't the case, why would our Yuchi clan have moved out of our original estate and cut off all relations with the other noble clans? The Yuchi clan patriarch's face was ashen as he stared at Yu Chi-Fin in exasperation. Yu Chi-Fin's expression froze, and he was rendered speechless by these words. Chapter 1051. But father, the young Marquis Wang Chong is the son of Heaven's disciple, and his grandfather, Duke Jiu, is a man of virtue and prestige, renowned throughout the world. Moreover, in the War of the Southwest, the young Marquis used up all his wealth to hire several thousand soldiers and brave enormous risks to enter the Southwest. In the end, he turned the tide and saved the common people of the Southwest from disaster. Is such a loyal subject not worthy of our Yuchi clan's help? Yu Chi-Fin clutched his swollen face, still wanting to argue. Bastard! The winner takes all. Today, the Wang clan is a loyal subject, but how do you know that the Wang clan will not be traitors and traitors in the future? Moreover, our Yuchi clan's ultimate martial army only serves the country. If we are used by the Wang clan and the outside world thinks that our Yuchi clan is colluding with the Wang clan, there will be another wave of chaos. When that time comes, do you think our Yuchi clan will still have a future? Will we be pardoned by the Holy Emperor like last time? The Yuchi clan patriarch's eyes were sharp and fierce. Yu Chi-Fin's expression froze, momentarily speechless. Evil spawn, get out of my sight! The Yuchi clan patriarch angrily said, Enough! At this moment, an elderly voice came from the ground, echoing through the hall. Both the Yuchi clan patriarch and Yu Chi-Fin were alarmed by this voice. The Yuchi clan patriarch's face was tinged with awe, but Yu Chi-Fin's face was overjoyed, as if he had found his savior. Grandpa Zhang! Finner is right, the elderly voice said. Ancestor, the Yuchi clan patriarch couldn't help but grimace. Finner, Grandpa Zhang asks you. You said that Wang Chong is Duke Jiu's descendant, and that he is both loyal and righteous. Is this true? The aged voice continued to echo in the ears of the father and son like thunder. Grandpa Zhang, it is absolutely true, Yu Chi-Fin sternly said. Grandpa Zhang understands. Yu Chi-Fin, bring that letter over. I want to take a look. The elderly voice was dignified and dignified. Yes, ancestor. The Yuchi clan patriarch hesitated, but in the end, he could not go against the will of his ancestor. A few days later, at night, in the backyard of the Yuchi mansion, Hung Long, the ground suddenly split open, revealing a huge underground tunnel. In the next second, squads of black-armored soldiers charged out on horseback. Each of the cavalrymen exuded a sharp and capable aura, giving off the feeling that they were like unsheathed long swords, ready to slash out at any moment. Their auras were swift and fierce, but there was no lack of heaviness, giving off a feeling of great power. The strangest thing was the helmet of the cavalrymen. All of the black-armored cavalrymen were wearing cold and cruel masks on their faces. Go! The leader of the ultimate martial army urged his horse's abdomen and galloped away, disappearing into the night with the 2,000 soldiers behind him. Time slowly passed. The Tang dynasty, the Uzan Empire, the Western Turkic Khaganate, and Arabia, for empires, for powers, all fought for every second they had to strengthen themselves in this war. Talas grew more and more dangerous by the day, but none of the four empires showed any intention of withdrawing their soldiers or giving up. A storm was brewing. Everyone knew that Talas had become a barrel of gunpowder, but no one knew when it would explode. In the distant Arabian Empire in Khorasan, hailed as the Pearl of the East, the clanging of metal could be heard day and night. Flames and smoke were the most striking symbols of the city. Every day, a large amount of meteoric star metal armor would be forged and put on the bodies of the most elite Mamelukes. This was the most powerful army of the Arabian Empire, and every day it was evolving in its own way, growing more and more terrifying and valiant. Rumble. In the Lord's residence of Khorasan, while countless Arab craftsmen were furiously forging around the clock, the earth suddenly quaked, and an intense tremor came from the west. The trembling was mixed with the neighing of countless war horses and the furious bellows of cavalry. Countless cavalry were currently making their way toward Khorasan. This noise caused a craftsman to fall into disarray. Several rebellions had taken place in Khorasan, and even now the Mamelukes were still trying to capture the remnants of the Sassanid dynasty. No one knew if these remnants of the Sassanid dynasty were coming for them or not. These soldiers loathed the Arabs, and the top-class weaponsmiths who represented the might of Arabia were also their targets. Clang! Clang! With a clattering of metal, the Mamelukes on guard swiftly took action. Withdraw! At this moment, the city lord's mansion shook violently, and a figure with a straight back quickly walked out from inside. Mamluk Commander Aibak looked in the direction of the galloping horses, a faint smile on his lips. This is Osman bringing his army over. All the craftsmen were at first stunned by these words, but they quickly calmed down. At Aibak's signal, the surrounding Mamelukes dispersed. Osman was the governor of Cairo, one of the most powerful governors of the Arabian Empire. He had clearly appeared in Khorasan to join up with the Mamelukes suppressed here and go to Talas to deal with the Tang at Talas. Although I'm a little late, I'm not too late, Aibak muttered to himself, a faint smile on his lips. Nay. At this moment, the heaven-shaking neigh of a war horse broke the silence as it galloped over Khorasan like a bolt of lightning. The war horse's long neigh had just stopped when the west side of the sky suddenly turned bright red, as if it was on fire. And in this bright red light, a powerful and terrifying aura suddenly appeared in everyone's perception like a storm. Ha ha ha, Aibak, the Tang people of Talas, do you also want a piece of the pie? This thunderous voice shook all of Khorasan. As this voice faded away, Aibak could clearly see a muscular figure with a reddish-brown beard riding a black steed that was taller than a man. He was like a demon god that had emerged from the underworld as he galloped toward him. Behind him was a powerful and well-equipped army that was surging toward him like an apocalyptic flood. Ha ha ha, Osman, I've come on orders. You wouldn't dare to question the orders of the caliph and the high priest, would you? Aibak laughed, a tyrannical aura erupting from his body like a volcano. With Aibak at the center, the earth for a radius of 100 li quaked and even space twisted. His aura was not one bit inferior to Osman's. In the distance, Osman's eyes were like a tiger's, exuding an intimidating light as he galloped forward with astonishing speed. A few moments later, Osman, riding a black steed taller than a man, appeared outside the Lord of Talas's residence like a god. The air surged, and a giant black cloak fluttered behind Osman. It made his originally tall and sturdy figure appear even taller and more imposing. "Haha, Ibak, it seems like we'll be working together again." Osman looked down at Ibak on the distant steps and chuckled. "Correct. But this time our goal is no longer Khorasan, but the greater goal of the East, the vaster world. This time we will conquer the entire East. Osman, welcome." Ibak smiled. Osman heartily laughed as he urged his horse forward. Dismounting, he hugged Ibak from the steps. The three conquerors of the Arabian Empire that had destroyed the ancient Khorasan dynasty had gathered this time. The horns of war had already sounded, and with Osman's arrival, 10,000 Mamelukes and more than 100,000 Ottoman soldiers had gathered in Khorasan. This important city of the East had become a military stronghold worthy of its name. With Osman's arrival, the Arabian Empire's massive war machine began to move. In a place that no one could see, another massive army was moving at astonishing speed from Tarsus in the north to the Pearl of Khorasan in the east. The departure of this army's commander had alarmed the entire Arabian Empire. Even the Caliph of the Arabian Empire was keeping a close eye on the movements of this army. This was a black war banner blazing with hellfire, and beneath the black flames was a continent on the verge of collapse. In the Arabian Empire, this war banner was famous because it represented a single person, the most illustrious governor of Arabia. Governor of War, Qutayba. In the Arabian Empire, this was a name that was even more famous than the governor of Iron and Blood Abu Muslim, the governor of Cairo Osman, and the Mamluk commander Ibak, the three conquerors of the ancient Khorasan dynasty. In the Arabian Empire, this was the governor who had fought the most battles, killed the most experts, and destroyed the most empires. If not for the fact that the Caliph of Arabia had sent the governor of Iron and Blood Abu Muslim, the governor of Cairo Osman, and the Mamluk commander Ibak, as well as Qutayba to the north, it would have been Qutayba conquering Khorasan, not Abu Muslim and the others. The title of Three Conquerors would have ceased to exist. Chapter 1052. The mood in Khorasan was growing more and more tense, and all of Arabia was slowly gathering around that person. 10 days later, the final flood of 150,000 soldiers appeared in Khorasan, still brimming with the flames of war. Buzz! At this moment, when the white war horse and the dazzling golden figure appeared, even Ibak and Osman couldn't help but feel a little stifled, a hint of apprehension appearing on their faces. "Let's go!" That godly figure was covered in thick golden armor, and his icy voice came from beneath his visor. He lightly urged his horse forward, and without a moment's delay, he rode through Khorasan toward the Black Forest and the distant Talas. Behind him, the tide surged. Countless cavalrymen surged forward like the most devout servants, following behind that person and charging forward. As the Arab army left Khorasan for the front lines, countless falcons and messenger birds flew in every direction. Within the Arabian Empire, countless nobles, governors, generals, and even the Caliph in Baghdad were paying close attention to this unprecedented expedition to the east. Flap, flap. An Arabian hunting falcon shot down from the Uzun camp and landed on Dalun Ruozin's outstretched arm. "Haha, so fast. They're finally moving out." A faint smile appeared on Dalun Ruozin's lips as he gazed at the letter in his hand. The letter had been sent from Abu Muslim from the Black Forest. More than 300,000 Arab reinforcements, 2 governors, and the tens of thousands of Arab militias they had recruited along the way. This was an unprecedented Arab army marching toward the Black Forest. This was a force so powerful that it could no longer affect a war on the level of the Battle of Talas. It could even affect the entire East, including the Tang dynasty. Perhaps I should change my goal. Perhaps I'll be able to complete the conquest of the Central Plains in one go. A bright light flashed through Dalun Ruozin's eyes, and he immediately crushed Abu Muslim's letter into powder. 400,000 elite Tang cavalry and the reinforcements that had arrived from Uzun, brought together a total of 500,000 soldiers, including 7 imperial great general experts. This strength far surpassed that of the Mengshi, Yusang army on the shores of the Arai. In Daluin Ruozen's entire life, he had never built such a powerful army. Informed Wussili to assemble the army and prepare for battle. Daluin Ruozen turned his head and said to the orderly beside him, "Yes." The messenger received the order and immediately flew away. Daluin Ruozen watched him disappear into the distance before slowly turning to the 2 great generals at his side. "Are you ready for the final battle?" Huishu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpoj said nothing, only firmly nodding their heads, their eyes glimmering with determination. Both of them understood what Daluin Ruozen meant. This was the final battle. If they wanted to defeat the Tang dynasty and change the ratio of strength between the Tang dynasty and Uzin, this was their last chance. If they did not succeed, they would die trying. Summon the army. With Daluin Ruozen's final order, a storm erupted from the Uzin camp to the west of Talas, engulfing the entire world. This was bound to be a war that would shake the entire eastern world. Crackle! Crack! As the Uzin army began to move, a thick bolt of lightning shot over the Uzin camp. For a moment, dark clouds roiled, and the atmosphere in Talas grew even tenser. A few moments later, a hunting falcon descended from the sky. Wang Chong had also received a message from the Khorasani. It was the Arabs. The contents of the letter caused Wang Chong's heart to sink. The day had finally arrived. Governor Qutayba of Tarsus, Governor Osman of Cairo, and the elite Mamelukes of the Arabian Empire, an army of 300,000 to 400,000 soldiers, were currently making their way to Talas. This fated battle had finally begun. Give this letter to Protector General Gao Xinji. Pass on my order to prepare for battle. After saying this, Wang Chong walked out of his room and gazed at the second training ground on the west side of Talas. Boom! A series of shouts were heard. In an instant, the airflow was turbulent. In the sky above the second training ground, a surging aura covered the sky and earth, and within this invisible aura, there were tens of thousands of long and magnificent saber marks. After a long month, the MO Saber unit had finally taken shape. The atmosphere in Talas instantly became tense and hostile. But the influence of this battle was not limited to just Talas. In the southeast of the Great Tang, in a famous mountain range, ancient trees grew densely along the undulating terrain, covering the entire mountain range. This was an enormous mountain range that spanned 160 to 70 kilometers. Wild beasts roamed the area, and it was extremely remote. Under normal circumstances, no one would come to this place. However, for some people, this protruding mountain range was like a holy land. Grandpa, have you found the dragon head and the dragon cave? In the lush forest, a crisp and tender voice rang out. Taking a closer look, Zhang Xian saw a 7- or 8-year-old child with a long beard riding on a large green ox in a lush bush. The ox's fur was glossy, and stellar energy flowed through its body. It was clearly not an ordinary animal. Soon. Right in front of the little boy was an azure-clothed old man with 3 strands of immortal beard. He held a bronze compass in one hand while stroking his beard with the other, and his gaze ceaselessly sized up the surroundings, while he seemed to be full of vigor and energy, as if he was in command of the world. A fortune-teller of geomancy, a plain-clothed fortune-teller. In the Tang dynasty, there was a group of warlocks who studied geomancy and geography, as well as the direction of the draconic energy of the earth. They were called mystic scholars. They usually hid themselves and rarely showed themselves to others. They would only come out at certain times, and most of the time they would spend their time observing the landscape and the draconic energy of the 9 continents. Found it. A moment later, the compass on the bronze compass trembled and pointed in a direction. Almost at the same time, the sage-like old man in green suddenly smiled. He extended a finger and looked at a cliff in the distance that was shrouded in clouds and had a strange terrain. Looking from afar, this cliff just happened to be like a huge dragon head lying on the ground, snoring away. "Grandpa, did we really find it? Are we going to build a Taoist monastery here in the future?" The child said in a childish voice, "Ha ha ha, little Yin, that's right. When Grandpa finds the dragon cave, we'll build a wooden house here and guard the entire dragon vein. What do you think?" The azure-robed elder turned back and pinched the child's chubby cheeks lovingly. Buzz. Just as the grandfather and grandson were talking, there was a sudden change. Rumble. The huge cliff in the distance that looked like a dragon head suddenly shook, and rocks kept rolling down the mountain. The white mist shrouding the mountain suddenly seemed to be hit by something. It fluttered and quickly dissipated. What's going on?" The elder turned back and was shocked. He was completely stunned. The dragon head was where the spirit energy of the dragon vein was. This kind of dragon vein would not easily change for hundreds or even thousands of years, let alone such a drastic change. "Grandpa!" Suddenly, the child on the ox's back seemed to have discovered something. He pointed at the bronze compass in the elder's hand and said with his eyes wide open. The elder was stunned. He lowered his head and found that the needle of the compass in his hand had suddenly spun crazily. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Under the gazes of the old man and the young man, the cliff where the dragon's head was located suddenly collapsed. Like sand, the entire thing fell down. "The dragon vein is moving. How is this possible?" The azure-robed elder's heart palpitated as if he was struck by lightning. There were many ancient mountain ranges in the land of the 9 prefectures. Only an extremely small number of large mountain ranges could be called dragon veins. These dragon veins would not change at all for hundreds of years. The phenomenon of a dragon returning to the sky was extremely rare. Every time it happened, it meant that the land of the 9 prefectures would undergo a huge change. Roar! Just as this thought flashed through the azure-robed elder's mind, an earth-shattering dragon roar came from the void in the next moment. The place where the dragon head had collapsed was filled with dust. Not only did the dust not fall down, but under the influence of an invisible force, it surged into the sky. Very soon, an even more shocking change occurred. Under the shocked gazes of the azure-robed elder and the child, a huge dragon suddenly stretched out from the mountain range. It raised its head and rose from the ground. This dragon was formed from endless dust, sand, and spiritual energy of the world. The dragon's horns, eyes, scales, tail, everything was vivid and lifelike. In front of this huge dragon, the azure-robed elder and the child standing on the mountain were as small as ants. The wind howled, and endless storms surged in all directions. Under the effect of this violent force, all the trees and rocks trembled violently. Countless birds suddenly flew into the sky, and many beasts also seemed to be frightened. They rushed out of the forest and ran in all directions. At this very moment, the entire world was trembling violently in the face of this dragon-shaped pressure. At that moment, even the 7 or 8-year-old child on the back of the green ox forgot his fear. His gaze was fixed on the void like the azure-robed elder, and even his breathing almost stopped. In the sky, the huge dragon formed from the Earth's dragon energy looked up at the sky. It was struggling and roaring as if it was enduring great pain. "Grandpa, why is a dragon in pain?" The pituitary boy stared blankly at the sky. He had received many books on geomancy and dragon veins since he was young, but none of the books, including what his grandfather had taught him, had mentioned anything about the phenomenon before his eyes. However, the azure-robed elder's heart was in turmoil. He could no longer hear the child's voice. There was only one voice left in his heart. The dragon returns in 100 years, and the divine land changes in 1,000 years. Chapter 1053. There were a total of 9 giant dragon veins on the earth. representing the Tang dynasty of the Middle Plains and the fortune of the entire divine prefecture for 1,000 years. Such a scene would only appear when the heavens changed, and there was a great change. The dragon form of the dragon vein could sense the impending danger. Its pain and roar only meant one thing. The divine prefecture was about to change, and a great catastrophe was about to come. How can this be? The divine prefecture is in trouble. The divine prefecture is in trouble. I must leave and inform the sect as soon as possible, as well as the imperial family of the Tang dynasty. The green-robed elder felt a chill in his heart. With a sway of his body, he suddenly picked up the child on the back of the green ox and disappeared without a trace. The dragon veins of the 9 states were not the only ones who sensed this danger. Under the starry night in the imperial palace of the Tang dynasty, on the observatory of the Northern Imperial Observatory, on the huge sun-shaped observatory, an elder dressed in a luxurious dark blue robe sat motionlessly on the observatory, as if he had become one with the entire observatory. The elder's hair and beard were all white, and he had the air of an immortal. Around him, specks of light that looked like stars floated in the night sky, making the elder's silhouette look incomparably mysterious. And if one looked closely, they would discover that the specks of light around the elder were faintly resonating with the stars in the sky, revealing a profound truth. The elder seemed to have been petrified, and he did not move at all. After an unknown period of time, boom, a violent wind surged, as if struck by an invisible force. The old man's body suddenly trembled, and the starlight around him suddenly dimmed, fluctuating violently. Some of the starlight even directly fell from the sky, disappearing into nothingness. The heavens changed. The stars are in chaos. How is this possible? How is this possible? On the observatory, the elder suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils contracted as he looked at the sky, his eyes filled with disbelief. Following the elder's gaze, he saw that the starlight in the sky was changing, faintly revealing a sense of chaos. But in the elder's eyes, this was not the case at all. The crepe myrtle star is moving. The Tai Yuan star is moving. All the stars in the sky are dimming. This is the chaos of the divine prefecture, a calamity for the 9 states. The elder's hair and beard trembled violently. Let me see where cholera is coming from. The old man straightened his body and formed a spell with his right hand. The 5 fingers on his left hand seemed to have a life of their own, constantly moving and changing, deducing and calculating at an astonishing speed. Just as the old man was deducing, a deep and unparalleled power suddenly burst forth from the old man's body. With the old man as the center, the huge stargazing platform changed violently, and a huge astrolabe appeared first. As the astrolabe rotated, it emitted a sound that seemed to be condensed from solid steel. At the same time, in the dim light around the old man, all the stars in the sky appeared at the same time, and according to their own rules, they moved at a speed 100 times faster than normal. The old man's white eyebrows trembled. His eyelids drooped slightly as he mumbled to himself. He was completely immersed in the world of divination. In just a moment, all the illusions disappeared. The old man suddenly opened his eyes. His bright eyes looked toward the sky above the northwestern defensive line. The stars in the sky were normal, but the old man's gaze had long since pierced through the layers of starry sky and landed on a huge star that was isolated from the rest. Talas. On the stargazing platform, the old man's fingers suddenly froze, only one thought remaining in his mind. How? That place is so far from the capital. The old man was stunned, and then he began to calculate once more. Gao, Xianji, Wangchong, Arabia. Countless thoughts flashed through the old man's mind, and many images appeared in his mind. When the old man reached the deepest part of his calculations, his body suddenly trembled, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good. Talas is in trouble. This battle will affect the fortune of the Tang dynasty for the next 1,000 years. And all of this is only the beginning of an even greater calamity. I must tell His Majesty as quickly as possible that the Tang dynasty is in trouble. The blood on the old man's beard was a ghastly sight, but he stood up from the stargazing platform, not even bothering to wipe his beard before hurrying into the inner courtyard of the imperial palace. The rising of the 9 provinces and the strange changes in the eastern lands were constantly being transmitted to the imperial palace, but all the news was suppressed. Deep into the night, galloping sounds could be heard as a war horse galloped through the palace gates, galloping towards the depths of the imperial palace. It was forbidden to ride horses in the imperial palace, but the sight of that majestic Tongluo steed and the golden dragon token caused all the palace gates to open. Only one person in the entire imperial city possessed this token, the Tongluo Great General Abusi. The Tongluo clan had served the imperial clan for more than 200 years, and the Tongluo clan was loyal and devoted to the Tang dynasty. Because of this loyalty and their astonishing feats in the past, Abusi, the Tongluo chief, had been given a token and a special honor, allowing him to gallop freely through the imperial palace. This was a privilege that not even the scions of the Tang dynasty could enjoy. A few moments later, Abusi had passed through the palace and appeared in front of that lofty hall that represented the center of power of the Tang dynasty. This lowly subject Abusi kowtows in salute to Holy Emperor. What decree does Holy Emperor have? This lowly subject will go through fire and water with all his might. Abusi leapt off his horse and dashed up the stairs. He lowered his head and knelt heavily in front of the hall. Abusi's expression was extremely solemn. Everyone knew that the holder of that golden dragon token possessed supreme authority and could even ride a horse through the imperial palace in the middle of the night. But only the Tongluo clan knew that only members of the Tongluo clan could use it when an extremely important matter occurred. This did not represent glory, but a duty and a mission. It represented the Tongluo clan's loyalty to the imperial clan and an ancient agreement. The hall was quiet. After a long time, a voice came from inside. "Abusi, we have an important matter to entrust to you. Your divine holiness, please instruct me." Abusi's expression chilled and his head drooped even lower. Tongluo clan immediately dispatched 6,000 soldiers to Talas. The Holy Emperor's voice drifted out of the hall. Yes. Abusi's pupils constricted. The Tongluo clan had served the imperial clan for centuries and rarely left the capital, spending the majority of their time guarding the imperial capital. But when he heard the Holy Emperor's words, Abusi immediately responded without hesitation. This lowly subject receives the decree. This lowly subject will immediately lead the Tongluo cavalry to the northwest and fight with Lord Gao against the Arabs. There was no one who did not know of the events at Talas. Although Abusi had clashed with Wang Chong during the regional commander's incident, Abusi would never disobey an order from the Holy Emperor. Whether it was Wang Chong or anyone else, the Tongluo clan had sworn an oath to the imperial clan. "There is no need. We only need you to dispatch 6,000 Tongluo cavalry to escort something for us." The Holy Emperor's majestic voice resounded through the hall. Ah! Abusi's expression froze as he finally raised his head. He had never imagined that the Holy Emperor had only sent him to escort a single item. "Go." The Holy Emperor's voice resounded through the hall. "Bzzz, bzzt." In the next moment, the entire palace rumbled, and right before Abusi's eyes, a massive foot covered in thick armor suddenly stepped out of the palace doors. This guard was dressed in thick armor that made him seem like a monster. Ordinary guards were not even a third of his size. His entire body was shrouded in thick armor, and even his face was covered in a monstrous mask. Abusi swore that in all his years of service in the palace, he had never seen this guard before. His body was shrouded in a thick aura of darkness, and even with Abusi's cultivation, he was unable to see through him. However, this was not what shocked Abusi the most. What shocked him the most was the long war flag in the monstrous guard's hand. This war banner was as tall as 2 people and as thick as a wrist. It was forged from deep-sea Xian iron and some other unknown metal. And what drew Obusi's attention the most was the massive banner on the pole. The war banner was red and black, so red that it seemed to be dripping with blood. The surface of the banner was mottled and old, a clear indication that it had existed for a very long time. Most inconceivable of all was that Obusi could sense a pure and thick flow of stellar energy from the banner. The nature of this stellar energy was enough to make an imperial great general like Obusi pale in comparison. Obusi's heart skipped a beat and a thought flashed through his mind. His mouth opened, but he did not say anything, and he quickly lowered his head. I didn't think that His Majesty would take out this war banner. At this moment, Obusi's heart was in turmoil like a raging storm. Rumble. Several hours later, the earth quaked as 6,000 Tongluo cavalry escorted a black-armored guard out of the capital for the first time to the distant Talas. At the same time, while the 6,000 Tongluo cavalry were leaving the capital for Chishi, in the northern part of the empire, in the distant western Turkic steppe, a battle was brewing. Ready! A loud voice resounded over the plateau. On the ground, tens of thousands of soldiers of the Biting Protectorate Army had formed a long human wall. Behind this human wall were countless shield men, spearmen, infantry, axemen, and archers, as well as a vast sea of cavalry. All the cavalry were neatly arranged, ready to attack at any moment. Across from them were even more Western Turkic cavalry. All of them unsheathed their sabers as they stared at the Biting Protectorate Army, their eyes seething with killing intent. Battle could break out at any moment, and the air was fraught with tension. Finally, boom! Chapter 1054. Kill them all. For all the shepherds. The steppe will forever be the steppe of us Turks. Since you want to fight, we'll fulfill your wish. Waves of roars shook the heavens and the earth. The Western Turkic Khaganate and the Biting Protectorate Army had always maintained relative restraint. Although there were battles every year, the intensity of the battles were not very high. This time, the Biting Protectorate Army had actually left its base and penetrated deep into the Turkic steppe. With just 100,000 soldiers, it dared to sweep through the most fertile habitat of the Turkic steppe. Even Ishbarak Khagan had been infuriated by Insishuan's arrogance and ambition, and he had ordered the Turkic army guarding the south of the Western Turkic Khaganate to press forward and encircle Sishan. A portion of the Western Turkic cavalry charged at the Biting Protectorate Army from the front, while the other portion split into 2, flanking the Biting Protectorate Army's flanks and circling to its rear. This was a classic tactic of the Western Turkic Khaganate. As long as the Biting Protectorate Army penetrated deep into the steppe, they would find a way to attack from the rear. Kill. In a few short moments, the army of the Western Turkic Khaganate crashed into the Biting Protectorate Army's defense line like a tidal wave weighing 10,000 tons. The earth rumbled and the heavens and earth seemed to lose their color. Countless Tang Dynasty infantry were sent flying by the charge of the cavalry. But at almost the same time, all the soldiers of the Biting Protectorate Army responded. Axemen, spearmen, archers, cavalrymen. Everyone charged out together. At that moment, the sound of metal clashing rang out as countless soldiers fiercely fought against each other. Clang, clang, clang. Cold light flashed, and the sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly. And Sishan, you're too conceited. I'd like to see just how your 100,000 soldiers deal with my 180,000 cavalry. Right at the back of the army, there's a figure standing straight like a mountain. His eyes shone with a sharp light, and his every movement exuded a powerful deterrent. This enormous aura was suffocating. Sami, great general. He was one of the top 3 great generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate, and his gaze was sharp and his status was no less than Dewussali's. Dewussali had been transferred to the northwest to take part in the Battle of Talas, while Sami Great General Judufulua had been transferred by Ishbarakhagan to the southern part of the Turkic steppe to deal with the Tang dynasty army commanded by Biting Protector General in Sishan. This wasn't Judufulua's first time fighting in Sishan. The two of them were already very familiar with each other. Although he didn't understand why a great general like in Sishan would leave the base and venture deep into the Turkic steppe, there was no doubt that this was an excellent chance to wipe out the Biting Protectorate. In addition, Judufulua had already sent scouts to investigate and found that there were no reinforcements behind in Sishan. This was simply seeking death. Boom! In the distance, just as the Western Turkic cavalry were suppressing the Biting Protectorate army with their absolute advantage, there was a sudden rumble, mixed with the sounds of gears turning. Before Judufulua could react, he heard screams in his ears. A blurry silhouette flashed through the air. 7 or 8 Western Turkic soldiers, charging in a straight line, suddenly had blood spurting out of their chests and dropped from their horses. Tang dynasty ballisti! Judufulua was alarmed as he instantly recognized them, and an extremely bad feeling welled up in his heart. He had carefully investigated and found that Sishuan's army didn't have many Tang dynasty ballisti, and there was no way they could fire so accurately. This was not the style of the Biting Protectorate army. But a moment later, Judufulua's mind went into a frenzy. In the center of the Biting Protectorate army, the cloth covering the supply carts was suddenly undone, revealing not sacks of grain, but the famous war machines of the Tang dynasty, ballisti. Fire! In the center of these ballisti, a young officer with a cold and aloof expression swung down his woozy steel sword. In a flash, the 5,000 Tang dynasty ballisti all fired. Boom! 5,000 ballista bolts exploded through the air like a storm, and time seemed to stop for a moment. What happened next caused the hearts of the 180,000 Turkic cavalry to turn cold, as if they had been plunged into an ice house. Boom, boom, boom. In a single volley, tens of thousands of Western Turkic cavalry were felled. These ballista soldiers had aimed countless times, and all of them were aimed at the densest concentration of Turkic cavalry. In this volley of ballista bolts, each bolt struck at least 3 Turkic horsemen. In the face of these sharp ballista bolts, even the battle-hardened Turkic horsemen were cut down like weeds. When nearly 20,000 Western Turkic cavalry dropped from their horses and neigh, the battlefield fell deathly still. The eyes of the Western Turkic cavalry were wide open, and even their breathing seemed to stop. Release! While everyone was still reeling in shock from the might of the ballista volley, the aloof young officer immediately launched a second volley. There was a boom as the second volley of ballista bolts began to rain down. Each of the 5,000 ballista bolts was like the scythe of the god of death, reaping the lives of the Western Turkic cavalry. Kill them! The Western Turkic cavalry tried to charge at the ballista army, but before they could get close, they were greeted by a rain of death. The Turkic cavalry seemed like they could not even stand a gust of wind before the mysterious ballista army. Retreat! Retreat! Judufulua anxiously yelled, both shocked and furious. He recognized the ballista army disguised as a supply convoy. In Dewussali's reply to Ishbarakhagan, he had mentioned that a new ballista army had appeared in the Tang dynasty. They were extremely accurate, fast, and powerful. This must be the ballista army from Chishi. The ballista army of the Tang people that Dewussali had mentioned in his letter could not possibly appear here. Although he didn't know why an even larger ballista army had appeared, Judufulua was sure that it had something to do with that temporary protector general of Chishi, called Wang Chong. Everyone retreat! Judufulua's thunderous roar resounded over the battlefield. While his voice was still echoing through the air, Judufulua had already dismounted from his horse and flown over the Tang dynasty army like an eagle. Buzz! Stellar energy surged through the air, wrapping around Judufulua like thousands of pythons. In a flash, his stellar energy transformed, exploding with a light even more blinding than the sun. From a distance, Judufulua looked like a giant comet floating in the void, the blinding light completely enveloping him, making it impossible to see his figure. The energy exploding from Judufulua's body swelled by more than 10 times, making everyone feel like a calamity was about to befall them. Comet's descent. This was one of the supreme techniques that had made Judufulua famous throughout the Turkic steppe. By relying on his terrifying strength and unique stellar energy, Judufulua could descend from the sky like a comet and cause a heaven-shaking explosion in the enemy camp. This ballista army of the Tang dynasty, because it was disguised as a supply carriage for the Tang dynasty, was too concentrated. A single strike from a great general like Judufulua would be enough to deal a heavy blow to this army. Ha ha ha! Judufulua, don't you think it's a little too late to realize that you've fallen for a trap? At this moment, a burst of laughter resounded through the air, under the black banner of the biting protectorate, and Sishun slapped his warhorse and shot forward like an arrow from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he had struck Judufulua in midair. Even though Judufulua was one of the 3 strongest great generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate, he was still forced to give up on the idea of using comets sent to deal a heavy blow to this ballista army. And Sishun, you're so crafty. Judufulua fiercely slashed down with his saber brimming with the fury in his heart. This was not the first time the Sami great general had clashed with Sishun, but this clash had truly caught him by surprise. And Sishun had actually used this ultimate move, using himself as bait to sneak up on him. This was not in Sichuan style. With Judufulua caught off guard, the result of this battle was easy to imagine. Ha ha ha, Judufulua, many thanks for the praise. And Sishun heartily laughed. Without the slightest hesitation, and Sichuan's body trembled with stellar energy, and a dazzling sword chi flew through the air and collided with Judufulua's saber. But this battle was foreordained to be different from what Judufulua and Sishun had imagined. Fire! A furious roar came from the ground as the aloof young general swung down his sword. 70 to 80 ballista bolts immediately shot toward Judufulua from all directions. Damn it! Judufulua's heart exploded with rage at the sight of these ballista bolts. At any other time, Judufulua wouldn't have cared too much about this barrage of ballista bolts, but Sishun was attacking him with all his might. Coupled with the sharp ballista bolts, even Judufulua was forced to retreat. And Sishun, don't get too cocky. One day, I'll make your biting protectorate pay the price. Judufulua used the moment he clashed with Sishun to flee into the distance. Behind him, all the Western Turkic cavalry fled for their lives. Fire! Chapter 1055. Previously, this great Tang army had intentionally concealed itself, waiting for the 2 armies to engage in close combat before suddenly making a move. This small detail immediately became extremely useful. Even though Judufulua had decisively ordered the Western Turkic cavalry to retreat, they had still left tens of thousands of corpses on the battlefield. The more than 100,000 Western Turkic cavalry fled into the distance, and even the Turkic cavalry that had fled far away could hear the screams of the soldiers behind them. This battle had only lasted for a short time, but Judufulua and his Western Turkic cavalry had paid the price of 80,000 lives. On the other hand, the biting protectorate had lost less than 5,000 soldiers. This sort of loss ratio had never been seen before. Enough! All of you, come back! This battle should be enough to make Judufulua not dare to act rashly for a year. Within Sichuan's order, all the pursuing soldiers of the biting protectorate retreated. The biting protectorate had far too many infantry and supply wagons, and in terms of agility, they were far inferior to the pure cavalry of the Western Turkic army. Moreover, the ballista army could not follow in the attack. Lord Protector General, our mission is complete, and you have seen the power of the ballista army. Now is the time for you to fulfill your promise. While Sishun was rejoicing and all the biting protectorate soldiers were rejoicing, a cold and untimely voice suddenly rang out. The aloof young ballista officer, riding a Turkic horse, had appeared at Insishuan's side. Buzz! In an instant, the surroundings became silent, and even the sounds of cheering became much softer. The surrounding biting protectorate soldiers turned to the young officer, and Insishuan's brow creased, his face instantly turning gloomy. "Young man, you're quite bold. Do you know that if I wanted to, I could kill you right now?" And Sishan sternly said, his eyes slowly turning as sharp as swords, "If Lord Protector General wants to kill me, I naturally cannot resist, but these are two separate matters. I have fulfilled my promise to Lord Protector General. The Western Turkic army has been defeated, and the Sami great General Jidufulwa has retreated. Now is the time for Lord Protector General to fulfill his promise. I trust that someone of Lord Protector General status will not go back on his word. Yes?" The cold-faced young general said with a firm expression. Even in the face of an elite imperial great general like Insishan, his expression remained unperturbed. "How dare you? A lowly deputy general dared to be so rude to Protector General. I don't believe that our biting protectorate army can't deal with a lowly deputy general like you." Next to Insishan, a dark-faced biting protectorate general finally couldn't help but rebuke him. "Lord Protector General, if you want, feel free to kill me." But the deal still had to go through, and the biting protectorate army had to send reinforcements to Talas. "By the way, although I am only a lowly deputy general with insignificant status, the seal of the Chishi Protectorate is stamped on my transaction with Lord Protector General. It represents our Chishi Protector General. I hope that Lord Protector General will carefully consider this matter." The young general with a calm expression did not dodge. He stared at Insishan in front of him, and his eyes showed no signs of backing down. "Bastard! How dare you threaten the Lord? Kill him. I don't believe that Chishi Protector General would dare to do anything to our Lord." The surrounding generals of the biting protectorate were enraged. "You dare! If anyone dares to touch our Lord, we'll fight them to the death. At worst, either the fish dies or the net splits. Brothers, prepare to move." In the rear, the soldiers of the Chishi Protectorate were enraged. One of them took off his helmet and threw it to the ground, a savage expression on his face. "You dare!" Clang, clang, clang. The surrounding soldiers of the biting protectorate were also enraged. These soldiers of the Chishi Protectorate did not seem like regular soldiers at all. Their temperament and style made them seem more like bandits and brigands. "Enough! All of you, stay your hands!" And Sishan immediately ordered all the soldiers of the biting protectorate to put away their weapons. "Young man, tell me, what is your name?" And Sishan turned his head and looked at the cold-faced young general in front of him. He had to admit that even though Insishan had seen countless generals and weathered many storms, this young general's courage and daring was truly impressive. This had left an extremely deep impression on Insishan. "Suhan's Han." The aloof young general spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, his eyes determined and fearless. "Not bad, I'll remember you. My words just now were just a joke. I will definitely keep my word and immediately lend you the soldiers I promised. And Beilu, go and make arrangements for him to select some elites to accompany him back to Chishi." "Many thanks, my lord." Su Hanshan's expression softened, and with a wave of his hand, the ballista soldiers immediately fell silent. Although these people were bandits and brigands of the Silk Road, all of them used to being unrestrained and undisciplined, all of them treated Su Hanshan with the utmost respect. Under Su Hanshan's training, these people were no longer bandits and brigands. This was also due to Su Hanshan's powerful charisma and talent as a commander. To put it bluntly, if anyone dared to touch Su Hanshan now, these people would definitely die for him. Su Hanshan quickly left with the entire ballista army and the 10,000 elites of the biting protectorate. In the biting protectorate, Su Hanshan had left behind 3,000 ballistae. "My lord, 10,000 elites is much more than we agreed on with the young Marquis. Is my lord really going to let them leave?" Next to Hun, an extremely intelligent-looking general spoke up. "Haha, why wouldn't I agree? I'm just lending them, not actually giving them to the Chishi Protectorate. Moreover, did you really think that I would agree so easily? Long before this, I had already sent a memorial to the imperial court requesting the loan of 10,000 elites. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, our biting protectorate army is undefeatable." And Hun faintly smiled. "But my lord, that fellow called Han is rather daring. Wang Chong is in the distant Talas, but he actually thought of making a deal with Lord Protector General. And from the soldiers he's trained, it seems like they're completely willing to die for him. This sort of training ability is 1 in 10,000. It would be wonderful if he could be transferred to our biting protectorate." On the side, another general said, and after saying this, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This general was only speaking from the bottom of his heart, but Sishuan's smile instantly vanished as he gazed in the direction Han had left, his gaze extremely profound. "Beggar, that Han, keep an eye on him for me. If possible, do everything in your power to recruit him to our biting protectorate." And Han suddenly said, his words causing all the generals to tremble and turn to look, including the praising beggar. Everyone knew that this person truly did have some courage to speak so harshly to the Imperial Protector General, but none of them could have imagined that the Protector General actually had such a high opinion of him that he wanted to recruit him to the biting protectorate. "Yes, my lord." Beggar's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he lowered his head and respectfully replied. The other generals also obediently lowered their heads. Just like the ballista soldiers trained by bandits and highwaymen, all the soldiers of the biting protectorate were absolutely subservient to Hun. Courage, strategy, initiative, leadership, fearlessness, this sort of independent demeanor is not the talent of a general, but the talent of a great general. And Sishuan's eyes were cold, countless thoughts flitting through his mind. When an imperial great general encountered another imperial great general, they would always feel the same way. And Han saw this sort of thing in this young commander called Han, because that was his younger self. When he thought about how the youngest son of the Wang clan at Talas had so many talented subordinates of great potential under his command, and Han couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. The entire 9 provinces was once more thrown into turmoil by the Battle of Talas. The distant Chishi Protectorate was like the eye of a storm, drawing countless elite soldiers to its location. As the only way to Chishi, Wushang City of Steel became the best witness to all this. Look, on the high walls of the City of Steel, a young child suddenly pointed into the distance and excitedly shouted. These words immediately attracted everyone's attention. All the children and craftsmen on the walls of the City of Steel, as well as the disciples of the great clans, merchants, and pedestrians, turned to look, rumble. In the direction the child was pointing, a group of 7,000 soldiers, clad in shining armor and exuding a majestic aura, were silently galloping away from Wushang City of Steel toward the Chishi Protectorate headquarters in the rear. In the center of this group of black-armored cavalry was a war banner emblazoned with the image of the Big Dipper Army. It's the Big Dipper Army. It's Great General Geshu Han's Big Dipper Army. Someone in the crowd cried out, "Look, it's the Divine Martial Army." At the very front of the army was a group of black-armored cavalry that was particularly eye-catching. Compared to the other Big Dipper Army soldiers, this group of black-armored cavalry had a deep and solemn aura, and they were at least 3 times stronger. Although there were only 3,000 of them, their movements were unified and their orders were strictly obeyed. Their aura was even greater than that of 30,000 soldiers. The air within 3 feet of them was so blurry that nothing could be seen clearly. I didn't think that the Big Dipper Great General would send the Divine Martial Army. Chapter 1056. The Divine Martial Army. This was the most elite force of the Big Dipper Army. It was said that the Tang Dynasty's war god and crown prince's grand protector, Wangzhongxi and Geshuhan, these elite soldiers had been specially selected from the Big Dipper Army. Even after so many years, the Big Dipper Army only had a few thousand people, and they were often understaffed. This was an extremely powerful army. Even though they were clearly outnumbered, they had managed to defeat the White Lion cavalry of Yu Sang, great General Wei Todrikonglo, and they had also managed to turn the tide in an extremely disadvantageous situation. Even when facing an enemy 5 times their number, they had managed to pierce through the enemy camp and utterly crush an army of 50 to 60,000. This was the true backbone of the Big Dipper Army, and the 2 words Divine Martial had been bestowed upon them by the Holy Emperor. The 3,000 soldiers of the Divine Martial Army and the 4,000 elites of the Big Dipper Army silently flew past the solemn city of steel. Not long after the Divine Martial Army left, in the darkness of the night, another army came from the distance. Rumble. The earth quaked and dust roiled. Countless people surged out of the city of steel and looked toward the source of the sound. What's going on here? Why is there a mountain there? Outside the city of steel, a group of people looked to the southeast in shock. At some point, a majestic and towering mountain had appeared in what had been an empty space in the distance. Most unbelievable of all was that this massive mountain that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth was trembling as it approached the city of steel. For a moment, the area in front of the city of steel was deathly still. Everyone stared at the huge mountain that was constantly moving towards them. They were all silent and dumbfounded. However, everything was far from over. In the next second, everyone heard the sound of waves. At first, it was barely audible, and only a few people heard it. However, in a short period of time, the sound grew louder and louder. In the end, the sound was earth-shattering and could be heard thousands of miles away. "Look!" Someone in the crowd cried out in alarm. Under the night sky, everyone could clearly see that the huge mountain range in the distance had disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was a huge wave that reached the sky. Endless waves surged through the world, and the waves at the very front were several dozen times taller than the city of steel. A 6 or 7-year-old child immediately burst into tears when he saw this scene. The merchants and travelers who were watching also had expressions of fear on their faces. In the face of the overwhelming and earth-shattering waves, they couldn't help but subconsciously retreat. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Amidst the cries of alarm, many people were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they quickly retreated into the city. However, before they could retreat into the city, the monstrous sound of waves disappeared again. At the bottom of the disappearing waves, an army of 8,000 black-armored soldiers galloped over from afar with a solemn and dignified aura. Above this army, a flag with a 5-clawed golden dragon fluttered in the night. Imperial Army. A peddler who had spent some time in the capital was dumbfounded by the fluttering banner in the darkness. Those who had spent a long time in the capital were no stranger to the symbol of the Imperial Army, but he was sure that he had never seen this black-armored army in the capital. Rumble. The earth quaked, and the entire city of steel trembled. The 8,000-strong Tang Dynasty Imperial Army passed through the city of steel as if they hadn't seen anything, their eyes focused as they continued to gallop toward Chishi. Night fell, and after the clamor, everyone fell asleep. But at this moment, the 3rd wave of Tang Dynasty reinforcements arrived. Woof woof, chirp chirp. Without any warning, all the animals and birds in the city of steel began to uneasily cry out. The birds anxiously hopped about in their cages while the dogs looked to the southeast and barked as if they had sensed something extremely dangerous. Under the management of the various great clans, the city of steel was no longer what it had been in the past. Many commoners and peddlers had gathered here, and the city was gradually beginning to prosper. But a situation like this had never occurred before. A peddler who had been startled out of his sleep pushed open his window. Just when he was about to curse, he saw the sky outside and froze in place. The originally dim starlight and dark night sky suddenly emitted a blazing white light. If one looked closely, they would discover that it was a shocking sword chi that shot out from the southeast. It was like the Milky Way hanging upside down, piercing through the entire void and fiercely stabbing into the night sky. Under the illumination of this majestic sword chi, all the stars dimmed, and even the night sky glowed with light. The peddler placed his hands on the window and stared at that majestic sword chi that stretched for several hundred li, his entire body frozen in place. At this moment, the peddler suddenly heard the rumbling of the earth. It was not obvious at first, but it grew more and more intense, until even the earth itself began to tremble. In the void, the originally inconspicuous, sharp, and austere aura also increased rapidly in that instant. In just a short period of time, it had become so dense that it was unbelievable. Whoosh! The silent and slumbering city of steel suddenly exploded with activity. Everyone had been roused from their stupor by this astonishing energy. Suddenly, a bone-chilling chill filled the air, and the peddler in front of the window sensed that under the influence of this somber chi, the temperature in the city of steel had plummeted. Bang! The peddler slammed his hands together, closed the window, and then retreated back into the city in fear. The people in the city of steel also sensed something at this moment, and the clamor instantly turned into a deathly stillness. Rumble! The footsteps got closer and closer. At this moment, only the guards on the walls of the city of steel could see into the distance. An army of more than 4,000 soldiers, shrouded in white sword chi, swept past the city of steel. These 4,000 soldiers were solemn and silent, and this silent pressure made all the guards on the walls tremble in fear. Divine prison! In the light of the white sword chi, the guards on the walls could clearly see the words on the white banners of this army. Around 15 minutes later, this army had completely left the city of steel, vanishing in the direction of Chishi. On the walls, all the guards were still immersed in that shocking aura, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. In a single day, 3 armies had appeared, each of them incredibly powerful and far beyond the imagination of mortals. This was an unprecedented shock to the people of the city of steel. Impossible! Just where did Marquis find such a powerful army? On the high walls, a former soldier of the Chishi Protectorate muttered to himself, unable to speak for a long time. One powerful army after another passed by the city of steel, surging toward the Protectorate in the rear. For the people of the city of steel, this was the first time they had ever seen so many powerful armies, and the first time they had learned that the Tang dynasty had so many secret armies. The events that had taken place in the last few days would be the topic of conversation for the rest of their lives. In just a few days, the Chishi Protectorate had become the largest military stronghold in the northwest, second only to Tala's. The Divine Martial Army, the Xuanwu Army, the Divine Prison Army, Zhang Shogui's Celestial Capital Army, all these armies were in strict formation, their ranks clearly delineated as they stood in front of the Chishi Protectorate. All of them were silent, and the atmosphere was somber and imposing. All that's left is Su Han's Han, Chui Piaoqi indifferently said, standing next to Wang Bei. In the plaza, the 6,000 Wushang cavalry in the very center were the most conspicuous figures. Although they did not have enough Wuzi steel swords, the Wushang cavalry had used meteoric metal as replacements. Together with their meteoric metal armor, their top-class equipment was enough to make the majority of armies pale in comparison. It's about time. I've already received word from Su Han's Han that he has successfully completed his mission and is leading his army in this direction. Wang Bei said, turning his head to the east just like Chui Piaoqi. As if responding to the thoughts of the two, about an hour later, the wind whistled in the distance and grass fragments filled the sky. A huge army covered the sky and covered the earth. Like a surging black tide, It swept towards this place. It's the army of the Biting Protectorate. A sharp-eyed Wushang horseman immediately noticed the black dragon banner fluttering above the army. Qixi and Biting were neighbors, so all of them were extremely familiar with the war banner of the Biting Protectorate. The appearance of the Biting Protectorate army meant that Su Hanshan had successfully completed his mission. Has all the army gathered? A few moments later, Su Hanshan emerged from the rear and appeared in front of Wang Bei and Cui Piaoqi. There's still a division of the ultimate martial army on the way. They'll arrive in around 2 days. Wang Bei said. With Wang Chang's departure, the 3 titans of Qixi were Wang Bei, Cui Piaoqi, and Su Hanshan. As Wang Chang's second brother and the absolute leader, Wang Bei was responsible for the majority of communications. The Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals, and it had a long history of learning. Wang Bei handled these matters with ease and familiarity. Speed is of the essence in war, and war can break out at any moment. We've already gathered nearly 60,000 soldiers here, and it's about time we set off for Talas to reinforce Lord Protector General. As for the 4,000 soldiers of the ultimate martial army, have them come from the rear. They should be able to meet up at Talas. Su Hanshan sternly said, his expression cold and aloof. Wang Bei and Cui Piaoqi both nodded. On this point, the 2 of them shared the same view as Su Hanshan. Since that's the case, let's inform the 2 venerable seniors to prepare to move out. Su Hanshan said. An hour later, more than 50,000 elite soldiers of the Great Tang set out from Qixi toward Talas amid the rumbling of the golden drums and a cloud of dust in front of the Qixi Protectorate headquarters. Chapter 1057. Meanwhile, in the distant Black Forest to the west of Talas, countless birds suddenly cried out in alarm as they soared into the sky. Behind these birds was an enormous Arab army marching toward the Black Forest. Even before the army arrived, 3 dazzling war banners were already visible. They were a black crescent moon, a flowing river, and a blazing black hellfire. Bong, bong, bong. The war drums thundered, causing the entire Black Forest to tremble before the might of this enormous army. They're here. At the very front of the Black Forest, Ziad suddenly stood up and looked behind him, a look of delight in his eyes. Behind Ziad, Abu Muslim had also stood up and was motionless as he looked behind him. His expression was calm, but his eyes betrayed everything. The Arabs desperately needed a victory in this war. Abu Muslim and Ziad had been waiting for this day for far too long. Breaking Talas and conquering the entire Eastern world had always been Abu Muslim and all the other Arab governors' most fervent desires. As the strongest governors of iron and blood of the Arab East, neither Abu Muslim nor Zid could tolerate losing to an infidel army in a tiny place like Talas. Ha ha ha, Abu Muslim, we meet again. Vigorous laughter came from the Black Forest as Governor Osman of Cairo rode out from the army on a large horse, charging toward Abu Muslim and Hid. Lord Osman, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Ziad heartily laughed as he rode forward to welcome him, an extremely amiable expression on his face. Ziad had also participated in the war against the Sassanid dynasty, and he had even worked together with Osman to kill a Sassanid great general. Now that they were meeting, they could be considered old friends. Welcome. On the other side, Abu Muslim rode forward, his expression calm as he spoke 2 simple words. Abu Muslim, you're still the same. That scowl on your face that hasn't changed in the slightest. What? Are the Tang people of Talas really that formidable? Even you aren't a match for them? Osman said with a smile. His eyes were filled with curiosity. Abu Muslim was a symbol of invincibility in the Arabian Empire, and in the last few decades, there had never been a country that he could not conquer. But this time he had not only failed to conquer, but suffered a defeat. Upon hearing this, Osman had to admit that he was quite surprised, even thinking that this was a farce and a joke. Osman, don't get careless. This army of the Tang people is different from any opponent we've encountered before. Their weapons, equipment, strategies, and commanders are all extremely powerful. Moreover, the martial arts of the East are completely different from ours. Mazel died precisely because he was too careless. Abu Muslim sternly said, "Really?" A faint voice rang out, revealing a hint of disdain and dominance. "All the more reason for me to give it a try. I'd like to see if there is any army in this world that our Mamelukes can't conquer." Aibak, mounted on a large white horse, slowly approached from the rear. "My lord." Ziad's heart trembled at the sight of Aibak, and he immediately bowed. The Mamelukes were an extremely powerful army that all of Arabia knew of, and Aibak, as the leader of the Mamelukes, possessed an extremely influential status in Arabia. Even Ziad had to treat him with some respect. "Aibak, since that's the case, you can try my army." At this moment, an icy voice came from the rear, accompanied by the galloping of hooves. A dazzling golden figure, mounted on an abnormally large Arabian steed, slowly rode up from the rear. Translated by Hypersheet 325, edited by Micro Kateba. Osman, Abu Muslim, Ziad, and Aibak all shivered at the sight of this figure and immediately shut their mouths. In the entire Arabian Empire, Governor of War Kateba commanded an army that was undoubtedly the most unique. Kateba was a warmonger, starting wars even more frequently than Abu Muslim. He was an out-and-out war madman. In the Arabian Empire, Kateba was one of the few existences whose status surpassed Abu Muslim's. His strength and military authority were so great that even the caliph had to think of ways to restrain him. This madman, a hint of anger flashed through Aibak's eyes, but he did not dare to say anything. The Mamelukes only had 10,000 soldiers at full strength, but the elite soldiers under Kateba's command were several dozen times that number. The Mamelukes were meant to break defenses, not engage in large-scale battles like this. Even if the Mamelukes could break through Kateba's army, they would inevitably end up in a bitter battle that would result in grievous losses. Most importantly, Aibak was no match for Kateba. In Arabia, Kateba was known as the war god, so one could easily imagine just how powerful he was. Unless absolutely necessary, Aibak did not want to clash with this war madman. "Abu Muslim, you've truly disappointed me. I didn't think that someone of your strength and the assistance of the Behemoth army and Skyquaking army would lose to a puny Eastern army of only a few dozen thousand. I once believed that you would be able to replace me in the future, but it now seems that I overestimated you." Kateba's entire body was shrouded in golden light as he ignored Aibak and turned to Abu Muslim. Abu Muslim's brow creased as if he wanted to say something, but he decided against it. The Arabian Empire was a strictly hierarchical society, and strength spoke for everything. Abu Muslim had just suffered a crushing defeat at Talas, so he naturally had nothing to say to the mighty Kateba. "Kateba, you will soon find out whether the Tang people are strong or weak. Since the army has arrived, it is time to break into Talas and exterminate the Tang dynasty army." Ziad informed the Uzin and Western Turks to immediately move out. Abu Muslim turned his head and said, "Yes, my lord." Ziad came back to his senses and urged his horse away. Flap Flap, an Arabian hunting falcon, took off from the Black Forest, past Talas, and into the Uzin camp. At this moment, the Uzin camp was heavily guarded, and the atmosphere was completely different from before. More than 40,000 Uzin reinforcements from the various great clans and royal districts had finally arrived at their destination and met up with Daluin Ruozin's forces. Daluin Ruozin now had nearly 80,000 soldiers, and they were much stronger than before. "Haha, everyone's finally here." A smile appeared on Daluin Ruozin's lips as he held Ziad's letter. After waiting for so long, the moment had finally arrived. 3 governors for 100,000 soldiers, and the strength of the Uzin and Western Turks. In this battle, no matter what, Wang Chong and Gao Xinji had no chance of surviving. "Pass on my order. The army is ready to move out." Daluin Ruozin lightly flicked the letter. Reporting. At this moment, the flap to the tent was thrown open and a Tibetan messenger rushed in. He got down on one knee and said, "Sir, you have a report." "Prime Minister, the scouts in the rear have reported that a large number of Tang Dynasty reinforcements are moving toward Talas. Based on their numbers, there are at least 60,000, and all of them are elites. Prime Minister, please give your instructions." Buzz. The tent fell deathly still, time seeming to stop. Everyone's movements seemed to freeze, and even Daluin Ruozin's expression froze, the smile on his lips instantly vanishing. "How far are they from us?" Daluin Ruozin asked, his brows deeply creasing. He had never expected this news. "They're moving very quickly. They should be able to reach us in a day at most," the messenger respectfully said. The messenger respectfully replied. The tent instantly fell silent. Daluin Ruozin rested his chin on his hand and said nothing. "The Tang Dynasty's reinforcements have come very quickly. It seems like that holy emperor of the Tang Dynasty has also sensed the danger in the northwest and sent his army ahead of time." Dusong Mangpoj sternly said. This was the most surprising piece of news. Everyone had been preparing to move out, but the Tang Dynasty's reinforcements had arrived. "That's not what I'm worried about." Huishu Wizong also spoke, his brow deeply furrowed. "The Tang Dynasty is different from us. They have too many enemies and can't muster many soldiers. 60,000 elites is truly beyond my expectations. If we continue to advance and attack Talas with the Arabs, I'm worried that it won't be the Tang people of Talas who will be attacked from the front and rear, but us. In the art of war, the greatest taboo was to be attacked from the front and rear. The Arabs had an astonishing ability to recover from battle. Although they had lost several 100,000 soldiers in a single battle, they had quickly gathered another 400,000 soldiers. Even if they were attacked from the front and rear, they had no fear. But Uzun only had 80,000 soldiers. If they were attacked from the front and rear, they might be completely wiped out. The tent was quiet. This change had come too quickly. The joy of the arrival of the Arab reinforcements had not lasted for long before Uzun's men had to consider their own situation. In a flash, the mood in the tent became extremely grave. In the tent, Daluin Ruozin smiled and quickly came to a decision. "It seems like we'll have to change our strategy. Let's go deal with the Tang Dynasty's reinforcements and buy some time for Abu Muslim and the others. In addition, inform Dawusali that it's been so long. It's about time for us to meet up." A few moments after Daluin Ruozin's order, an eagle soared into the sky and flew toward the western Turkic camp. Less than 2 hours later, the Tibetan and Turkic armies had merged back into one and were rapidly advancing in the opposite direction of Talas. Chapter 1058. Time slowly passed, and as the Arabs, Tibetans, and Western Turks began to move, several eagles began to descend from the sky. At the same time, scouts began to rush into Talas, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Reporting. "It's bad. We've discovered the tracks of the Arabs. A group of Arab cavalry is approaching Talas at full speed. Based on their numbers, there are at least 400,000 of them." The scouts rushed into the hall one after the other, but their reports were identical. Boom! A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Everyone in the hall was shocked when they heard the contents of the scouts' report. Many people even stood up in unison. Although the Khorasani had long ago mentioned that 400,000 Arab soldiers were on their way, they were still stunned to hear it confirmed. After more than a month, this day has finally arrived. Gao Xinji took in a deep breath and slowly stood up from the conference table, his eyes fixed on Wang Chong. Wang Chong nodded, his face emotionless, but a complicated thought flickered through his mind. What had to come had finally come. After waiting for so long, the Tang Dynasty and the Arabs were finally going to have to fight. But unlike the previous battles, this would be a decisive battle. At Talas, Only one of the Arabs or the Tang dynasty could survive, and only one side's banner could be planted on the high walls of Talas. Xue Qianjun, has there been any news from the imperial court? My lord, Su Han's Han, General Wang, and General Cui have already led 60,000 reinforcements out of Qixi and are heading to Talas at full speed. Wang Chong nodded and continued. Have the defenses of Qixi and the City of Steel been prepared? My lord, the Xiang armies of Longxi, the Guanyi Circuit, and the Eastern Circuit have already been stationed there. Although they aren't strong enough to attack, they should be able to defend without too much of a problem. Xue Qianjun bowed. Very good. Wang Chong nodded slightly, without the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. Now that all the reinforcements have arrived, this battle is inevitable. Now, only Daluan Ruozhen and Dewussili stand between us and the reinforcements. As Wang Chong spoke, he took 2 small flags from the side and inserted them into the sand table where the Uzun camp and the Western Turkic camp were located. Wang Chong, Daluan Ruozhen, is very difficult to deal with. He probably already knows that the reinforcements from Qixi have set off. What do? Do we need to reinforce them? When it came to Daluan Ruozhen, Cheng Qianli never dared to let his guard down. In more than a month, the Tang dynasty had thought of ambushing them several times, but Daluan Ruozhen and Dewussili had always been on guard and had made preparations. By now, the 2 armies had become extremely vigilant against the Tang dynasty. The slightest movement from them would be discovered ahead of time. Even though Gao Xianji and Cheng Qianli had sent out scouts to clear out the spies in the city, they killed wave after wave of spies, as if there was no end to them. In the end, they had no choice but to give up on this idea. At the very least, until they had the absolute advantage, now was not the time to fight with the Uzun and the Western Turks. There's no need. To their surprise, Wang Chong straightforwardly waved his hand. Daluan Ruozhen won't fight with us. As soon as he notices that we're moving, he'll immediately flee. But if Daluan Ruozhen really wants to do something, he's probably looking for the wrong target, Wang Chong said. Xue Qianjun, immediately notify Su Han's Han. Tell him that Daluan Ruozhen has arrived. Now is the time for him to perform. Wang Chong sternly said. Everyone in the hall glanced at each other, and even Gao Xianji couldn't help but frown. Su Han's Han? They had never heard of this name before, but from the expression on Wang Chong's face, they could tell that he deeply trusted this person. Wang Chong, this is... Gao Xianji turned his head, an inquisitive look on his face. A person who will make Daluan Ruozhen suffer. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Time slowly passed, and the security of the city of Talas grew tighter and tighter. The training of the Mo Saber unit and the Wushang cavalry grew more intense. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew and smoke roiled through Talas as Mo Saber after Mo Saber was forged and delivered to the hands of the Mo Saber unit. Sets of armor forged from meteoric metal were also delivered. Several days later, with a heavy hammer strike, the last Mo Saber on the metal platform slowly dissipated from the flames and smoke. The equipment of the Mo Saber unit was now complete. It's done. Send all this equipment to the second training ground. A hand reached out from the side and grabbed the Mo Saber. After carefully inspecting it, Cheng Qianli gave a satisfied nod. Yes, the Anqi Protectorate Army commander gave the order, and a group of Anqi Protectorate Army soldiers stepped forward to deliver the weapons and equipment to the second training ground. Everyone, keep your spirits up. The scouts are on high alert. If the Arabs move, report to me immediately. Eagle Team, be on guard for the entire day. If the Arab army approaches during the night, I'll hold you accountable. In the howling winds, the atmosphere in front of the first defense line was tense to the extreme. Teams of shield men, cavalry, and axemen were spread out in front of the defense line, all of them on guard. The Arabs were about to arrive, and no one dared to slack off. While Talas was strengthening its defenses, several hundred kilometers from Qixi, the Uzun Western Turks and the Tang dynasty reinforcements were engaged in a brief but intense battle. This battle had not escalated to the level of a protracted battle, but it had left many corpses on the battlefield. Prime Minister, what do we do now? Next to Daluin Ruozin, Hubasenji turned his head to look behind him, a complicated expression on his face. Losing to Wang Chong and Gao Xinji was one thing, but now even an unknown brat from the Tang dynasty had viciously tricked them. All was quiet, and as Daluin Ruozin glanced at the countless heavily wounded soldiers on horseback, his heart sank. I was careless. I didn't think that the Tang dynasty reinforcements would be so powerful. Now is not the time to bother with them. Pass on my order. Retreat according to the original plan. We must meet up with the Arabs as quickly as possible. In addition, tell Abu Muslim that the Tang dynasty reinforcements are not simple. Tell him to be careful. Daluin Ruozin sternly said. Yes, Prime Minister. A messenger flew off. Prime Minister, do you need me to move out against that brat? If you do, there's still time. Huishu Wizong suddenly said. If we don't deal with him now, I'm worried that the Tang dynasty will produce another character like Wang Chong. In this battle, Daluin Ruozin had been in control the entire time, so there had not been many casualties. What had killed the most Uzun soldiers were the 5,000 ballistae hidden in the rear. Prime Minister, I agree with Huishu on this point. If necessary, I can also move out. Dusong Mangpoj also said. Daluin Ruozin was publicly acknowledged as the most intelligent minister in the Yuzin, and the only one who could surpass him was Dalen Trinling. For an unknown 20-something-year-old youth to be able to scheme against a wise minister like Daluin Ruozin was partly because he had underestimated his foe. But even so, it was enough to make one want to kill him. There's no need. Daluin Ruozin hesitated for a few moments and then shook his head. This wave of reinforcements from the Tang dynasty is not as simple as all of you imagine. As for that brat, he definitely has a backup plan. If we fight with them now, we won't have much of an advantage. Let's not worry about them for now. Once we reach Talas, we'll unite with the Arabs and wipe them out. No matter what, they won't be able to escape. In addition, we've already achieved our goal. Those pits, holes, and ditches should be enough to stop them for a day or two. Daluin Ruozin and Huishu Wizong hesitated for a few moments before finally nodding. Gallop! Daluin Ruozin and Huishu Wizong led the Uzun army in another direction, the Western Turks following closely behind. Time slowly passed, the atmosphere growing tenser and tenser. The movements of the Arabs were constantly being reported to Talas. At this moment, several dozen li to the west of Talas, there was a sparse forest lush with vegetation. An Anchi Protectorate Army scout was hiding behind a knotted tree, using dry grass and leaves to disguise himself. Ironhead, do you see anything? The scout, who was disguised as a tree branch and hiding beside the tree, said. The surroundings were quiet, and after a long time, a voice came from above. Nothing. 6 groups of soldiers have already left. The Arabs won't be able to get here that quickly. What we need to do now is wait for news. Once we receive word from the front, we can send it to the rear as quickly as possible. Everything seemed normal, and it seemed like there was no one else besides the scout. But if one looked carefully, one would discover that on the treetop above the scout was another Tang dynasty scout, his body curled up and cleverly concealed, constantly looking around, especially high up in the sky. Following the scout's gaze, one could see a rock eagle in the sky, its wings spread open as it circled in the air. Eagles could see things much farther than ordinary people. These rock eagles in the sky would use different flight paths to tell the scouts different information. But so far, everything was normal. Cree! Suddenly, a shrill shriek rang out. The rock eagle, circling in the sky, suddenly let out a mournful cry. Before the 2 scouts could react, the rock eagle's body trembled, and it immediately plummeted to the ground like a kite with its string cut. After a long while, they heard the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground. This